death.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei was the reincarnation of Hades and started war with Athena movie. Before we start, please go support Jose Perez 653,326 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. A story where our protagonist is chosen as the vessel for the soul of the fearsome god of the underworld Hades. This reignites the mythological holy war between Hades and Athena, the goddess of wisdom and just war. Chapter 1. Guilt, loneliness, and sadness. That is what a certain young man with brown hair, the current Sekiryuutei, is feeling at this very moment. He lay on his back on the grass beneath a large tree, gazing at the sky with a sorrowful expression, while several students from the academy watched him with surprise and confusion. This action was due to the sudden emotional and behavioral change in the chestnut-haired boy, who had recently begun to distance himself from all students, including the members of the occult research club to which he belonged. This began after his fight with the god Loki, further worsening his emotional state, culminating in his loss in the raiding game against Sekiryuutei. The chestnut-haired man closed his eyes, letting out a sad laugh as he recalled the sad reasons for his depression, while several images of the fight against Loki appeared in his mind. But especially the moment of the death of a certain blonde swordsman and his mistress Rias Gremory's horse. Because of one of his careless mistakes and foolish disbelief, the person who was his best friend died protecting him and saving his life. This caused a slight and sudden estrangement between the Gremory family and the chestnut-haired boy, something that saddened him. But it also encouraged him to confess his feelings directly to his mistress, after having done so during the battle with the heir Baal. Only to receive in response to his heartfelt confession a profound silence, accompanied by a look of disappointment from the redhead. But what had truly broken him completely? It was the sad death of his parents, a few weeks before the raiding game against Sekiryuutei. Although they weren't his biological parents, they had been his parents since the moment he met them and they adopted him as their son. 2 days later, he finally learned the reason for his sudden death, which was caused by a curse cast by the god Loki himself. Neither he nor the others realized it, and this was later confirmed, becoming one of the main reasons why the chestnut-haired man lost or chose to lose the fight due to his depression and his kindness towards Baal. The chestnut-haired man opened his eyes, snapping out of his thoughts, upon hearing the voice of a certain dragon. He stood up to sit and examine the green gem that had appeared on the upper part of his left palm. Hey, come on, stop complaining so much. It's not pleasant to feel like this, Abo. A certain dragon spoke to him, a little annoyed. Sorry, Drake, I didn't mean to bother you with nonsense like this, I'm sorry. Come on, I'm not saying this to depress you even more. Letting out a slight sigh. Really, you're so weird that I always wonder why on earth are you so kind and naive with your opponents or anyone else, whether human or from the supernatural world, Abo, she said, unable to understand this way of being of her host. I don't understand what you mean by weird and kind, Drake, the brunette replied calmly, hoping his lazy companion would drop the subject, which didn't happen as he heard him speak again. Humph, come on, you know perfectly well what I'm talking about. Or are you going to deny that you took pity on Sekiryuutei after learning about his lamentable past, like his dream and the situation he's in with his clan? And because of that, he paused briefly. You decided to lose that fight when you already knew that it meant disappointing the woman you love and making her a target for ridicule from some pureblood demons and that bunch of idiots on the council. Drake said seriously, feeling increasingly curious about his friend and wielder's strange behavior. He simply didn't understand this odd kindness of his, nor why, given his slightly perverted side. He could easily sense that his friend and host had the purest heart he had ever felt in his long and aimless life. Drake snapped out of his thoughts, dismissing the topic, upon hearing the chestnut-haired man's voice respond to his words. I know you're absolutely right, Drake, but I couldn't help it even if it disappointed her. He has an incredible dream and I didn't want to be the first to try and crush his goal, he replied calmly. Yes, I know that perfectly well, Abo. You're always like this, worrying about others and blaming yourself for everything that happens around you, the dragon said, letting out a dejected sigh, knowing that what he was about to say was something delicate for its host and something he didn't like to talk about. However, I already told you that Hyoudou's death wasn't your fault, Abo. Hyoudou, he was the one who chose to sacrifice his life to protect you, so don't tarnish his sacrifice and determination by blaming yourself for his death, Drake remarked, feeling a pang of anger at his host's behavior, though he understood. After all, Drake knew it wasn't easy to endure such emotional blows, the kind his host received from the deaths of the people who appeared. Hey, Hyoudou. The voice of a certain young man, wielder of Vitra and pawn of Sona Sitri, was heard. Drake severed his mental connection with the chestnut-haired man, hoping that the wielder of Vitra could cheer up his companion. Huh, it's you, Saji, what's up? Have you finished your duties as a student council member? He asked curiously, looking at his friend and Vitra wielder. No, I still have things to do, it's just that Kaicho gave me an hour's break. But tell me, what are you doing here, Hyoudou, if he knows the teacher from your last class didn't show up? Sitri said, sitting down a couple of meters away from Issei. At the same time, in hell. Territory of the current Mao Sirzechs Lucifer, inside his castle office. So everything you just told me is true, Azazel? The Mao asked calmly, looking authoritatively at the stellator of the fallen angels. Of course it's true, Sirzechs. If it weren't, you know there would be no point in calling this meeting, replied the fallen man, finishing his glass of wine. I know that well, Azazel. I just thought it would be a little longer before it happened again. Changing the subject, pausing as he softened his serious expression. You don't know how Issei-kun is feeling after everything that's happened to him. Since Loki's threat, Sirzechs asked about the chestnut-haired boy, concerned about his sister's servant's state of mind. The redhead looked at the dejected gaze of the still governor of Gremory, which made him understand that the young man he wanted as a brother-in-law and brother was not well at all. I'd like to say yes, but that would be a lie. With a dejected sigh, Azazel continued, it seems the boy was affected more than I expected, but it's understandable. It's not easy to overcome the deaths of 3 loved ones in a single month. Azazel said in a somber voice as he refilled his wine glass. I understand. Grayfia and we feel bad too about everything that's happening to him. But I just hope that Rias and the others react soon, that they realize they have no reason to feel upset, much less disappointed in Issei-kun. The redhead said, turning his gaze towards the entrance of his office as he heard a knock on the door along with the voice of his wife and Queen Peace. Sirzechs-sama, Azazel Dono, forgive me for interrupting your conversation, but I've come to inform you that the others have arrived. Michael-sama, Serafal-sama, and the others are waiting for you in the Great Hall so we can begin the meeting. The albino spoke calmly, opening the door and then entering her husband and king's office. Grayfia looked at him with a bit of annoyance, seeing that he was drinking with the now nervous fallen man, while Serafal and the other leaders waited for them like fools in the Great Hall. Oh, of course, we'll go with them right now, Grayfia. So please don't give me that murderous look, Sirzechs replied fearfully, remembering the angry glare from his queen and wife as she disliked him drinking before a meeting. Scene chain. In the Great Hall of the castle. Well, now that we are all present, can you tell us the reason for requesting this hasty meeting, Azazel Dono? That's right, Yasaka Haim is right. I'm curious too to know the reason we're gathered here. A certain Kitun and leader of the Yokai asked, followed by the Allfather and leader of Asgard. They awaited the response of the governor of the fallen angels, as did Michael, Ajuka, Serafal, and the rest of those present in the meeting hall. These were Penemu, Barakil, Gabriel, a high-ranking Valkyrie, and the queen pieces of the 4 Mao. One of those 4 Mao, however, preferred to sleep rather than pay any attention to the meeting. But there was also a certain albino youth who stood apart from the others, leaning against the wall near the door of the great meeting hall. Well, I think the best thing would be for you to see it with your own eyes, Azazel replied, taking out several photographs which he placed on the table and which caught the attention of Yasaka, Odin, Ajuka, Serafal, and the sleepy Mao himself, who looked at the photographs with great surprise. But what does this mean, Azazel Dono? This tower and the armored figures in these photographs, are they? Yasaka said, looking with surprise and concern at the photographs on the table, recognizing the beings in the pictures. I see, so it started again. This will undoubtedly be problematic for the human world, as always, Odin said, turning away from the photographs to look seriously at the fallen man and explain the situation. That's right, and as we all know, what has been happening for thousands of years with the Greek faction. Every 243 years, one of the brothers of the god Zeus, the god of the underworld, Hades, usurps the body of a human being to reincarnate and try to take over the human world and end the life of the famous goddess of war Athena. With a slight sigh, the fallen angel continued. And well, as we all know, since the age of myth of Greek mythology, the goddess of war, Athena has been fighting in a long holy war against Hades. The fallen angel commented calmly, his serious gaze unwavering as the room fell into a profound silence for several seconds until the voice of a certain red-haired Mao broke it. That's right, that's precisely why Azazel called this meeting, to discuss this matter and keep our people out of that war, Sirzechs said seriously, receiving nods of agreement from Serafal and the others. That's true, it wouldn't be good at all if someone from our faction got involved in that and caused problems with the Greek pantheon, the Kitsune said. I think the same as Yasaka Haim. But nothing guarantees that Hades' army won't focus solely on winning the war he has with the goddess Athena, and won't end up attacking the other mythologies. Odin opined with utmost seriousness, while stroking his beard and increasing the tension in the meeting room. That's right, Odin Dono, you're right. Nothing guarantees that the god Hades won't attack any of our factions or the others. Or are you perhaps unaware of what happened 3 wars ago between Hades and the goddess Athena? Michael spoke calmly but with a serious expression, listening to Azazel speak. We know, Michael. On that occasion, the biblical factions were involved. However, as leaders, all we can do is wait and keep a watchful eye on our territories, Azazel said, sounding a little more relaxed. I agree with Azazel Dono. Unfortunately, it's not permitted for other mythologies to interfere in the problems of another, Yasaka added, feeling less worried. Fine, then it's decided. We'll keep a close eye on our people to keep them away from that war and avoid any problems. Yes, you're right, so I'll take care of that myself on behalf of the demons. But Sirzechs-chan, looking at the redhead, she continued, you don't know how Sekiryuutei is doing or if Rias and the others are still upset with him. A certain Mao with pigtails asked, waiting to hear his answer. That's right, brat. Can you tell us how the boy is doing since I feel guilty about the stupid thing my son Loki did? Odin said, feeling guilty about the stupidity of one of his children. Well, Serafal, Odin Dono. From what Azazel told me recently in my office, unfortunately, Issei is even more depressed than he was a couple of weeks ago, but it's normal for him to feel this way. Although I hope he can overcome this sad situation he's in. The redhead replied to the Leviathan, displaying her typical smile, which didn't prevent those present from noticing her concern for the brunette. They decided to pretend not to have noticed. Meanwhile, a certain blonde Kitsune, leader of the Yakai faction, was also concerned. She couldn't help but feel sad because of the difficult time the young man who had saved her and whom she cared about was going through. But leaving the meeting aside and focusing again on the human world, on the small town of Kuo in Japan. But especially on a certain place a little removed from the town where a small church stands. Wow, this world, it's really changed a lot in such a short time. It's been 243 years since the last holy war in which we were sealed away. However, tell me something, Hypnos. You already know who will serve as our Lord's new vessel. A young man with black hair asked. He was dressed in clothing similar to that of an 18th century Italian priest, black with gold embroidery. He looked with an amused smile at the blonde-haired young man who was also wearing the same clothes as the dark-haired young man. That's right, Thanatos. But you shouldn't worry about that, you'll know very soon, brother, he said, flashing a confident smile. Right now, she's watching him in this very city, waiting for the right moment to do her job, the blonde replied, looking up from the book he was reading to his brother. Very well, I won't ask any more questions. If you say everything is all right, we just have to wait until that woman does her job properly. Although I must say she never expected our Lord to reincarnate in this place so far from his castle, the dark-haired man said seriously as he set a red rose he held in his right hand ablaze, turning it to ashes. Scene change, 1 hour later. At the Kuo Academy, a beautiful young redhead stood lost in thought, her expression one of sadness and regret. She recalled the reason for her depressed state, the moment she had heard the reason for her beloved pawn's defeat. She realized her absurd and childish way of acting with that young brunette whom she adores and loves, but whom she now knows she managed to hurt. With your permission, Butchuo, I've finished the contract you entrusted to me, but you're not feeling well again, are you? The redhead was pulled from her thoughts by the voice of her friend and fellow queen entering the clubroom. She looked at the sad face her mistress and friend wore, wondering what had caused her distress. Oh, Akeno, you're back. Yes, I recently finished the contract you asked me to do, but you're like this again because of Issei, aren't you? Getting closer to the redhead. That's right, Akeno, I don't know what I was thinking to start acting like that with him. Even when he told me how he felt about me, I didn't answer and just looked at him with disappointment, without even stopping to think about how he felt at that moment because of the death of his parents and Hyoudou. She replied, wiping away several tears that had begun to fall from her face. I know, Rias, we all acted like complete idiots, blaming him for Hyoudou's death as well. But I'm sure that if we talk to Issei and apologize, he'll forgive us. And then you and he can talk about the confession he made to you during the raiding game, she said, trying to cheer up her mistress as well as herself. I know, Akeno, I know that if we apologize to Issei, he'll undoubtedly forgive us, but I don't have the courage to do it. I feel so ashamed and angry with myself. Biting her lower lip, she continued, I made him think I blamed him for Hyoudou's death. I dared to feel disappointed in Issei just because he lost his fight against Seryorg. Rias said sadly, getting up from her desk chair and walking to one of the windows in the clubroom. At the same time, with Issei and Saji. Hahaha, wow, Saji, it seems you definitely have bad luck with most of the contracts you get, letting out a small laugh. Come on, Hyoudou, it's not funny at all when a beautiful woman seduces you and then immediately tries to grape you, Saji replied with a depressing aura as he recalled the moment when his client almost grawed him. Hee, sorry, Saji, but I couldn't help laughing when I imagined that situation. I know, although it wasn't something I particularly enjoyed. I won't deny it's funny, but only if you're not the one they're about to take advantage of. But putting that aside and considering we're alone, Hyoudou, after a brief pause, Saji continued, tell me you still haven't found any clues about where she might be. You know what I'm talking about, I mean your sister, he trailed off. Hey, Saji, you know I don't like talking about this, especially not at the academy. But I haven't been able to find any clues that tell me where she is, he said, interrupting Saji but answering his question. I understand, I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable. It's just I don't understand why you're hiding something like that and trying to find that person who supposedly treated you badly and used you like a toy. He asked curiously, looking at the brunette's smile. It's true, only you, Butchu, Azazel, and Kiba. You're the only ones I've told most of my past to, and that I actually have a younger sister. But yes, it's true she didn't treat me well. However, he paused briefly. She's my little sister, the only family I know I'm related to by blood, and I'm sure I'll tell her about her very soon. Because I know that friend I told you about, he's alive along with the others, and he must be looking for her just like he's looking for his sister. He replied, offering his kind smile. I understand. I hope you have good luck and find her soon. Also, I suppose that medallion you always wear, it belongs to her, right? Said, looking intently at Issei's medallion, which featured a striking star. No, you're mistaken about that. This medallion was given to me by a wonderful person I knew when I was little and lived in that orphanage before I met my sister. And although I don't remember her name, I can recall her beautiful black hair and her lovely face, worthy of a great woman. He replied with a touch of nostalgia, remembering his past that few know about. Oh, I understand. But well, Hyoudou. I'll leave you now, I still have some things to do. See you later, he said, getting up from the grass to return to the student council. Yes, and good luck with Sona Kaicho. I just hope she doesn't punish you for resting longer than she gave you, Issei said with amusement, eyeing the dirty look Saji gave him before walking away. The chestnut-haired man decided to leave the academy to walk through the city, unaware of the presence of a beautiful dark-haired woman, accompanied by a woman with dark violet hair wearing dark armor. They were looking at the chestnut-haired man with great attention, but especially the dark-haired woman who gazed at him with a nostalgic smile. Just a little longer, it won't be long before he awakens and takes over this impure world. Looking at the chestnut-haired man. Pandora-sama, please forgive my question and my doubting you, but are you certain that this young man is the one chosen by our God? We have been watching him for a couple of weeks now, and I haven't noticed any change in him, the violet-haired woman asked respectfully, looking at the serious, dark-haired woman. Humph. Of course I'm certain that this young man is the one chosen by our Lord for this war, Violet, so don't worry about that and concentrate on fulfilling your duty of watching over him. The dark-haired woman replied seriously, looking at the brown-haired man for a few more seconds before disappearing from the rooftop of the academy building. End of chapter. Chapter 2. 1 week later, Kuo Academy, Occult Club. I understand, Asia, so Is didn't come back to the academy, said a certain red-haired devil, looking at the young blonde sitting in the room with the others. Yes, that's right, Rias one Sama. For the past month, Issei-san hasn't been attending all the classes, and now he started skipping them altogether. I think we were very mean to Issei-san, ignoring him and getting upset with him, she said sadly, lowering her gaze. Come on, Asia, don't be sad again and lift your gaze. I'm sure that Issei just needs some time alone and then we can talk to him. Right, Irina? A certain blue-haired girl said. It's true, Zenobia is right. Issei-kun just wants to be alone for a while, and I know he'll forgive us for how we acted, the brunette replied, flashing her typical smile, which made Rias and the others smile slightly. However, none of them noticed the serious and worried expression of a certain former Valkyrie, who was thinking about the brunette and feeling uneasy. I don't understand, why do I have this bad feeling about Issei-kun? Besides that strange aura and those words he murmured that time when I found him sleeping in his room, the albino girl thought to herself, becoming even more worried about the brown-haired boy. At the same time, Kuo Cemetery. A certain young man with brown hair stood with his head bowed before 3 large graves familiar to him. His expression a mixture of nostalgia, guilt, and sadness. He knelt down, touching the cold concrete of the 3 tombs before him. I'm sorry, Tausen, Ka-san Kiba. I have to go now, but I'll visit you again in a few days as always. Smiling sadly, the chestnut-haired boy spoke, shedding a few tears which he wiped with the sleeve of his sweatshirt, standing up. He looked at the graves of his parents and Kiba for a few more seconds before turning around and starting to walk towards the exit of the city cemetery. Once again, he failed to notice the presence of the same woman in dark purple armor. She had been watching him a week earlier, along with the beautiful dark-haired woman. At Kuo Academy, now she remained hidden among the shadows of the cemetery trees, watching him leave the solitary place. HMPH, I don't understand. Seriously, that boy is the one chosen by our Lord, although I can sense a great power within him. He thought seriously, surprised by Issei's power. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Kuo, in the town's only church. Well, I think we've waited long enough, don't you think so, Hypnos? He asked with an amused smile. Yes, you are right about that, Thanatos. It is time for our Lord to return to this impure world and take possession of it. Therefore you know what you must do, Pandora, Hypnos said gravely. Hi, as you command, God of sleep and God of death. Tonight I will guide the young man here to awaken the soul of our Lord, kneeling before both gods. Very well, we trust you, Pandora. However, summon some phantoms to accompany you and watch over him once you've awakened him. I'll return to the castle and prepare everything for his arrival, though I suppose you'll stay until he wakes up. Right, Hypnos? Looking at his brother. That's right, Thanatos. Remember, we're in the territory of the biblical demon faction. You understand what I mean, right? Hypnos replied to his twin brother and god of death. Of course I know exactly what you mean by that word, dear brother. Thanatos replied, displaying his typical smile before being enveloped in a violent aura and disappearing from the church basement. Several hours later, 6:30 p.m. Hyoudou residence. In the large room of a certain young man with brown hair, he was sleeping, dreaming and murmuring various words. He suddenly awoke, revealing sweat on his face and his labored breathing. And no, not again, I'm having this strange dream again, I don't understand it. Greece, a holy war, the goddess Athena, and that dark-haired man in armor so like me. He rubbed his hair with both hands. Damn it, I don't understand why am I dreaming about something I've never seen or experienced in my life, even though it feels so real. No, it's best to stop thinking about it and go downstairs to make myself some dinner, he said to himself, deciding to ignore the strange dream which had started a couple of months ago and was becoming more frequent. What's wrong, you seem agitated, Abo? Asked Drake, who had just woken up. No, nothing's wrong, Drake. It was just a bad dream I had, don't worry about it, he replied, sounding a little more relaxed. Okay, if you say so, I won't ask anymore. But tell me, Abo, you'll go out again, right? Yes, maybe I will, but first I'll have something to eat. So sorry, but we'll talk later, Drake. Issei responded by getting out of bed and changing his clothes before leaving his room to go down to the kitchen and prepare some dinner. He stopped abruptly upon hearing the voices of a group of women. Issei took a breath before walking back into the kitchen, which caught the attention of the group of women in the dining room. Well, it seems I failed this time to avoid attracting his attention. But whatever, I'd better grab a quick bite and get out of here. The chestnut-haired boy tried to ignore the Gremory sisters' stares, especially his mistresses. Issei prepared some bread with strawberry jam to stave off his hunger and leave as soon as possible. After finishing several pieces of bread, he prepared to leave the mansion without attracting attention. However, what the chestnut-haired boy didn't expect was to hear a certain redhead calling his name. Issei, wait please, can we talk for a moment alone in your room? The redhead asked, a little nervous, waiting for his answer while turning her back on him. I'm sorry, Butchu, but as you can see, I'm heading out to see Matsuda and Madohama. I can't talk right now. Besides, I have several contracts to finalize in a few hours, don't you remember? He replied, still turning his back on her. Yes, I remember, Issei, just be careful and don't take too long to come back so we can talk. She lowered her gaze sadly while the others listened. I understand, I'll try to get there early. Although to be honest, I don't know if I can, but I'll try. Issei answered without turning his back on her or even looking up at her, and continued walking out of the mansion, leaving the redhead even more depressed by his actions. Rias lowered her gaze sadly, feeling the hands of her queen and friend on her shoulders, who was standing behind her and trying to cheer her up. Come on, Rias, don't be like that, we'll just wait for him to come back so we can talk to him, Akeno said, trying to cheer her up. Yes, that's right, Rias Wanasama. I know that Issei-san isn't upset with us, although in reality we do deserve his anger because of the way we behaved towards him. A certain blonde ex-nun spoke with sadness in her eyes, which provoked the same reaction in Kaneko, Zenobia, and the others. Several times later, 10:30 p.m. On one of Kuo's lonely streets near the town's only abandoned church, a certain chestnut tree was walking. He had a sad and desolate look on his face as he spoke mentally to a certain dragon and his lazy friend. Are you serious, Abo? I thought you wanted to talk to Gremory to sort out the problem of how she treats you. But now you're the one who refused to talk, he said curiously. Oh well, I just don't think there's any point in talking, Drake. I don't want to bother you anymore, so let's not talk about it. Fine, I won't say anything more about it, but you know what? You have to get back to training and stop making excuses to avoid it, he said, more serious than usual. I know, Drake, I promise I'll start training tomorrow. He let out a tired sigh. Good, that's what I expect you to do, Abo. Remember, you mustn't neglect your training. You have to get your body used to it so you can use my full power, understand? He said with utmost seriousness. Of course, don't worry, I won't make any more excuses to avoid my training, but you know. Issei answered without finishing his sentence, stopping in his tracks and turning his gaze toward a certain church. He felt a strange sensation course through his body as if something nostalgic were calling to him from the old church. MMPH, hey Abo, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly go quiet and stop walking? Is something the matter? The dragon asked, a little curious, noticing the change in his host and his strange behavior. He was worried, remembering that his connection with Issei, his ability to sense his emotions and see his dreams, was weakening. And no, I don't know what's happening to me. I suddenly feel a strange, nostalgic sensation, but I'm sure that something in that old church is calling to me. I can feel it drawing me in, and I want to know what it is. The chestnut-haired man replied. He started walking towards the church while ignoring Drake's voice, who was calling him without getting a response, so he decided to remain silent. At the same time, Near the old church, among a group of trees with a small field of flowers, stood a beautiful woman with black hair and white skin, wearing a striking dark blue dress. Yes, finally the time has finally come for my lord to return to this impure world and fulfill his dream. Now, it's only a matter of minutes before that young man arrives and can carry out my task. The beautiful woman said, displaying a cheerful smile, sensing the chestnut-haired man's presence drawing ever closer. She smiled again after waiting a few minutes to get up from the large rock where she was sitting, watching the silhouette of the chestnut-haired man slowly approaching until he was standing in front of her. But what's going on? I don't remember this beautiful field of flowers being here. Besides that face, your eyes, and that hair color, I recognize them well. Could it be you're that woman who gave me this medallion and used to visit me when I was a child living in that orphanage? Pandora-san, Issei said in surprise, looking intently at the woman in front of him, a woman he recognized well, and it brought back memories of the moment he met her as a child. Yes, I am the same Pandora, but I can see you haven't changed much since I met you at that orphanage and had to stop visiting you, my lord. She smiled as she approached him, but he was a little taken aback by her calling him my lord. I understand, but why are you calling me my lord? I don't understand. Besides, this feeling I have in your presence isn't the feeling of he was interrupted by the woman. That's right, you're correct. I'm not just a human, but the reason I call you my lord is because that's what I am. She touched the cheeks of a bewildered brunette with both hands who didn't understand the strange sensation he was feeling. What are you saying, that I am your lord? I don't understand, feeling a little uncomfortable because of the woman's closeness. Yes, you are my lord, although I can sense the sadness and guilt that fill and wound your noble heart. But please accompany me, and it is time for you to awaken and fulfill your wish, Hades-sama, he said, taking the right hand of a surprised brunette who was taken aback by how he had addressed him and leading him toward the small church without resistance. Meanwhile, elsewhere far from Japan, on the continent of Europe, in Greece, specifically at a large shrine near the quiet, large village of Roderio, a place where only the chosen ones who guard the goddess, who dwells in the shrine along with the saints who protect her, may enter. In Athena's chamber, in the place where they now stood, a beautiful lily-haired woman in a white Greek dress sat on her throne. To her right stood a blonde young man clad in golden armor. Both were looking at another young man with brown hair and wearing a different armor but the same golden color as the blonde young man's. Athena-sama, Ioria of Leo. I have returned from the mission you entrusted to me without any casualties among the group of silver saints who accompanied me. Kneeling before the woman called Athena, thank you, Ioria. I'm relieved to know everyone returned to the sanctuary alive. But tell me, what did you manage to find out? It's something important, isn't it? The young woman with purple hair asked kindly. Yes, that's right, it's just as you suspected, Athena-sama. The tower where the souls of 108 specters were sealed, the seal that kept them locked away has been broken, and the tower has completely collapsed. Furthermore, during my visit to Master Doko, we encountered 2 low-level specters. The chestnut-haired man replied respectfully and seriously, looking at his goddess. I understand so, the 108 evil stars serving the god of the underworld have been released. Therefore, we must redouble our efforts to find the young man whom Hades in this era chose as the vessel for his soul. She let out a small sigh. But for now, you can return to the house of Leo and Virgo, Yolia and Shaka. I need to devise a sound strategy and prepare everything for this war that is about to begin. The goddess said seriously, High as you command, Athena-sama. With your permission, we will take our leave. Both young men answered, bowing before leaving the room and abandoning the woman. She rose from her throne and went to the back of her room where there was a large balcony. Well, it seems my life as Athena won't allow me to rest, nor to live my life as a human. Although I only hope this war isn't as violent as the last one. However, you can come out now, Seiya. You know I can sense your cosmos, there's no point in you staying hidden. She looked towards one of the pillars from which a young man with brown hair emerged. Sorry, Sayori. It wasn't my intention to come here without your permission, but since we haven't been able to talk for several weeks, he was interrupted by the young woman. It's all right, Seiya, you don't have to apologize, you know you can come whenever you want. It's too boring being alone in this place all the time, she said kindly. I understand, but tell me, what are you thinking about so much? Although I suppose it's because of this war that's coming, isn't it? He asked, approaching the goddess. Yes, I won't feel at peace until we can win this coming war, just like we did with Poseidon. But I've also been thinking and wondering if my brother is all right and where he is. She replied, looking at the sky with an expression of guilt and sadness which the young brunette noticed and didn't like to see. I understand, I've wondered about it too, and I haven't stopped looking for him. But don't be sad, I assure you will find him, Sayori, she said, trying to cheer her up. Yes, you're right, I just hope my brother can forgive me for how badly I treated him. Issei Niasen, I promise you, that Sayori said sadly, thinking of the young man who was her older brother. The purple-haired girl didn't finish speaking her words in her mind, feeling along with the chestnut-haired boy an enormous cosmos far from Europe, which she recognized perfectly and which worried them. Sayori, perhaps this enormous cosmos that can be felt in the distance, is looking at the serious purple-haired girl. Yes, Seiya, there's no doubt. This dark cosmos that can be felt belongs to the king of the underworld himself, Hades. This holy war has already begun. He said seriously, looking at the sky, recognizing the place where the dark cosmos was felt. Scene change 10 minutes earlier. In Japan, Kuo City. Hyoudou, but what are you saying? I don't understand. Why are you saying I'm your lord and calling me Hades? He looked at the dark-haired woman who was guiding him towards the church and who stopped walking when he was in front of her. Here we are, my lord. What calls to you and what you seek is found within this place, replied the dark-haired woman, walking towards the church entrance. But what does this mean? This place was supposed to be abandoned and damaged too, so why? The chestnut-haired man spoke with surprise upon seeing that the church was in perfect condition, noticing a young man with blonde hair standing in front of the entrance. The blonde young man spoke to him. Welcome, I've been eagerly awaiting you, young sir. But please come in. What you seek, what calls to you, is in the basement of this church. The blonde man said, entering the church with the dark-haired woman, followed by the chestnut-haired man who was completely oblivious to the blonde man's divine aura. Issei followed them silently, feeling the presence calling to him grow stronger the deeper he descended into the church's basement. He continued walking, ignoring Dryag's voice which was calling to him as it sensed the blonde youth's true presence. But what does this mean? The man in that painting, because the man in that painting has my face. Also that sword. The chestnut-haired man asked, more surprised than anything else, and stood motionless, staring at the large painting of a dark-haired youth wearing black armor, with 3 pairs of wings very similar to those of an angel on his back. But what surprised him most and caught his attention was the imposing sword embedded in the ground, in the center of a star-shaped figure. Come forward, my lord. That sword, it is the one that has been calling you and for which you have come here. He moved closer to the surprised brunette. You have nothing to worry about. Take the sword. The person you see in the painting, it is you. It is the image of our Savior. You are the one entrusted with granting true salvation to this mortal world. Please look at the painting carefully. The blonde man said kindly. At the same time as the basement disappeared and the front door of a mansion appeared, a mansion the brunette recognized perfectly. She stared in shock as the entire neighborhood was destroyed and surrounded by great flames, which burned the houses that were still standing. The chestnut-haired man clutched his medallion tightly, then opened the door and was left in complete emotional shock. He stared in horror at the lifeless bodies of his parents, Rias and the others, lying on the floor of the mansion's living room. And this can't be true. They didn't. Why approaching the lifeless bodies of her parents, Rias and the others? Please, there's no need to cry and grieve over their deaths, sir. They are the ones who received your salvation. Just like those who are not human, you can grant them your salvation through death. Pandora said, hugging the chestnut-haired man from behind, who continued to cry and grieve while caressing the faces of his parents and Rias. That's right, just look at the painting again, please, dispelling the cruel illusion. I want you to see that image again and realize that you are the chosen one to cleanse this impure world and grant it salvation through death. The blonde boy spoke, moving closer to the brunette, who released Pandora's embrace and looked up to find they were back in the church basement. Issei stood, gazing at the painting again with a warm expression. He watched as the image shifted, revealing a peaceful city adorned with beautiful flowers lining its streets and houses. This is so warm and so beautiful. Everyone in the city is smiling and living together peacefully, without any ill will. You no longer have to live in fear or suffer the pain of the world and the dread of death. Looking at the beautiful city. That's right, my lord. This is the new world you can create by punishing and purifying the sin that has forged humanity, the blonde man affirmed, placing his hands on his shoulders. I see, so I can give you a better world, offering you salvation and creating a world without pain. If it's truly possible, The chestnut-haired man smiled warmly, watching a multitude of people run, smile, and enjoy the city's harmony. The city was adorned by a beautiful river that flowed through it and emptied into a lovely lake beside it. Feeling a profound peace devoid of any negativity among the people as they lived together and helped one another, he turned his gaze toward a large castle, focusing his attention on the same dark-haired young man from the painting, who was observing the city from one of the castle's grand balconies. Hypnos and Pandora smiled contentedly, watching the image disappear and the painting of the dark-haired man in armor reappear. He was the spitting image of the brown-haired man, but with longer black hair. Issei looked at the sword stuck in the ground beneath the painting, feeling his body urge him to walk toward it. I see now, I understand. Those dreams, those feelings I had, and the images I saw of that man in armor, it was me. Because I am, he murmured several words, standing before the striking sword which emanated a powerful aura that resonated in harmony with his own. The chestnut-haired man stretched out his right arm to grasp the sword's hilt, while a dark violet aura enveloped his body. His brown hair transformed into a deep black, growing longer until it reached below his back, and his eyes turned blue, his gaze becoming grim. At the same time, 8 pawn-like pieces emerged, cracked from his body and fell to the floor. And well, now remember who you really are, master, Hypnos asked, showing his satisfied smile. Humph, of course I know who I am. I am the lord who reigns over death, the king of the underworld. I am Hades. Issei replied, pulling his sword from the ground, as an incredible dark aura emanated from his body. The presence of Issei's cosmos was felt and surprised most of the factions, especially a certain red-haired demon and former Valkyrie who was awake in the Hyoudou residence's living room. But a certain goddess also felt a nostalgic and sad sensation upon sensing Issei's enormous and dark cosmos. The former brunette watched Pandora kneel before him, offering him the same attire Hypnos wore so he could change out of his mortal clothes. It is an honor to have you back with us, Hades-sama. Would you like me to prepare your carriage so we can depart for your castle immediately, my lord? He asked with a happy smile. For now I'll stay here a little longer. I have something important to do before I leave for my castle, and we start having fun with this new holy war. It's time for that person who saved my life before I awakened as Hades. I bring him back to life again as one more of my loyal and strongest specters. Because this holy war which I myself provoked has already begun. The now black-haired man said with a dark smile, using his power to change his clothes into those Pandora had given him. End of Chapter 2, Chapter 3. The next day, Sanctuary of Athena in the Colosseum. Athena-sama, all the bronze, silver, and gold saints are present as you requested. Only Hyoga of Cygnus, Shun of Andromeda, and Ikki of Phoenix are missing, he said respectfully. I understand. Thank you for gathering you all in such a short time, Shaka. Looking at her warriors for a moment, she stood before them. My saints, I am certain that last night you all felt the powerful and malevolent cosmos that appeared in the east. That cosmos is the reason I have summoned you all here. Please, I ask you to once again lend me your aid and your power so that I may stop this new threat and put an end once and for all to this holy war against the god of the underworld, Hades. This war began in the Age of Myth, and we have been fighting it every 243 years until this era. So please, I ask for your help and power and help me protect this world, please. The goddess humbly pleaded, looking at her knights with respect and affection. The purple-haired woman couldn't help but smile with great gratitude upon seeing a beautiful blue-haired woman wearing the golden armor of the Aquarius sign without using the mask like the other female knights. Of course, you can always count on our full support no matter who our enemy may be, Athena-sama. We are your knights. We live and die fighting for you and humanity. Isn't that right, comrades? Taking a couple of steps forward, she looked at the other bronze, silver, and gold knights. The Aquarius knight spoke with respect and confidence, her gaze serious as she addressed all the knights gathered in the Colosseum. Yes, we all think the same as Diana-sama. You can always count on our help, Athena-sama. We will defeat Hades and his specters. We will always gladly give our lives to protect you and our world. The knights present responded with a loud shout, showing their complete loyalty to their goddess and their desire to protect the world they inhabited. 1 hour later, Patriarch's room. With your permission, Athena-sama, I have brought the silver and bronze knights whom you asked me to gather to bring with me, said a certain chestnut-haired man who wore golden armor, kneeling before his goddess along with the knights who accompanied him. Yes. Thank you for gathering you all and coming so quickly, Joria. I suppose you understand why I asked you to come, he said, standing up from the Patriarch's throne. Yes, of course we understand your summons, Athena-sama. You wish us to go to Japan to investigate the place where the gigantic cosmos was felt and to investigate the young man whom the god Hade chose as his vessel, is that correct? Replied the golden saint, looking into the serious gaze of his goddess. That's right, Joria. I want you, Seiya, Shiryu, and the others to go to Japan immediately. Try to find some information about the young man Hades chose and whether he is still there, Athena ordered seriously. Yes, as you command, Athena-sama. We are ready to depart for Japan right now, but I didn't think it would be better if another gold saint came with us. He asked respectfully. Don't worry about that, Joria. I'll accompany you myself. It will serve as training to get used to my true body. What? It's you, Master Doko. It's a great surprise to see you here in your true body, Joria said, surprised to hear a voice. They turned around along with the others to look at the rejuvenated master wearing the Libra armor, but what surprised a certain dragon knight even more. So tell me what's on your mind, Seiya. Are you nervous about this mission, or is there something else important to make you look like that? The purple-haired woman asked, approaching her bronze saint, noticing the uncertain expression in his eyes. No, I don't know exactly what's happening to me, but for some reason I'm feeling somewhat nostalgic ever since I sensed that gigantic cosmos yesterday. But also I have a bad feeling about that cosmos. What do you think about all this I'm feeling, Sayori? She said seriously, noticing the change in the lilac-haired girl's expression. I understand you. I know exactly how you feel and the bad feeling that's bothering you. I am feeling the same way you do, and it's starting to torment me because I don't know what's causing this bad feeling, she commented, feeling the same sensations as the brunette. This worried her even more when the image of a certain young brunette appeared in her mind. 5 days later, Kuo City in the abandoned church. Well, who would have thought it? It seems Lord Hades still hasn't grown accustomed to that boy's body, the one that wields one of those two celestial dragons. This will undoubtedly help our Lord increase his power even more. Don't you think so, Pandora? Hypnos said, watching the former brunette sleep, seated on his temporary throne. Yes, you're right about that, Hypnosama, but what I don't understand is why you revived that human who was previously a demon and turned him into one of your specters, Pandora replied, a little puzzled. She turned her gaze upon a blonde young man wearing a sapuri with a pair of wings on his back. He was kneeling to the right of the throne as if guarding the former brunette's sleep. Don't worry, you don't have to make a big deal out of it. That was Hades Sama's decision, Pandora. Besides, that boy possesses an enormous amount of power as a specter, so stop complaining. He looked at her seriously. Yes, Hypnos Sama. I will not complain again about the new specter or the decisions my lord makes. But you plan to return to the castle, don't you? She asked, a little curious. That's right, I was about to retire. Therefore, you will be in charge of watching over Lord Hades until he awakens and decides to go to his castle. Don't let him do anything unnecessary and cause any problems with any of the three biblical factions, understood? Hypnos replied seriously, looking at the dark-haired man who was fast asleep seated on his throne. Yes, Hypnosama. I assure you that nothing will happen that you need to worry about, trust me. I will make sure that my Lord Hades does not act recklessly in this place. Pandora confirmed this with a serious expression, watching the blonde man disappear from the basement. She turned her gaze back to the former brunette who was fast asleep on his throne and decided to wake him. Hades-sama, is something wrong that might interrupt your sleep? Asked the dark-haired woman approaching her god. Nothing's wrong with me that you should worry about, Pandora. It's just that it's time for me to rid myself of my human memories. Issei Hades replied, displaying a dark and amused smile. Yes, it's time to forget about you all completely, Rias Gremory. He added in his mind, rising from his throne as several specters appeared and knelt before him. Several hours later, 6:00 p.m. A cold club. We're sorry, Butchu, we couldn't find any trace of Issei-kun. We don't know where he is. A group of young people spoke, noticing the sad and worried look on their president's face. I understand, so you didn't manage to find any trace of him either. That's right, we don't know where he went or where he is. However, you haven't tried to locate him with your pawn pieces, Rias Butchu, asked a young woman with jet black hair. Yes, I tried several times, but no, I can't find it. The pieces aren't responding, Akeno. Rias responded with a worried look, as did the other women present in the club room. They all had a bad feeling, as if something precious were slipping away from them, and the image of a certain young man with brown hair flashed into their minds. I see, so the pawn pieces don't respond to your magical aura. And that is quite strange, as if the pawn pieces lost their connection with you, Rias-san. Lowering her gaze, she continued, I don't know, but perhaps the pawn pieces' supposed malfunction has something to do with Issei-kun's strange behavior. Rasues added with a serious expression, which caught the attention and interest of the others. What are you saying? I don't understand Issei's strange behavior. Tell me straight, what do you really mean by that, Rasues? That's true. If you know something we don't, speak up now, Rias asked, supported by Akeno and the others, awaiting the answer from the serious ex-Valkyrie. I understand, so you didn't notice, but what I mean is Issei-kun has been acting strangely for a while now. She paused briefly before continuing. A couple of weeks ago, I found him sleeping in his room with the door open. I could hear him muttering several words and names of people we don't know. But I also clearly saw a strange violet aura emanating from his body, radiating a great deal of darkness. The albino girl recounted the story while looking at the surprised faces of the others, which shifted to expressions of concern as they felt that unpleasant sensation in their chests again. They were pulled from their conversation and thoughts when they sensed a very familiar presence. A magic circle appeared in the middle of the club room, revealing a beautiful woman with silver hair wearing a blue maid's dress. Grayfia, what are you doing here? Does this visit have anything to do with that enormous power that was besieged last night? Rias asked seriously, looking at the grave expression on her sister-in-law's face. Yes, Sirzechs-sama asked me to have you and the others come to his castle to discuss this matter. Grayfia replied in her typical tone of voice, looking at the group and noticing the absence of a certain brunette. Excuse me, Rias-sama, tell me where Issei-sama is, his presence is also required. Grayfia asked seriously, looking at the dejected expression of her sister-in-law, the women of her entourage and Arena. Oh well, you see, Grayfia, the truth is I don't know. Issei didn't come home yesterday 5 days ago and I can't sense his presence through the evil pieces either. Rias replied, lowering her gaze as she noticed the worried expression on her sister-in-law's face. I understand then, please come with me. Sirzechs-sama awaits you at his castle along with Azazel-sama, the albino said seriously, looking at the worried expressions of her sister-in-law and her servants. 10 minutes later. Hell, Lucifer's castle. With your permission, Sirzechs-sama, Azazel Dono. I have brought Rias-sama and her entourage as you requested. said a certain albino, entering along with Rias and her entourage into the large office of the red-haired Mao, only to also encounter the presence of a certain leader of the fallen angels. Oni-sama, tell me what you want to tell us that prompted you to summon us. Did something happen? Or perhaps it's because of the great power that was felt last night, right? He asked, looking with surprise at the serious expression on his brother's face, something he didn't often see in his red-haired brother. That's right, that's why Azazel and I summoned you, Rias. However, tell me where Issei-kun is, why didn't he come with you? Sirzechs spoke in his serious tone, looking at the group of young people. He asked about a certain brown-haired boy when he noticed his absence. Well about Ice's absence, you see what happens is being interrupted by a certain albino maid, while Azazel just listened to her. What's happening, Sirzechs-sama, is that Issei-sama hasn't slept for 5 days, and they can't locate him or sense the presence of his evil pieces. Grayfia said seriously, noticing the worried expressions on her master and husband's faces, along with the fallen angels, for a few seconds before their serious expressions returned. I understand, so you don't know where Issei-kun is, but we'll talk about that later. First, I'll tell you about the new problem that has arisen in which you shouldn't interfere, the Mao stated authoritatively, looking at the puzzled expressions of Rias, Irina, and the others. New problem, don't interfere. I don't understand what you really mean by those words, Sirzechs-sama. A certain blue-haired girl asked curiously. Well, Zenobia-san, what I mean by those words is that once again, a holy war between two of the gods of the Greek pantheon has just begun. I'm talking about the holy war between the god Hades and the goddess Athena, which began in the age of Greek myth. I suppose you all already know something about this war, which happens every 243 years. He told them seriously, observing the surprised and worried looks on his sisters and the others' faces. Why yes, we know a little about that war, but I thought it was over since nobody talks about it anymore. I even thought it was just a myth, she replied, trying to hide her surprise. That's right, Butchu is right. I haven't either, I've heard people from the supernatural world talking about it. Asia supported the redhead, looking at the Mao, who stood up from his desk and approached them along with the fallen one. Well, Rias, Asia, if you haven't heard the demons, angels, fallen angels, yokai, or any other being from another faction, he said, looking at them seriously. It's because we aren't allowed to have other mythologies interfere in the conflicts or wars of others. Even if it affects us along with the human world, we can't get involved in someone else's war without the permission of the leader of one of the two factions at war. Do you understand? Azazel replied, a little more relaxed, his gaze shifting to a certain former Valkyrie who wore a surprised and worried expression. I see, I understand. That's why you're asking us to stay out of that war even if our territory is affected, right? That's right, Rias. Right now, Seraphal must be discussing this matter with Sonasan and her entourage, but changing the subject, Rosuesasan, tell me, is something wrong that you have that look? The Mao asked the albino, who looked at them worriedly before answering. I can feel it. I can sense Issei-kun's presence. He's in Kuo City. Although his aura is very different from usual, it's too dark. She stopped speaking as a small magic circle of communication appeared near Grayfia's right ear. Sirzechs-sama, I've just been informed that Kuo City is being attacked by several individuals wearing dark armor, Grayfia reported, noticing the worried looks of her sister-in-law and the others. What are you saying, Grayfia? I left Gasper alone in the club building. No, we have to go get him right now. Come on, girls, the redhead said in a worried voice, making a magical teleportation circle. Hey, wait, Rias. Watching her disappear from her office with her entourage, he said, damn it, their presence there could cause us trouble. Grayfia, please go with them, keep them from getting into any trouble and getting hurt. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling about all this. He said seriously. Yes, as you command, Sirzechs-sama. With your permission, I will now take my leave. The albino replied, creating a magical teleportation circle to follow Rias and her entourage and prevent them from getting into trouble. So, what are you thinking about now, Azazel? Is something wrong that you have that look on your face? Sirzechs asked curiously, looking at the serious expression on the face of the fallen angel leader. Well, I'm just thinking about something I've been researching. Maybe I should go and see if it's as I think and make sure for myself. Azazel said, leaving the red-haired Mao even more confused by his words, who only felt a bad feeling. At the same time, on the outskirts of Kuo City, a group of people wearing armor could be seen entering the city to find it destroyed and surrounded by flames. This can't be, it's too cruel. The city is completely destroyed, being consumed by fire, said a certain chestnut-haired Pegasus knight. It's true they're despicable. How can they be so ruthless, taking innocent lives and destroying their home? Added a dark-haired dragon knight, you're right, it seems we arrived too late, Master Doko, feeling anger at the destruction in the city. Yes, unfortunately you're right, Aurora, but we won't let them escape. Scatter monkeys throughout the city and let's finish off the specters who did this. Be careful, understood. He looked at the knights accompanying him. Yes, trust us, old master. The group responded, dispersing through the city in pairs, while both gold knights were accompanied by a chestnut-haired man and a black-haired man. 5 minutes later, Kuo Academy, a cult club. A certain group of worried women could be seen inside the now damaged club building. They were reassured upon seeing the transvestite vampire who was hiding in the basement of the club building. Gasper, are you alright? They didn't hurt you, did they? Her voice was worried. No, I'm fine, but you. Those strange men couldn't find me because I concealed my presence. However, please tell me where Issei Senpai is and what's going on. Who are those men in armor attacking the city? Gasper replied, a little frightened, asking about the sudden situation. Don't worry, Gasper, we'll explain that later. For now, we need to get out of here before, Rias said, but didn't finish speaking as she sensed a great power moving towards them. The redhead quickly formed a large magic circle with Akeno to protect themselves from the sudden power that struck the club building, reducing it to rubble. Rias watched the cloud of smoke and dust slowly dissipate, revealing the destroyed houses and small buildings near the academy, engulfed in flames. And no way, how can you be so heartless, causing so much harm to innocent people? Who are you? Answer me. Rias demanded angrily, looking at a beautiful woman in dark armor who was staring down at them with superiority and amusement. Well, it seems some miserable demons came to me for amusement. My name is Violet of Behemoth, the Star of Solitude. I am one of the 108 specters in the service of Lord Hades. But I will also be the one to end your pathetic lives, just as I did with the humans of this place. The specter woman named Violet introduced herself. She looked intently at a magic circle that appeared next to Rias and the others, from which a certain albino maid appeared who caught the interest of the specter, as she felt the great power that emanated from her. Rias Ajao-sama, it would be best if we left this place. It is an order from your brother. The albino spoke without taking her eyes off the specter, who smiled amusedly before speaking. Interesting, I could sense you have enough power to amuse me. Why don't we play a little demon? Violet spoke excitedly, bumping her fists together as the aura of her cosmos began to fade. I'm sorry, but I'm not here to fight and cause trouble. I've only come for my lady and her companions. Grayfia replied in her typical tone of voice, trying to avoid a fight. Humph, it's pointless whether you refuse or accept to fight, as I will not allow you to escape this place alive. I don't care if you are acquaintances of my lord, I will kill you all without hesitation, Violet said, disconcerting Grayfia and the others with her last words, which piqued their curiosity. I'll say it again, I'm not here looking for a fight. I only came for her and her servants. However, those last words you said, about us being acquaintances of your lord, have piqued my interest, young spectre, Grayfia said with her typical seriousness, but without sounding hostile so as not to end up creating a conflict with the Greek faction. The albino was surprised to feel the immense power the spectre unleashed, only to be even more shocked and worried when she saw her create a large sphere of violet energy. Grayfia suddenly raised her magical power as she watched the spectre launch the massive energy sphere at them. Ha, fool, it doesn't matter what you try to do, it won't do you any good. But you don't even need to understand what I meant, because all of you will die here. Violet shouted, displaying a sadistic smile, watching Grayfia form a barrier to protect herself and the others from her attack. I will not allow it, you miserable spectre, the 7 supreme dragons of Razan. A young man's voice was heard before a large number of dragons collided with Violet's cosmic energy sphere, causing a powerful explosion that surprised the spectre along with Grayfia and the Gremories. What's wrong? But these are Cosmos Tusk. I see, so you're still alive, and you haven't aged in 243 years, Doko of Libra. Although I could see that another gold saint and 2 bronze saints are with you. Looking at the 4 mentioned, he observed with great surprise the group of young demons, including Grayfia. That's right, I'm still the same Libra, Doko I was 243 years ago in the previous Holy War, but I don't need to tell you how I'm still as young as I was in that war. You'd better think about how to escape, because we won't allow it, and you know you're at a disadvantage, he said, suddenly raising his cosmos along with the 3 knights accompanying him. Damn it, now I'm really in trouble. The 2 bronze brats are no problem, but it's impossible for me to fight 2 gold knights at the same time. I have to figure out how to escape from here, or else they'll definitely kill me. The spectre thought, looking at the 4 knights with annoyance, while Grayfia and the others remained in surprise, staring at the 4 young men in gold and bronze armor. But what's going on? Who are those 4 people wearing armor, especially the 2 whose armor seems to be made of the same gold? Grayfia Wanasama, do you know anything about those people in armor? They're different from that spectre woman's armor, Rias asked. No, but given the current situation, they are most likely knights or saints of the goddess Athena. However, why do I have this bad feeling in addition to this dark power I sense approaching? I answered seriously. Yes, I feel it too, but I don't know why I feel this bad feeling, sensing that power approaching. Rias said seriously, watching one of the gold saints attack Violenta, who stood on guard and pondered how to escape. They were all surprised to feel a gigantic power very close to them. They heard a loud explosion and a scream, and then they saw the damaged house in front of them being destroyed and a person in armor being thrown towards them, falling next to the other 3 knights. But what's wrong, knight? What happened and who did this to you? Tell me where your companion is, answer me. Joria asked, looking at the serious damage on the bronze knight, who replied. Sama teeth the specters, it's them. Also, the young man with black hair who accompanies them introduced himself as Hades, the young man said, immediately ceasing to breathe, as those present heard a voice. Well, so that annoying Athena sent 2 of her gold saints, along with a bunch of bronze and silver rats. The voice was unfamiliar to the 4 knights present, but very well known to certain groups of women and a cross-dressing vampire. Those present stared in astonishment as a young man floated several meters above the ground in front of them on the cloud of dust from the destroyed house, wearing a black 18th century Italian priest's robe. Like Alone's clothes from the lost canvas and with the same hairstyle in pigtails. Just imagine Issei with his hairstyle, but with long strands of hair like Alone's, since I really like that character design XD. But what's happening? I don't understand, Butchu, that young man with black hair, he's definitely a certain ex-nun, said to her mistress, looking with great surprise at the dark-haired young man whom she recognized instantly upon seeing him. Why yes, that's right, Asia. That one, without a doubt, that young man in front of us is undoubtedly our Issei. Rias replied, unable to believe what she was seeing along with the others, watching the dark-haired young man descend to the ground, several meters away from her and the others. It's been 9 years since I last saw your face when we were just children, Seiya. No, I should say Pegasus. My old friend, he looked at the aforementioned, who was staring at him with great surprise, while several specters appeared out of nowhere behind him and Violet approached him. It's impossible, that face, his gaze, and that way of speaking. Is it really you, Issei? The Pegasus Knight asked incredulously, surprising Grayfia and the Gremory sisters. They stared at the dark-haired man who looked at them, his now blue eyes holding an icy cold expression. Humph, that's right, Pegasus Knight. I am, or rather was, the Issei you know a little, the one that group of women met. He looked at the Gremory sisters. Although I didn't expect you to come here, knowing the risk of being in the presence of my Lucifer's sister. Spoke without any emotion in his voice or gaze, returning his attention to the 4 knights before him. I don't understand, is this person really Issei? The Issei that Sh Yoga and the rest of us know, Seiya. The raven-haired boy asked, unable to believe what he was seeing. Yes, it's the same one, Shurio. I'll never forget his voice and that expression in his eyes, no matter how many years have passed since I last saw him. I replied, looking at the dark smile of the former brunette. Oh, that's you, Shuryu. I can see you haven't changed much in these 9 years. But well, I think it's time for me to return to my castle. I only came for my precious specter. Although it was somewhat interesting destroying this city as well as seeing you 2 again before I depart. He looked with amusement at Seiya, Shuryu, but also at Rias and the others. W8 Issei, I won't let you leave just like that. It's impossible that you're Hades, so speak, answer me right now if you are him. Pegasus shouted, looking at him seriously. Humph, as violent as ever, Seiya, but don't make me repeat myself when you can see and feel my power for yourself. I am no longer that person you knew called Issei, he no longer exists. My name is Hades, I am the king and god of the underworld. He said, a dark smile spreading across his face. And no, that can't be true, what you're saying is a lie. It's impossible that my Issei no longer exists. It's not like that, you can't be the god Hades because you are my Issei. The voice of a certain redhead was heard, trying not to cry as she walked towards the black-haired boy, only to be stopped by a serious Grayfia who looked at the former brunette with seriousness. I'm sorry, Rias-sama, but that person, he's no longer the Issei-sama we know. It's not safe to approach him. What are you saying, Grayfia 1-sama? That's not true. He's my Issei. It's impossible that he's the god Hades. That's right, it's impossible for Issei-kun to be that god, he didn't accept it. A certain Heimjima spoke, supporting her mistress and friend. HMPH, you'd better get this straight once and for all, Lucifer's sister. I'm no longer the person you knew, the one who was your pawn, you understand. But well, it's best if I leave this unpleasant place, the former brunette said coldly, turning to walk away from Rias and the others. No, wait, Issei, we haven't finished talking yet. I won't let you leave just like that, did you hear me? The Pegasus Knight shouted, increasing his cosmos. Seiya, it doesn't matter what you say. Your voice and power cannot reach me, Hades replied. Don't talk nonsense, I won't let you escape until being interrupted. No, don't say anything else, step aside, Seiya. Take this, Hades, the 100 supreme dragons of Razin. Pushing the young Pegasus Knight aside, Doko interrupted him, launching his best technique against the cold, dark-haired guy. Huh, stupid mortal, the former chestnut-haired man muttered, paying no attention to the Libra Saint's attack. The saint was surprised to see a violet aura with dark flames fall from the sky in front of him. He watched in astonishment as a large sphere of fire formed, then shot towards him, blocking his technique and causing a powerful explosion that threw him and the others back. Miserable knight, I will not allow you to harm my lord Hades. The voice of a certain blonde-haired specter was heard, which disconcerted and surprised the group of demon women, as they recognized the newcomer's voice all too well. They watched the curtain of smoke and dust that had formed dissipate, allowing them to see the young specter in front of them, unable to believe what they were seeing as they recognized the face and voice of the specter in front of them. Why, Hyoudou, is that you? The red-haired Gremory whispered, looking at the aforementioned wearing dark armor with a pair of wings on his back being pulled from her astonishment by the voice of the Libra Knight. Banu, I understand now. So you're the new specter of Banu taking the place Kagaho left behind. He said seriously, looking at the blonde man covered in dark fire. That's right, my name is Kiba of Banu, I am the divine star of violence. You will pay with your life for your audacity for daring to attack my lord Hades. Raising his cosmos, which surprised the knights, specters, and demons present alike. That's enough, Kiba, I have no desire to start a pointless fight here. Let's retreat to my castle. Issei interrupted him, calming the blonde boy who stopped raising his cosmos, as if the black flames that covered him were disappearing. Hades watched two magical circles appear beside the Gremory clan from which Sona, Sitri's entourage, and Azazel himself emerged. Tusk, I was afraid of that, it seems what I investigated was true. The serious fallen angel spoke, looking at the former brunette with a grave expression and the dark smile that the now black-haired man offered him. Issei looked at him with amusement, as he did at the rest of the domains and the brown-haired angel present. But especially at a certain pawn of the Sitri clan and wielder of the Vitra, who wore a face of complete surprise at recognizing the black-haired man, not wanting to believe what he felt and saw. Rias, what's going on? Isn't she supposed to be your pawn? Why does she have that appearance but also that power? Asked the Sitri clan heiress, looking at her shocked friend who didn't respond to her question. That can't be true, Kaicho, seriously, is it really that guy in front of us, Hyoudou? The bewildered Vitra bearer asked, looking at the amused smile of the former brunette, and receiving the answer from the serious fallen angel. That's right, it's the same Hyoudou Issei we know, or rather, he was looking at the dark-haired man. That's not so, Lord who reigns over the world of the dead Hades-sama. Azazel said seriously, appearing more serious than usual. I see you were investigating my past as a human, something that helped you figure out who I really was, right? Looking at the fallen man with amusement. That's right, but they were just clues that led me to think about how things are now. It seems I was right about the results of my research, but what convinced me the most was your medallion. I understand, you're more interesting than I imagined, really. But unfortunately, I have no desire to start a fight or even talk to you. So I'm leaving this place right now, although it was somewhat fun destroying it and ending the lives of its inhabitants. The former chestnut-tired man responded by directing his gaze upwards towards the sky, looking at a violet energy portal from which a dark chariot appeared, with 4 headless horses pulling it and an albino specter driving it. Those present watched the dark carriage descend, its doors opening to reveal a beautiful dark-haired woman, wearing a dark blue dress with a slit up her right leg to the bottom. Hades-sama, please get into your chariot, we are heading to your castle right now, my lord. The beautiful woman said, allowing the former chestnut-tired man to board the carriage, but not before glancing one last time at the Pegasus Knight, Rias, and the others. They were calling to him, along with a certain blonde man who remained silent, observing the sorrowful expression on Sona's queenly room. He was engulfed in dark flames before flying into the sky with the carriage and the rest of the specters, leaving the destroyed city of Kuoh and heading for Italy. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. In the destroyed city of Kuoh, on the grounds of the academy, rubble is scattered. No, this can't be true, my East, he couldn't cease to exist. He didn't accept that he was that god. These were the words of a certain redhead who was trying not to cry, as were the other women accompanying her. Certainly, fallen Angela replied. I'm sorry, Rias, but that's the reality. He's no longer the Hyoudou Issei we knew. He was actually destined to be the vessel for the soul of the god Hades. Although I'm a little surprised that the saints of the goddess of war Athena came. Azazel said, looking at the group of saints who were beginning to gather with the 4 already present. That's right, Athena-sama, you gave us the mission to come and investigate this place, but with what just happened, I suppose you must understand what we're doing in this city, so I hope not to cause any trouble. The Libra saint replied, hoping not to cause any problems, something Azazel denied. No, we understand the situation, don't worry. Although I already suspected that one of my students and current Sekiryuutei would end up this way, he said, sounding somewhat serious, which caught the attention of the Gremory family and the knights present, especially the Pegasus Knight. I understand then you are close acquaintances of your vessel, correct? Doko asked, looking at the fallen man and the others. That's right, he is or was my beloved servant, but I can tell that 2 of your companions also know him. And I want to know how they know him. Rias replied with a serious expression, looking at a certain pair of bronze saints who returned her gaze. Well, about that, I don't think so, being interrupted by the Pegasus saint. Very well, Master Doko, if you want to be sure we know him, I'll tell you. Looking at Rias, Azazel, Gasper, and the others, she continued. And indeed, we've known him for years, since before we separated and before he fled the sanctuary. She interrupted the Libra saint, surprising the supernatural beings present with the exception of a certain fallen saint. I see, I remember him telling me something about that, about some things from the past. So I can deduce that you're that old friend of his named Seiya, Azazel said, sounding more relaxed. Yes, I'm the same gentleman, And I know you want to ask me more questions, but given the current situation, that won't be possible. You understand, right? He replied, looking at the fallen man and the women present, who, in a rude manner, understood the situation and were left wanting to ask more questions. Very well, it would be best if we left for the sanctuary at once, Master Doko. We must return soon and inform Athena-sama of the current situation. You're right, Yoria, we must return to the sanctuary as soon as possible. It's unknown whether the god hands will send some of his specters to attack the sanctuary. So we'll withdraw, and I apologize if we cause any trouble, but I'm also sure that Athena-sama will want to meet with you. With your permission, replied the Libra Saint, agreeing with the Leo Gold Saint. The group of knights left, leaving the group of supernatural beings in a deep stupor. That is, until a certain fallen angel broke it. I think it would be best if you return to Sirzechs. He told me that some demons from the Gremory and Sitri clans managed to save half the inhabitants by transporting them to hell, but also Grayfia. Azazel said seriously, looking at the albino maid he had mentioned. Yes, right now, I'll notify the leaders to call an emergency meeting, so it's time to return to hell, Rias Ajao-sama, girls. It would be best if we return to Sirzechs-sama to prepare everything for tomorrow's meeting, Grayfia said with her serious expression, receiving a resigned yes from her sister-in-law and her servants, as she created a large magic circle to retreat with the Gremorys, leaving the serious and worried fallen angel alone. The next day, in Italy. In a great castle near a ruined city. In the great hall of Hades. Well, now that everyone is gathered, I want you to be silent and listen carefully. 108 stars of evil. Here, our Lord Hades has finally fully awakened. A certain dark-haired woman said, looking at the specters present in the hall, kneeling with one knee on the floor before the throne of their god. The former chestnut-attired man spoke. My soldiers, my specters, since the age of myth, each of you has served me to help me seize the human world and plunge it into darkness. Looking seriously at his specters. The time has come to have some fun again with this holy war, for you to go to your sanctuary and kill every knight who stands in your way. I want you to destroy every single one of them and cut off the head of that damned Athena and bring it before me. We will turn this world into death and darkness. We will seize the human world and we will destroy any being or god from any other mythology that crosses my path. The dark-haired man said with authority, receiving a loud yes from each of his specters, his gaze then shifting to the beautiful dark-haired woman standing beside him. Very well, in that case, we'll begin by attacking the sanctuary, my lord. Looking at an albino specter with a malicious smile, she continued, Noble star of Minos, choose some of your best specters from your troop and head towards Athena's sanctuary within 1 hour. Show those knights of Athena the power of the second judge and strongest specter of the underworld. The dark-haired woman ordered, looking at the smiling judge who stood up, putting on his helmet. Count on me, Pandora-sama, Hades-sama. I Minos of the Griffin, the divine star of courage, I assure you that I will bring you Athena's head and place at your feet the most beautiful dark color. The judge spoke, letting out a part of his power, which provoked a smile from Pandora and a certain dark-haired man who then spoke. Wait, Minos, I have a few fun gifts for Athena, so take them with you so she can see and enjoy them. I'm sure they'll make perfect puppets for her to play with. Also, take Bennu with you. After all, he belongs to your troop, understood? Hades said, looking at his specter, who smiled, amused by his request. Meanwhile, a certain pair of twin gods sat silently on a small throne behind their masters. The two gods then turned their attention to a certain blonde specter who knelt beside the three judges, displaying a cold gaze and emanating a cosmos comparable to that of a judge. Half an hour later. Hades-sama, is something wrong? Would you like me to guide you to your room so you can rest, my lord? Pandora asked, noticing the uncomfortable expression on her god's face. No, it's not necessary, I'll rest right here. You can leave, I need to speak with Bennu about something important before she departs, and I don't want to be disturbed. Understood, Pandora, the dark-haired man replied, watching Pandora hesitate for a moment, unsure whether to obey his order. Yes, as you command, Hades-sama. I will ensure that no one disturbs you until you finish your conversation and allow visitors, Pandora replied, bowing slightly as a sign of respect before leaving the hall and closing the large entrance doors. It seems Hypnos and Thanatos aren't in the castle right now, and Pandora is no longer nearby. But to be extra sure, forming a large magic circle that completely covered the great hall before the surprised gaze of the blonde specter. There, with this barrier, no one will hear, not even Hypnos and Thanatos. You can ask me anything you want, Kiba. The dark-haired man said, further surprising the blonde who moved closer to him. I see, now I know I was right, so you're still aware that you're Issei-kun, right? Kiba asked. Let's see, you could say yes and no, but to save us the explanation you could say that my memory as a human is still present. However, the life I lived as a human, a demon, and the host of a respected and well-feared dragon for me no longer exists. Hades replied, looking into Kiba's calm gaze. I understand, although I don't quite know your motive for reviving me as one of your specters. However, whatever your goal may be, I will help you achieve it. I know that well, you don't have to say it. But don't you think you're taking too long to speak, Drake? looking at his right arm on which a very familiar gauntlet appeared, surprising the blonde man a little. Well, first I had to make sure that some of you was still in your body, don't you think? A serious voice was heard. Drake spoke, not feeling very comfortable knowing that his host and friend was now the same god of the underworld but with his human memories, Hades. I see you don't like knowing who I am now, do you? After all, you told me you dislike the gods. Right, Drake. Looking at the boosted gear on his left arm. Hup, that's right, I won't deny that I feel uncomfortable right now, but if there's still a small part of the Hyoudou or Kaido Issei that I know, I think I can get used to it. So you can count on my power as always if you ever need it. Drake replied, sounding a bit more at ease, letting him know that he would treat him as always even though he was now the god Hades. Kaido, it's been a while since I heard that word with my old human name, but don't worry, I assure you that you'll have fun in exchange for your help, I promise you, just like you, Kiba. Looking at the blonde specter. Yes, I will depart right now for Athena's sanctuary with Minasama and the others, Hades-sama. Kiba replied seriously, kneeling before the black-haired man who only smiled amused by his action. Come on, you don't have to be so polite with me. After all, I'm still a part of the Issei, you know. Besides, I don't really know why, but I think it would be fun to visit her sanctuary to make sure my thinking is correct. Right, Sayori Nisan, no, maybe I should just call you Goddess Athena, she said, flashing an amused smile, mentally mentioning a certain person's name while an image of a small girl with lilac hair appeared in her mind, replacing the image of a 15-year-old girl. At the same time, in Greece, Sanctuary of Athena, Patriarch's Hall. With your permission, Athena-sama. Idoko of Libra and Yoli of Leo, along with the silver and bronze saints who accompanied us, have already returned from Japan. We thank you for sending Mu of Ares to transport us back to the sanctuary, he said, kneeling before his goddess, as did the other saints accompanying him. Don't worry, you don't need to thank me, but I see you don't have good news, do you? The goddess asked, noticing the absence of 2 bronze knights and 1 silver knight, which saddened her. Yes, unfortunately, the city in that area was destroyed and half of its inhabitants were killed. Furthermore, 2 bronze saints and 1 silver saint perished in battle, replied the Leo saint, noticing the sadness in his goddess's expression. I understand then they were still there. But were they able to find out the name of the person he chose as his vessel? She asked, fearing a bad omen, seeing the mortified face of a certain Pegasus knight who had his head down, his fists clenched in frustration. The Libra knight answered, yes, we know. Apparently that young man was a human reincarnated as a demon, and also the current host of one of the 2 dreaded heavenly dragons. And from what we were able to confirm, thanks to the supernatural beings present, as well as Pegasus Seiya and Dragon Shuryo, the name of the young man whom Hades chose as the vessel for his soul is Issei Hyoudou, formerly known as Issei Kaido when he was a child. He raised his gaze to meet the sad face of his goddess. Doko responded, recalling his conversation with a certain pair of bronze saints, as well as what little he had known for the past 15 years. Doko watched his goddess stand up, beside the Virgo saint who was in charge of protecting her. I see, I'm sure Hades' army won't be long in trying to invade the sanctuary. Therefore, I want you to warn every knight in the sanctuary to take up their positions and increase security, to be alert for any attack, Doko Yor. She looked at the pair of gold saints. Yes, we will inform the others of the situation right away, Athena-sama, with your permission. They both replied and began to leave with the others. Very well, then I will return to the house of Virgo. However, Seiya, it is best that you remain with Athena-sama. I am sure you have something important to discuss. I will take my leave. With your permission, Athena-sama. He bowed respectfully to his goddess before departing. The calm Virgo knight spoke, leaving the Pegasus knight who was embraced by the purple-haired girl once the knights left the patriarch's room. So that feeling was really because of him, wasn't it, Seiya? The young woman asked, letting go of the aforementioned and looking him in the eyes. Why, yes, he didn't say so himself. He recognized Shuryu in me. But I never imagined he'd end up becoming a demon of the biblical faction, or that he'd possess one of those 2 celestial dragons revered even by the gods themselves. I suppose I'll have to inform Shaynessen about this. The Pegasus knight replied, mentioning a certain green-haired saint which caught her attention. I see, I understand, but why do you want to tell Shayna-sana about this? Did she? She was interrupted by the brunette. Yes, that's right, Sayori. Shaynessen, she was Issei's teacher during the year he spent at the sanctuary, and it seems Shaynessen grew fond of him during that time. Pegasus said with a touch of nostalgia. At the same time, in the biblical hell territory of the Mau Lucifer. Castle meeting room. Well, I don't think it's necessary to explain the reason for this meeting this time. Besides, I'm sure Odin Dono already knows, doesn't he? Said a certain fallen angel, looking at the old god he had mentioned while the other people present watched them attentively. That's right, I could feel it. But I couldn't believe your assumption was true, Gaki, Azazel replied, drawing the attention of the others, with the exception of the Sitri and Gremory retinues, Sirzechs and Seraphal. The voice of a beautiful blonde woman who accompanied the sky leader Michael was heard. Well, Gabriel, the thing is, he's the reason we requested this meeting, but also he's directly responsible for the attack that destroyed Kuo City. Azazel replied, listening to a certain blonde kitsune. I hope, Azazel Dono, I don't understand. Why do you say that the Sekiryuutei Dono is responsible for the attack on Kuo City? That's right, why don't you tell me anything about it, Azazel? Yasaka asked, along with a certain Keter who glared at the lazy Azazel. This also caught the attention of Ajuka, Michael, and Vali's team, but especially the albino. They heard the voice of a serious Odin who answered Yasaka's question. What Gaki Azazel meant by those words is that the Sekiryuutei Hyoudou Issei ended up being the same container of the soul of the god Hades, which has already awakened in the boy. Closing his eyes while stroking his beard. The room fell silent, leaving those who knew nothing of what had happened more than surprised. Azazel just sighed in frustration, taking a breath before speaking. All right, I want you to listen carefully. I believe the situation compels me to tell you about Issei's past and who he really is, something he only told Rias, Kiba, Sagi, and me. The fallen angel turned to look at the redhead, who lowered her gaze at the surprised and reproachful faces of her entourage. Time skip, 15 minutes later. Incredible, so Issei-kun already knew about Drake and the supernatural world since he was 8 years old. And he was able to conceal the fact that the Hyoudou family weren't his real parents, and that he actually bore the name of one of the richest families in all of Japan, the Kaido family. She looked at her sister with a determined expression. That's true, and he was also sent to Greece to become a saint of the goddess Athena. He escaped and ended up being adopted at the age of 9 by the Hyoudou couple. It seems so, Yasaka Haim. I'm even surprised that this boy was being trained to become one of the warriors of the goddess Athena, but all this tells us that at some point we will be involved in that holy war. Odin spoke calmly, noticing the worried looks of some of those present. With the exception of a certain albino youth who instead smiled. This is very interesting, I'm excited. So now my rival has become one of the main gods of Greek mythology, said the albino, more than pleased, having been called a fallen angel by a certain. Hey, come on, Volleys. You're not thinking of looking for him to fight him, are you? Because that would cause a big problem. Azazel spoke to him, looking at him seriously. You know I don't mind causing trouble, Azazel, I just want to fight powerful beings, especially the Sekiryuutei. He replied, only to then hear the voice of old Odin. We know that all too well, but what makes you think you're on his level with the amount of power he possesses now? Not to mention that the boy is now a god with the power of a celestial dragon, Odin said, joining the conversation, which left the current Hakuryuku thoughtful. 2 hours later. Human world in Greece, sanctuary of Athena. In the house of Ares, I can sense a group of powerful, malevolent cosmos surrounding the sanctuary. So the god of the underworld has finally decided to mobilize his specters to attack it. Furthermore, you'd better not take another step if you don't want to die. Looking ahead, he came face to face with a hooded figure. I warned you not to take another step if you don't want to lose your life. Tell me who you are and show me your face. The young knight of Ares spoke, standing in front of the hooded stranger who only looked at the house of Ares before turning his gaze back to the gold knight. That's no way to address me. Kneel down right now. You know you can't disobey me, don't you? I'm waiting for your apology, He raised his gaze to show a bit of his face. Stared in astonishment at the strange figure, unable to believe his eyes, finally recognizing the person before him. He took only a couple of steps back, then knelt down, still in shock. I don't understand, but how is it that you are, she asked without looking at him. Come on, stop playing dumb. You already know how I'm alive and what I'm doing in this place, he replied seriously. I understand, but I find it hard to believe that a good person like yourself would sell out to Hades. Master. That teaches you that people aren't always what you see and believe. But that doesn't matter, since the only important thing is the order I'm going to give you, I know you can do it, you are a gold saint after all. Replied, looking at Mu's surprised expression, which in a second changed to an annoyed look, and he stood up. But what kind of order is that, especially coming from the person who is my master and was the patriarch of the sanctuary for so many years? It doesn't matter if it's a direct order from you, because I will never raise my fist against Athena. Never, I will not do what you order me to do, master. The Ares knight replied angrily, not accepting his master's disappointing behavior. Seriously, are you sure you won't obey the order of his excellency, Mu? A very familiar voice was heard by the golden saint of Ares, who was surprised by what he heard. What? But those voices there from it can't be those armors. I can't believe you also accepted what Hades, Deathmask, and Aphrodite offered you. Mu said with great surprise, looking at 2 other hooded people who got rid of what covered them, revealing their tracks and the dark armor they wore. That's right, Mu. We have returned to life thanks to the power of the god of the underworld Hades. And it all ended with ending Athena's life and bringing him her head, displaying a sadistic smile. Yes, that's correct. Therefore, either obey his excellency's order or get out of our way, Mu. The 2 revived gold saints spoke, their armor the same color as a Sapphire's. They smiled and then charged at Mu, who instantly reacted, dodging a blow from Death Mask, followed by a swarm of poison roses from Aphrodite. At the same time. Italy, Hades' castle. Hades-sama, please forgive my boldness, but are you sure about using those knights? They might try to break your agreement, my lord. a certain dark-haired woman asked. Don't worry, Pandora, they're nothing more than simple puppets. I can get rid of them if that comes to that. Besides, it seems our puppets have already started having fun. Sensing the cosmos emanating from Athena's sanctuary, he thought to himself, yes, this time I will succeed in ending Athena's life, and once I do, your race and those of the other two biblical factions will be the next ones I destroy. Rias. Issei thought to himself, a dark smile playing on his lips as he held a glass of wine in his right hand, bringing a satisfied smile to the beautiful raven-haired woman's face. Yes, you are right, my lord. I am sure that this time you will achieve your dream, she said, looking at her lord with appreciation. That's right, Pandora. This time I won't make the same mistakes as before, but that doesn't mean we can't have a little fun, the former brunette said playfully, downing the liquid from his glass in one gulp. I couldn't agree more with you, Hyoudou-sama. I can sense that you've finally grown accustomed to your new body, my lord. The voice of a certain minor god with blonde hair was heard as he approached until he stood before the dark-haired one. Hypnos, I thought you said you'd be returning to the dream world for a few days. Oh, is it that you've returned so soon? Hades asked, looking at the tranquil god of sleep as Pandora refilled her wine cup. No, master, I will depart in an hour to inform my gods of sleep. But putting that aside, don't you think it would have been better to send Rhadamanthys to the sanctuary instead of Minos and his troops? The god of sleep asked, looking at the smile his master displayed. Don't worry, Rhadamanthys' presence isn't necessary for now. With Minos and the others will be more than enough to subdue the sanctuary. Besides, Hypnos, the young god, looked at him. Yes, what would you like me to do for you, master? The blonde man asked. Well, I want you to call her and tell her to come see me. It seems I'll need her help in this war. You can do it, right, Hypnos? Of course, Hyoudou-sama. She will be pleased to need your help, I assure you. So I will take my leave to fulfill your request as soon as possible. With your permission, Hyoudou-sama, Hypnos replied, seeing his lord's satisfied smile before bowing and leaving the great hall. Well, I think it's time to look at your face again and have a little fun, Athena. Very soon this world and the rest of the mythologies will be stained red and dark. Hades thought to himself, his dark smile returning as he rose from his throne and headed to his room. Back to Greece, sanctuary of Athena, house of Ares. Tusk, I must admit you are definitely stronger than we thought, Mu. That's right, Mu, but you'd better get out of our way if you don't want to die. Exchanging several blows at the speed of light with the Saint of Ares, a powerful explosion of cosmic energy formed when the cosmos of the three collided, causing part of the ground beneath them to be destroyed and throwing them backwards due to the violent clash of their cosmos. It was to be expected. After all, they were two of the 12 gold saints when they were alive. However, the fact that they sold themselves to Hades, swore their loyalty to him, and tried to end Athena's life, his cosmos suddenly intensified. That is something I cannot forgive. I myself will end their lives and send them back to the underworld, Aphrodite Deathmask. Don't talk nonsense, Mu, you'll be the only one who dies here. Take this, Inf Waves. That's right, Mu. You'd better be prepared for your death. Rose's pyres, he stopped talking along with the blue-haired boy, too late disappear into the universe and turn to dust. Stellar extinction stretching out his arms covered in his cosmos. Mu unleashed his best technique against the surprise Death Mask and Aphrodite, who were hit squarely by his technique and disappeared without leaving any trace of them. I'm sorry, master, but I can't allow you to pass through this house even if I have to fight you. Now it's just you and me. There's no doubt you were my best student and a worthy successor to the Ares cloth. But you're mistaken if you think Aphrodite, Deathmask, and I are the only ones after Athena's head, he said, flashing an amused smile. It can't be. I can sense several cosmoses around me, or rather, I recognize these cosmos well. I would never forget their imposing presences. They are just as powerful as I remember them. Damn it, Sathi too. Watching a violent whirlwind swirl, as the ground creaked and a fine gash easily split the floor beside him, along with an icy wind that abruptly lowered the temperature of the place, Mu grew worried upon seeing three deceased gold saints wearing their armor, but with the same dark color as a sapphire. I can't believe it, even you three who were considered the three strongest gold saints of the Gold Order. You disappoint me, Zaga, Camus, Shura, Mu said angrily and disappointed, feeling let down by the three saints he mentioned. The revived Gemini saint spoke. I'm sorry, Mu, but this is something you wouldn't understand. So get out of our way or else I'll have to kill you, Saga said coldly, increasing his cosmos. No, I won't move and I won't let you pass either, Saga. I won't back down even if there are 4 of you, I will fight you, he replied, undeterred by the obvious disadvantage, suddenly increasing his cosmos. We can't deny that your power and abilities are formidable, Mu. But showing an amused smile, who told you that only the 4 of us invaded the sanctuary? Just feel the other cosmos around you, Zaga added, directing his gaze to the sky, revealing several violet auras that passed over the House of Arias, finally falling upon the House of Taurus. But what most caught the attention and worried the Saint of Ares was the violet aura surrounded by black fire, which continued advancing until it fell into the House of Cancer. He could also sense the powerful cosmos in the house of Taurus, which he recognized as the cosmos of a judge of the underworld. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. In Greece, sanctuary of Athena. It can't be this, it's impossible. Without a doubt, this powerful cosmos I sense, yes, it belongs to one of the three judges of the underworld. Furthermore, the Ares saint paused, sensing the two great cosmoses besides the judges. I can also sense two other cosmos comparable to that of a judge, although for some reason one of them seems familiar and evokes a sense of nostalgia. However, more important than that, how were they able to reach the house of Taurus and Cancer, when there is supposed to be a barrier preventing it, and it can only be reached with Athena passing through the 12 houses? Thought the worried gold saint of Ares, feeling the cosmos of the Taurus and Cancer saints suddenly increase, along with the cosmos of one of the three judges and the second powerful specter accompanying him. Mu snapped out of his thoughts upon hearing the serious voice of the revived gold saint of Gemini. Mu, you can sense them, that's true. Not only has a judge from the underworld come to the sanctuary, but he's also accompanied by two specters who can match him in power. And one of those two specters, we all know him very well, the Gemini saint said gravely, as his cosmos along with Camus's and Shura's began to grow. So you'd better get out of our way, or else this house you protect will become your tomb, Mu. Saga declared, unleashing a large portion of his cosmos, as did Camus and Shura, who began walking slowly toward Mu. Mu's senses sharpened as he watched the two vanish in a swift flash of violet light. At the same time, in the house of Cancer, oh well, look what we have here. I've arrived straight at my abode, a handsome blonde fire specter. She gave a sadistic look accompanied by a smile. Excellent, I can sense you're no ordinary specter. Your power is clearly comparable to that of the judges of the underworld, even surpassing some of the gold saints. But allow me to introduce myself. Interesting specter, my name is Karen of Cancer, guardian of the third house. Now I want you to tell me your name, because for a specter you're quite handsome. She looked at the blonde-haired specter before her, a playful smile revealing the mask that covered half her face. The serious blonde man replied, ceasing to surround his body with his dark fire. My name is Kiba of Bennu. I am the divine star of violence, and I will be the one to end your life, burning your body to ashes. Karen of Cancer, the blonde replied, unleashing his cosmos in a rush. Karen was surprised to feel the house of Cancer and its surroundings begin to tremble from the powerful pressure exerted by Kiba's cosmos. This caused the red-haired gold saint to break into an excited smile as she felt the power level of his cosmos continue to grow. Ha ha ha, this is perfect. I'm so happy with your power level. You're the person I've been waiting for, the one I can fight with all my might. Let's start having fun until only one of us is left breathing, beautiful specter. He said, increasing his cosmos to the same level as Kiba's, the palm of his right hand being enveloped by Willithuisps, which little by little took the form of a large sphere. Demonic flames. Dark wind gust from the solar corona. The two screamed, launching their attacks simultaneously. The two collided, merging into a single sphere of fire before exploding. A powerful wave of wind and fire erupted, causing considerable damage to the House of Cancer, accompanied by a shockwave that reached as far as the House of Taurus. At the same time, in the House of Taurus, oh, it seems Bennu has begun to have some fun. I can feel his cosmos and the Cancer Saint colliding, sensing the effects of the cosmos clash in the House of Cancer. Looking with a sadistic smile at the Gold Saint of Taurus, so I hope you're as strong as they say, because I really want to have a little fun. After being sealed away for 243 years, Taurus said the specter, increasing his cosmos. HMPH, I can sense that you are accompanied by a specter as powerful as yourself. And it will be a great pleasure to destroy one of the three judges of the underworld, minus of the griffin. I, Aldebaran of Taurus, will destroy every part of your body with my great horn. Aldebaran replied with his arms crossed as his cosmos increased just like Minus's. Excellent, Saint of Athena, very well said. Let's begin destroying this entire place. You will undoubtedly be a perfect puppet for my first act. I want to hear the sound of your bones breaking and your screams of pain, Aldebaran of Taurus, he said, extending the pair of wings of his armor as his dark violet cosmos surrounded him. Giant wave of feathers. The specter exclaimed, creating a massive whirlwind of wind and feathers that destroyed everything around it and slammed into the Taurus Saint. With a swift movement, the Saint used his massive horn to destroy Minus's technique, who only smiled wider at his effective action. Incredible, your cosmos is simply fascinating, Taurus. I'm certain you'll be the perfect puppet for my amusement, the Griffin Spectre said excitedly, but didn't finish his sentence as he watched Aldebaran disappear in a flash of golden light. But he's too fast, the judge thought to himself before feeling a strong blow to his chest, which was more than enough to throw him several meters back, surprising the rest of the specters present. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in the biblical hell Gremory Castle, please, Rias one Sama, you more than anyone shouldn't give up when we haven't even tried. Isn't that right, Aiken-san? It's right, don't say that, Rias. Asia, the others and I, we know exactly how you feel because we feel the same way. However, you know very well that we can't afford to give up and burst into tears without even trying to win him back, Rias, said Heimjima, looking at the sad redhead who was sitting on her bed with her back to them so they wouldn't see her cry. She slowly turned around to look at them so they could notice the trail of tears from the time the redhead had been crying locked in her room. Yes, I know you're right, Akeno, Asia, but still I can't help feeling this way when Issei is no longer by my side, Rias replied sadly, lowering her gaze for several seconds before lifting it and wiping away her tears. I understand you. I know how you feel because I feel the same way. However, don't you think that should motivate us to try harder to get Ice Gun back as soon as possible, and have him by our side again to finally show him everything we feel and want from him? Akeno asked with a serious expression and determination in her eyes, noticing the change from her friend and mistress's dejected gaze to one full of determination and confidence after hearing her words. Yes, it's true I can't and we shouldn't give up without trying first. Because we're going to do everything possible to get Issei back, but also Kiba, no matter what we have to do to get them both back alive, she said with seriousness and determination in her words and gaze. At the same time, in Italy, inside the Great Hall of Hades' castle, a smiling, dark-haired man sat on his throne, sensing a powerful presence and seeing a dark violet aura appear before him. The aura gradually dissipated, revealing a spectral woman with a serious expression on her face. Please forgive my delay, Hade-sama. I, Violet of Behemoth, came as you requested, my lord. The spectre spoke respectfully, raising her gaze to meet the face of her tranquil god, who displayed a modest smile. Don't worry, you arrived at a very good time, Violet. I'm pleased to see you accepted my request, which I appreciate, the former brunette replied, rising from his throne. No, you don't need to thank me. Although I know this might cause me problems with Yako-sama, you are my god and master. And it will always be a great honor for me to be able to help you and be of service to you as your soldier, Hade-sama, the spectre replied, earning the pleased smile and gaze of the dark-haired man who saw her complete and heartfelt loyalty towards him. Well, in that case, I think it's time to leave. Rest assured, you'll have just as much fun as you like, Violet. And I'll give you a well-deserved reward for agreeing to come with me and take my mind off things. So let's go before Pandora comes and ruins our outing, Issei replied, approaching the spectre and surrounding them both with his aura before disappearing from the castle seconds later. Back to Greece, Sanctuary of Athena. House of Taurus, incredible Minasama, he's too strong. Yes, even one of the 12 gold saints is at the mercy of his best technique, the cosmic puppet. Several specters spoke with admiration, looking at the Taurus saint being manipulated by Minus technique, who looked at him somewhat annoyed before speaking. What the hell do you think you're doing, standing there like idiots? Move it already and keep moving without stopping. I want you to get Athena's head. Remember, I won't forgive your failure, so get going. I can only handle the Taurus saint, the albino ordered, reprimanding the group of specters under his command, who instantly obeyed his command. Haha, it seems that, given my current situation, just this once I'll have to fail in my mission by letting your soldiers pass through this house. I underestimated you a bit when I sensed your power, Minus of the Griffin, he said, surrounding his body with his cosmos, breaking the threads with which Minus manipulated him. Seriously, in that case, why don't you show me your full power, Aldebaran of Taurus? Let's see who is the strongest of us. The judge exclaimed, lashing out at the Taurus saint, who did the same. The House of Taurus trembled thanks to the collide of their cosmos, which shattered the stone floor beneath their feet. The albinos smiled before being enveloped by a powerful gust of wind, forming a whirlwind that struck the Taurus saint and sent him flying into one of the pillars that spun around the area. But at the same time, Cancer House. Perfect, this is simply wonderful, Dark Star of Bennu. Your power is simply incredible, he exclaimed, striking the blonde man in the face and sending him flying against one of the walls of the House of Cancer. He watched Kiba emerge from the cloud of dust, revealing a small trickle of blood trickling from his mouth. Wow, it seems your blows are stronger than I thought, but are you sure you can ignore them all and let them pass to the next house? The ex-Gremory asked, his gaze fixed on the group of specters who entered and continued advancing without stopping. Kiba returned his gaze to the Cancer Guardian, who simply smiled at him with amusement, watching the specters before answering. Humph, never mind, they're not worthy of my attention. Besides, if I try to stop them, it's more than likely you will intervene, right? Karen asked, that's right, but there's no point in talking about it. Besides, our fight isn't over yet, is it? Kiba replied seriously. Of course not, Kiba of Bennu, but for safety and to avoid destroying this house, I think we'll have to change the location of our fight, don't you think? He said, flashing an excited smile as he rolled his body with his Will-o-the-Wisp. Humph, I have no problem with that, so choose any place you like. That way, no other gold saint or specter will come to interfere in our fight. The blonde replied, looking seriously at the redhead, sensing the great concentration of cosmos in the Will-o-the-Wisp that surrounded her. Kiba watched her smile mockingly before covering his body with his dark fire. then watched Karen run towards him and approach with his Will-O-Wisp, which ended up covering his body while he protected himself with his dark fire. Underworld waves, I heard her whisper in a high voice as the power of her Will-O-Wisp intensified, enveloping them both. I could see a kind of portal appear amidst the intense flames. They were completely enveloped by the Will-O-Wisp, and then in an instant it vanished along with them from the House of Cancer. Scene change in the underworld. At the entrance to the underworld, Mount Yumatsu. Humph, I see Mount Yumatsu. So this is what you had in mind from the very beginning of our fight. The blonde said, looking at the place where they now stood. He returned his gaze to the smiling redhead, who answered him. That's right, Banu, but as you can see, I brought us here with our bodies. All I seek is a real fight using my full power against a strong and worthy opponent like yourself, increasing his cosmos once more. Perfect, this will be the first time I fight a human with such great power as a specter. I, Kiba of Banu, will offer your head to my lord Hades. This place will become your tomb, Karen of Cancer, Kiba replied. With dark fire engulfing his body, his cosmos growing to match Karen's, the two smiled before vanishing in a flash of speed, simultaneously unleashing a powerful punch with his flame-encrusted right fist. A powerful burst of energy erupted as their fists collided to counter each other's attacks. This shook much of the surrounding earth, leaving behind a large crater engulfed in black Will-O-Wisps of fire. A hit so fast. Karen Cancer gasped in surprise, letting out a groan of pain as Kiba's right hand gripped her face, increasing the force of his hold. She only managed another groan of pain as the blonde threw her out of the crater, where she crashed to the ground several times. Humph, you'd better not get distracted and start fighting seriously, Karen of Cancer. So cheer up, because the real fun is about to begin. Looking at the gold saint of Cancer as she rose several meters into the sky, Kiba exclaimed with an amused grin, raising his right arm and pointing his index finger to the sky, as a large sphere of fire formed and was launched at Karen seconds later. Damn, his attack is too powerful for only being 50% of his technique's maximum power. I have to avoid it hitting me directly at all costs, or else it will cause serious damage. The redhead thought, covering her body with her cosmos in flames, stretching out both arms to stop Kiba's large fireball. Karen felt the powerful force of her technique, shaking much of the ground where they fought, along with her arms, which were left exposed. Both arms of her armor shattered under the immense power of her attack, while she concentrated a large portion of her cosmos into her right hand. Soul Burial, she exclaimed with a loud cry, striking Kiba's destructive solar corona with her flame-encrusted right fist. He could only watch in surprise as his technique struck the redhead's soul burial, throwing her far away before she could be caught in the powerful explosion it caused. WL, what did you think? Did you perhaps think that I wouldn't be able to counter your attack? HMPH, I see soul burial. Now I understand why you chose this place to fight. That technique you just used feeds on souls to increase its power, right? Kiba asked seriously. Heh, that's right, you figured it out. Unlike the previous Cancer Saints, I can manipulate my flames differently, fueling them along with my cosmos with the energy of the souls around me. In short, this place is a source of power for me. Karen replied with a mocking tone. Humph, this is perfect. It means I can have fun with you for a good while before I can kill you. Kiba exclaimed seriously, surprising Karen as he appeared before her with a sphere of dark fire in the palm of his right hand. Damn it, she cursed, letting out a loud groan of pain as she felt the brutal impact of the fireball that Kiba smashed into her abdomen. The redhead was instantly launched forward, crashing into several rocks before finally hitting the slope behind her. Humph, what's wrong, Karen of Cancer? Am I too fast for you? Kiba asked, calmly walking towards the redhead, stopping abruptly when he sensed her presence behind him. Good question, I'd ask you the same thing, Karen replied, surprising the former Gremory, who didn't even notice the redhead appear behind him. Kiba only felt the sharp pain on his right cheek from the precise flame-engulfed blow from the redhead, followed by a powerful kick that sent him flying. At the same time, at the fire clock, a place where at that very moment a certain dark-haired god and one of his specters were surrounded by a camouflage barrier. This barrier had been created by the same former chestnut-tired man to conceal their presence and avoid being seen on the fire clock. Well, it seems the show I'm most interested in is about to begin. You can go and have as much fun as you like, Violet. The dark-haired man said, looking intently at the Patriarch's camera, feeling the cosmos of Athena and the Pegasus Saint within it. Yes, I will make sure to eliminate as many knights as possible, Hades-sama. The specter replied respectfully, turning her gaze to the sky to find a violet cosmos which was heading towards Athena's chamber. Behemoth merely smiled before disappearing in a flash of violet light, leaving only the dark-haired man watching with an amused smile, the violet light heading towards the Patriarch's chamber. At the same time, in the Patriarch's chamber. No, wait, Sayori, I understand your concern, but you can't go out and put yourself at risk. Remember, that's what we, your saints, are here for, to fight for you and for the good of the world. Our duty is to destroy Hades' army, so don't make any hasty decisions, the Pegasus Saint said seriously. I know, Seiya. But I can't feel safe and secure here while others are risking their lives. The purple-haired woman replied, looking at her faithful Pegasus saint who approached her, trying to calm her down. The chestnut tree answered him. I know, but you mustn't worry, Sayori. You know very well that the gold saints won't be defeated easily. Besides, remember that you have to conserve your strength to face Hades and bring Issei back right. The Pegasus saint said with certainty and confidence in his words, which managed to calm his young goddess, friend, and perhaps her forbidden love. Seeing the smile the brown-haired man gave her made her feel more at ease with his words and his smile. Yes, it's true, Seiya, we can't afford to lose against Hades if we want to protect this world and bring back Issei Nixan, the goddess said with a sweet smile accompanied by a slight blush that the brunette noticed, making him a little nervous. Of course, without a doubt we'll bring Issei back, Sayori, but why don't you go to your room and rest a bit from all this? I'll stay here to keep watch, although I doubt any specters will manage to reach the Patriarch's chamber. So go, and he stopped speaking as he and Sayori felt the powerful cosmos heading towards them. Impossible, how could a specter have reached here without passing through the 12 houses? But more importantly, that specter's cosmos, I recognize it, damn it. Hey, what's wrong, Seiya? No, wait, don't do it, Seiya. The specter's cosmos is very strong, you won't be able to defeat him alone, Seiya. Watching the brunette leave the Patriarch's chamber, he followed him to try and stop him, sensing the level of the specter's cosmos power, which for some reason caused him sadness and nostalgia. Sayori followed the chestnut-haired man out of the Patriarch's chamber, her gaze fixed on the sky as a powerful violet cosmos approached. It crashed down in front of them, raising a cloud of dust from the force of the impact. The dust gradually dissipated, revealing a spectral figure with brown hair. However, what undoubtedly surprised both of them the most, but especially the young Pegasus saint, was the familiar Sagittarius armor he wore, now the same color as a Saphiri's face. And no, this can't be true, this has to be a joke. That armor and his face, I recognize them, Yoros. Seiya said, unable to believe what he was seeing, recognizing the specter as the older brother of the Leo Knight, the one who previously wore the legendary Sagittarius armor. At the same time, back to the House of Ares. The device was somewhat damaged, revealing 3 flashes of violet light and 1 of gold. These moved at a blinding speed while the hooded figure watched the fight intently. He flashed an amused smile as the swift burst of golden light shot out and struck one of the large pillars of the House of Ares. The impact raised a modest cloud of dust and shattered part of the pillar into pieces. That's enough, Mu. We acknowledge your strength, but you have no chance of winning against all 3 of us at once, the revived Aquarius saint said with his typical seriousness, addressing the gold saint of Ares. That's right, just take Camus' advice and give up already, Mu. Of course, if you don't want to keep suffering unnecessarily by resisting. Enough, Shura. There's no point in continuing this battle when our advantage is clear. I'll take care of finishing off Mu without spilling any more blood than necessary. He stopped the revived Capricorn saint, who was about to use his Excalibur to finish off Mu. Zaga approached the Ares saint, coldly eyeing him and gathering a large amount of his cosmos in both arms. The Gemini saint looked at him coldly, assuming the stance to execute his best technique to eliminate Mu. Stop, that was enough, Saga. You all go on ahead, I'll personally take care of finishing off Mu. The hooded figure shouted, stopping Saga and approaching them as he sensed a very familiar cosmos in the Patriarch's chamber. Yes, as you command, your excellency. The 3 replied, entering the House of Ares, turning to look at Mu for a few seconds and then returning their gaze to the front. Well, it's time to end this, Mu. Even though we're in this situation now, I still consider you my student. Therefore, I will personally take care of ending your life goodbye forever, Mu Revolu, he said, raising his cosmos, more determined than ever to finish off his pupil. Enough, I will not allow you to end the life of your own student. A loud voice was heard that stopped the hooded figure in his tracks, who turned with great surprise towards the owner of the familiar voice. I am possible, seriously, it's you, Doko, but what does your youthful appearance mean when you should be a poor old man? He said, looking at a young, brown-haired man very familiar to him wearing the gold cloth of Libra. The young Libra saint replied. Surprised to see me looking as young as I did 243 years ago. Although, it seems you've forgotten the mission the previous Athena entrusted to us. But why don't you take off what you're wearing and let me see your face again after 243 years? Former Sanctuary Master, formerly the Gold Saint Shin of Ares. The Gold Saint of Libra replied, watching the aforementioned remove the hooded trench coat, revealing his appearance, which surprised Doko and Mu. I can't believe it, my Master Shin of Ares, but what does your youthful appearance mean, Master? Mu said in surprise at his youthful appearance. Now I understand your youthful appearance is due to the previous Athena, right, Doko? Asked the one now known as Shin, who watched as Doko's surprised expression changed into a funny smile. Hee, that's right, Shin, you remember. In the previous Holy War, you were given the position of Patriarch to prepare the new generation of saints, while I was given the task of guarding the tower where the souls of the 108 specters were sealed. He paused briefly. And that's why the previous Athena granted me the exclusive sleep of the gods, my Sophidaminos. Dohoko replied, leaving the pair of Ares saints more than surprised. What are you saying, my Sophodaminos, the half-death sleep practiced only by the gods? That's right, Shin. It seems that after 243 years you and I will finally test our strength. So enough talk and prepare to lose, Shin. I will end that false life and youth that the wretched Hades gave you. Fine, I have no other choice but to finish you off, Doko. Humph, I hope you can do it before I finish you off. Alright, leave this to me and go after Saga and the others, take out Yoria, and don't let any specters near Athena's chamber. We have 12 hours to prevent them from reaching Athena Sama at all costs. So go, hurry. Scene change, back at the fire clock with a certain dark-haired god. Prefect, my fun is about to begin. Let's see what my amusing puppet who saved your life is capable of against your beloved Pegasus Saint Athena, he said, looking amusedly at the three people outside the Patriarch's chamber awaiting the fight that was about to begin. The former chestnut-haired man created two small magic circles beside him which allowed him to see the fight between Minos and Kiba, making him smile with great satisfaction. At the same time, in the Patriarch's chamber. And no, it can't be, you really are Yoros. Impossible, you were supposed to die when you saved Sayori. The Pegasus Saint said, looking with great surprise at the specter in front of him and Athena. Yes, it's him. So Hades has once again used my saints against me. Athena replied sadly, sensing Joros' dark cosmos coldly watching her, which Seiya noticed and stepped in front of her. Tusk, I don't know how you're still alive, nor why you emanate the same cosmos as a specter. But don't think I'll let you harm Athena, no matter if you used to be a gold saint, because I'll fight if necessary. Joros, Seiya said loudly, his expression serious, his cosmos increasing and surrounding his body with its aura. His serious expression shifted to one of surprise and a touch of fear, feeling Joros' cosmos suddenly surge and shake the floor of the Patriarch's chamber and the surrounding area. The chestnut-haired man watched him, smiling mockingly, his cold gaze fixed on the lily-haired girl behind him. Oh wait, Seiya, don't fight him alone. Sayori cried out in concern as she saw the chestnut-haired boy launch himself at Joros, his fist surrounded by his cosmos, and she tried to stop him. She watched him throw a powerful punch which to her worry and Seiya's surprise was easily stopped by Joros' right hand. A modest wave of power formed as he struck, creating a small crater beneath the feet of the revived Saint of Sagittarius. It's impossible, that blow carried most of my cosmos. Damn it. He looked in surprise at the older brunette, feeling the strength of his grip on his fist increase. Seiya merely stared at the dark smile that appeared before him, feeling a powerful blow to his stomach that sent him flying against one of the pillars of the Patriarch's chamber. All this unfolded before the worried and sorrowful eyes of Athena, who could only watch as the chestnut-haired boy's body crashed into the hard concrete pillar. And no, Seiya. The purple-haired girl shouted as she approached the brown-haired boy, only to be stopped by Aeiros's cold voice. You'd better stop worrying about a bronze saint and worry about yourself instead, because I have come for your head, Athena. Joros said coldly, glaring at the young goddess who looked at him with a sad expression before it shifted to one of seriousness. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in the biblical hell Lucifer's castle. We understand, Odin Dono. So Issei-kun, no, the god Hades has already started the holy war with the goddess Athena by attacking his sanctuary. Asked a certain red-haired Mao, having a small meeting in his office with Azazel and old Odin. Odin then replied, That's right, with my power I was able to visually confirm it, so I can be sure it will be a violent war. Perhaps even more so than previous wars because of the person that Hades' son chose as the vessel for his soul, Odin replied seriously, stroking his beard. Yes, you're right about that, Odin Dono. Now he not only possesses his power and divinity as a god, but he also has the power of Issei as the Sekiryuutei that he is. Without a doubt, Hades is one of the strongest and most dangerous gods in all mythologies. Azazel stated, receiving nods of agreement from Sirzechs and Odin, who concurred with his deduction of the former chestnut-haired man's power. Yes, you're right. Right now, Hades is above the vast majority of the gods that exist. I can even say that he's among the top 5 strongest beings in the entire supernatural world, Odin said, confident in his words as he listened to the redhead. That's right, I agree with you, Odin Dono. The god Hades with Icegun's body under his control can undoubtedly become the strongest in the ranking of power. Only Greatred and Ouroboros Ophis are below him. Sirzechs spoke firmly, trying not to feel defeated by his brother-in-law's situation, which he still felt to him. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the office door and the voice of a certain albino maid. The redhead gave her permission to enter, and she was accompanied by her sister and her entourage. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Biblical Underworld, Lucifer's Castle. But why? Why can't we go out and look for him, Oniai-sama? I know that my Issei still exists, don't you understand? A certain redhead said angrily and frustrated. That's right, Rias, she's right, Sirzechs-sama. We were also certain that Issei-kun's soul still exists. That's why we asked, Rias said, supporting her mistress and friend, but stopped speaking when she was interrupted. No, Rias, Akeno-san, you're the ones who don't understand. I can't allow you to go looking for him when you know his situation and the danger he represents. Right now, he and his specters are at war with the goddess Athena and her saints. Besides, there's also the problem of Kuo and the Kuoh's brigade, the Mao replied authoritatively, trying to calm his sister and her entourage, who had overheard a certain fallen angel speaking. Enough, Rias, girls, I understand how you must feel right now, wanting to go out and find him and find a way to bring him back. However, understand that the gravity of the situation is dangerous. You could end up involving the demonic faction in a war between gods or end up dying in that place, Azazel said. Trying to calm the atmosphere inside the redhead's office, they heard the god Odin speak, who turned his gaze upon the group of women who showed helplessness, sadness, and worry. Come on, Gaki, Lucifer said. Gaki, Azazel replied. They don't have to be so hard on them. They're just worried about the boy and want him back, although doing so will be difficult but not impossible, he said calmly, stroking his beard, which caught the attention of the Gremory sisters. Is what you're saying really true, Odin-sama? Rias asked. True, I hope this isn't just another one of your tricks, Odin-sama, because if it is, I won't forgive you this time. Rasuais threatened, looking at the old leader of Asgard with utmost seriousness. Humph. Of course I'm telling the truth, I wouldn't play around with a situation like this, Rasuais. But as I said, it will be difficult to bring Hyoudou Issei back, but not impossible. However, the only thing I can do for now is show you the situation as it is. He replied, making the diamond in his left eye spark. Odin created a kind of portal which, to the surprise of those present, revealed Athena's sacred sanctuary. From the image that could be seen, a violent battle had taken place there, revealing considerable damage to Athena's sanctuary. Saint of Time. 1 hour later in Greece, Athena's sanctuary. In the House of Virgo, I understand, so you managed to get here wearing the specter armors to conceal your presence, Saga Camus Shura. What's going on? What does this mean, Saga Camus Shura? Tell us why you're using the Sapuri armors and what you did to their owners. Answer us, traitors. One of the specters shouted angrily, receiving a fragmented response from Saga. Humph, we don't have to answer you, but if you want to continue living, go ahead. The three of us will personally take care of Shaka, Saga replied seriously. The revived Gemini Saint glared at the group of specters who grumbled in annoyance, only to hear the voice of the Virgo Saint waving the rosary in his right hand. If I were you, I would heed Saga's words if you wish to live. However, do not think I will allow such unworthy beings as yourselves to cross the sacred temple of Virgo. So repent of setting foot in this sacred place, vermin summoning of souls and spirits, increasing his cosmos suddenly to execute one of his techniques. The serious gold saint of Virgo exclaimed, making the rosary glow with his cosmos before the fearful gaze of the group of specters. Unfortunately for them, they fell lifeless to the ground as their souls were snatched away by the Virgo saint and sealed within the rosary. Humph, I expected nothing less from you, Shaka. However, even using all your power, you have no chance of winning against the three of us. That's right, you have no chance of winning if you fight the three of us at the same time. No, it's best not to underestimate him, Camus Shura. Shaka, he has more than enough power to face all three of us at the same time, or defeat us if we let our guard down even for a moment. Saga said, drawing Camus and Shura's attention, looking at the Virgo saint who abandoned his meditative posture and stood up. All right, you three come with me, Shaka said calmly, walking into the House of Virgo. What are you saying, follow you? What are you trying to do, Shaka? Shura asked. That's right, where do you want to take us? What are you really thinking, Shaka? Camus added, supporting the words of the revived Capricorn saint, listening to Shaka's response. I'm not planning anything in particular, but staining the Virgo temple with more blood would be a great offense to Buddha and Athena. So the four of us will only go to the appropriate place to fight and not further damage the sacred Virgo temple, he replied without looking at them, arriving in front of a large door which he opened to enter. Welcome to the twin hall of the House of Virgo, former comrades. At the same time, in the Patriarch's chamber, which at this moment was severely damaged, with the young Pegasus saint buried several centimeters in the concrete floor, who slowly got to his feet. Here I go, receive my ken again, Yoros, Ryusaken Pegasus Meteor Fist, exclaimed the Pegasus saint, launching his technique against Yoros once more, which worried the young goddess even more upon seeing the dark smile of the revived gold saint. No, Seiya, please stop, she shouted, worried about the brunette. Humph, Seiya, you should heed Athena's words. No matter how hard you try, your meteors are too slow for me, just give up, Seiya. With such a low-level cosmos technique, you'll never be able to harm me. You're too weak to face me, Pegasus saint. This is a real attack. Atomic beam. He spoke, launching his best technique against that of the young bronze saint. Damn it, cursing in frustration in his mind. Seiya watched as his meteors were easily overpowered by Yoro's attack, which hit him squarely, sending him crashing into several of the pillars of the Patriarch's temple. I told you, Seiya, no matter how many times you get up and try, it's impossible for you to beat me with such a low cosmos level as yours. Yoro said, approaching the Pegasus saint, his cold gaze never leaving the worried Athena. All this happened in the presence of a certain dark-haired god who remained hidden, enjoying watching the beating the young Pegasus saint was receiving. This caught the attention of the other gold, silver, and bronze saints who were in the sanctuary, but especially that of the Leo saint and the 3 bronze saints who accompanied him. House of Leo. I am possible this cosmos that one feels fighting with Seiya is looking in the direction of the Patriarch's chamber, with surprise and nostalgia. Hey, what's up, Joria? Do you happen to know the owner of that powerful cosmos that Seiya is facing? He asked seriously, looking at the gold saint of Leo. That's right, I think the same as Shiryu. Judging by your reaction, it's more than clear that you know him, Joros. Yes, I deduced the same thing as Hyoga and Shiryu, but for some reason I feel like I've sensed this cosmos before. Oh wait, if I remember correctly, I said, pausing to listen to Yoria's. Yes, that enemy cosmos that Seiya is facing is my brother, Joros, he replied, leaving the trio of bronze saints more than surprised. While at the same time, Underworld Mount Yumatsu. I knew it. Fighting against a gold saint of the goddess Athena is very different from any demon or being of the supernatural world that I fought when I was a reincarnated demon, said a certain blonde ex-Gremory who was holding Karana by both hands, having a battle of strength that destroyed part of the earthen ground they stood on. The two smiled excitedly before delivering a powerful headbutt and being thrown back by the force of the impact. Karen reacted by leaping forward to throw a quick punch, which to her surprise was dodged, and Kiba immediately grabbed her arm. She groaned in pain as the blonde boy slammed her back to the floor, feeling the distinct sting of her body being embedded several centimeters deep. The redhead managed to react in time again, dodging a dangerous blow from Kiba and kicking him hard in the chest to send him flying. Kiba looked at the guardian of the House of Cancer, who was breathing with some difficulty, taking in the considerable damage from their fight on her body and her damaged armor. He too showed signs of battle damage, but to a lesser extent than the Gold Saint of Cancer. What's wrong? Is there something on my face, or did you like me to look at me like that, Kiba of Bennu? He asked without losing his smile, looking at the blonde who smiled amused by his words. Hee. You really are very interesting and proud, Karana of Cancer. Even though you've suffered more damage than I have, you're still determined to defeat me. Well, what can I say? I'm really enjoying this fight. Honestly, I don't care if you're stronger than me because I won't stop fighting until I defeat you. Karen replied seriously, igniting his cosmos once more and gathering a large amount of Willithuisp around him. Humph, I understand, then let's finish this. I don't have all the time in the world to play with you. This time, I'll use all my cosmos in my crown blast. Disappear, Knight of Athena, he said, using the wings of his armor to rise into the sky, creating a large sphere of fire that expelled incredible energy and heat. Crown blasting of the solar corona, Kiba exclaimed, hurling the large sphere of fire toward Karen. The destructive energy it released shattered the earthen floor as it drew closer to the redhead. Damn it, this time the cosmos level of his attack is far superior to the last. No, it doesn't matter how much power he has because I don't intend to lose. I will fulfill my duty as the Gold Saint of Cancer. Her words were punctuated by a cry of resolve. Berry of Souls. Karen declared, unleashing his most powerful technique against Kiba's solar corona blast, using all his power and the energy he had gathered from the souls and the underworld. Both attacks collided, pushing each other apart, causing an explosion of cosmos from the clash of their techniques. This explosion shook a large part of the ground and dislodged heavy chunks of earth, which were then destroyed by the strong wind. Come on, Karen. You really think that with that level you'll overcome my crown blast? Just surrender and accept your defeat, hey? The blonde declared, increasing the power and force of his attack, which brought Karen of Cancer to his knees. Damn it, even though I increase my cosmos with the souls around me, his crown blast still surpasses my soul burial. Shit, I really am going to fall to him, feeling Kiba's attack surpass his soul burial tusk. I'm truly sorry for not being able to fulfill my duty as I promised you, Athena-sama. He thought to himself before seeing his attack absorbed by the great sphere of fire, taking the full force of the specter's impact, which caused a powerful explosion. A great cloud of smoke and dust rose and large fragments of debris rained down, leaving a huge crater at the site of the explosion. Kiba let out a weary sigh before descending into the great crater, looking at the Golden Saint of Cancer who lay on her back in the center of the crater. It's over, Karen, you no longer have the strength to stand, and the little cosmos you have left is only enough to keep you alive, Kiba said, descending to the center of the crater to approach Karen. But I recognize that you have incredible power as a warrior, and as a woman you are worthy of my respect and admiration, Kiba added. Looking at the redhead who only smiled, letting out a groan of pain before glancing at the blonde, Karen sighed in resignation, acknowledging his defeat and the severe damage to his body, as well as the level of his cosmos which was barely enough to keep him alive. You are Roman 2, accept it, you defeat me. So hurry up and do it, finish this mess and my shame for failing in my duty as guardian of Cancer. She spoke without fear, looking with courage and determination at the cold specter who only shook his head. No, I don't intend to kill someone who is no longer fit to fight, and even though I'm now a ghost, I still maintain my pride as a warrior, he said seriously. Hee. Well, that surprises me. I never expected to meet such a noble and formidable specter as yourself. And that somehow makes my defeat feel satisfying. But you're sure of what you're doing when you have the opportunity to kill me and weaken my Lady Athena's army. Of course, I'm always certain of my decisions. Whether I let you live or not won't change the course of this holy war. However, I look forward to fighting you again and ending your life using all our power. He replied, looking at the redhead, watching as the two of them returned to the Temple of Cancer. Kiba looked at her one last time before turning around, starting to walk away and move on to the next house, but not before hearing Karen speak. Hey, Kiba of Bennu, I know we're enemies, but I advise you to be careful if you ever face the saints of Virgo, Libra, and Leo. However, don't underestimate the saint of Aquarius, Pisces, or Milo of Scorpio either. Although they aren't as strong as the first three I mentioned, among the gold saints they're stronger than me. She warned him, receiving no response from the specter, who simply resumed his stride and walked away, back to the sanctuary of Athena. In the house of Taurus, two flashes of gold and violet could be seen colliding in threes, tearing away pieces of the stone floor with each impact at the speed of light. A bright glow illuminated the house of Taurus, followed by a burst of cosmos revealing the Taurus saint and the griffin specter. Truly your power is astonishing, Aldebaran of Taurus. Without a doubt, your cosmos surpasses that of many other gold saints. Not even my best subordinates could stand against you in battle, but enough games, let's end this fight once and for all. He let out a loud battle cry. Of course, I don't intend to lose. I, Aldebaran of Taurus, recognize you as a formidable rival against whom I will use all my cosmos in battle. Here I come, Minos of the Griffin. Aldebaran responded to Minos, who was taken by surprise, losing sight of the formidable Taurus saint who had amassed him and grabbed his face. Ugh, damn it, Minos cursed inwardly, letting out a groan as he felt Aldebaran's firm grip on his face before the Taurus saint began to run with him. He felt a sharp pain as Aldebaran slammed him against several pillars without letting go, smashing through and destroying each one with his body before finally embedding him against one of the walls of the House of Taurus. Tell me, what do you think of the strength of the strong and noble Aldebaran of Taurus? If it's physical strength we're talking about, it's more than clear that I'm superior to him. Don't you agree, Minos of Griffin? Aldebaran asked, releasing his grip on Minos's face to grab him by the neck and press him against the wall. Scene change, in the Patriarch's chamber, in which the Pegasus Saint could be seen being held by his face and slammed to the floor by the revived Sagittarius Saint, finishing him off with a powerful kick that sent him flying. It's over, I've had enough of wasting my time with you, Seiya. Just accept it, you can't hurt me, much less beat me. In terms of cosmos and combat experience, it's more than clear that I'm far superior to you, he said coldly, looking angrily at the Pegasus Saint, who got up again to stand. So what? I don't care about the difference in our cosmos or combat experience, because the only thing that matters to me is to keep fighting, even if you defeat me, to protect Athena. And I will achieve it no matter what, even if I have to give my life to protect her. Gathering his cosmos again to attack him once more. Fine, I understand you're a complete idiot, Seiya, but continuing to suffer and be humiliated by me, that's your decision. Right now I'm going to end your life, Pegasus Knight. Aeolus declared, moving closer to the wounded bronze saint who was struggling to stay on his feet. Something that provoked the mocking smile of a certain dark-haired god who used an illusion barrier over the fire clock, hiding his presence and person from the sight of the people. Come on, Pegasus. I want you to show me again that determination and power you displayed when you injured my body. Hades said, feeling an annoying yet exciting sensation, recalling the moment the Pegasus Saint damaged his true body. He sensed a powerful cosmos emanating from the House of Sagittarius. But what's going on? This cosmos I sense in the House of Sagittarius is I see, so it's the golden armor. Here it comes, watching a golden cosmos shoot out of the House of Sagittarius towards the Patriarch's chamber. Hades smiled as he watched the Sagittarius cloth being carried to the Patriarch's chamber, his gaze fixed on the Pegasus Saint, who looked up at the sky to see the armor. It then fell in front of him, drawing the surprised attention of Athena, but even more so that of Aeolus, back with Seiya. What? But this is the Sagittarius gold cloth, looking at the armor in surprise. Yes, it seems he came to offer you his help and protection, Seiya. Athena spoke with the same surprise as the bronze saint, watching as the armor began to glow, separating into several parts to be worn by the surprised Pegasus Saint. I see the Sagittarius armor to protect you, however that doesn't matter, it won't change your resolute defeat, Seiya. Joro said in his cold voice, looking at the young Pegasus Saint dressed in the Sagittarius gold cloth. I wouldn't say the same, Joros, but we'll find out right now. Get ready, Pegasus Meteor. He let out a loud shout followed by launching his technique. Joros reacted, initially dismissing the attack, only to be surprised when he saw Seiya's meteor fist increase in speed until it matched the speed of light. He was then taken aback again by the young Pegasus Saint, who appeared out of nowhere in front of him, striking him in the face with such force that he was sent flying into a pile of rubble. But what's going on? Why does he know it doesn't matter if he wore the golden armor or not? It's absurd that he can control the cosmos of a gold knight and maintain it at the same level. Joros thought in surprise as he rose from the rubble and stood up, wiping away the clear trail of blood left by his blow. The revived Sagittarius Saint growled in annoyance before attacking Seiya, who did the same, transforming into the golden cosmos he emanated. Both brown-haired figures vanished from human sight, leaving only two golden lights visible to the two gods present, who watched them clash repeatedly until they finally crashed against the stone floor. Humph, you're truly amazing, Seiya. For someone who's only used the Sagittarius gold cloth a couple of times, you can maintain your cosmos at the same level as a true gold saint. Joros said seriously, holding both of the Pegasus Knight's hands, engaging in a clash of strength and cosmos that shook the Patriarch's temple. Seiya yielded when forced to kneel, trying to withstand the immense pressure of the cosmos and the physical strength of the gold saint of Leo's brother. He was sent flying backward by a powerful kick to the chest, grabbing the ground with both hands to break the force and regain his footing. Seiya couldn't react in time when Joros' right hand grabbed him by the neck before he even realized what was happening. Joros appeared in front of him and grabbed him by the neck, followed by a violent slam of him onto the stone floor. The floor cracked before collapsing and trapping his body beneath it, finishing him off with a powerful knee to the stomach that made him vomit a little blood. Joros looked at him mockingly, then bent down and grabbed him by the neck, lifting him off the floor while increasing the force of his grip, trying to suffocate him. It's over, Seiya. If you surrender now, I won't break your neck. But if you choose to continue insisting you have a chance of defeating me, then I will end your life, Pegasus Saint. It doesn't matter how much you and the other saints of Athena fight, he looked at Seiya with utter coldness. And that is because Athena's death in this holy war is inevitable. No matter how much you try to protect her, in the end Athena will die. Aeolus stated coldly. No, that's enough, stop hurting Seiya anymore, please. If you want to end my life, then do it right now, she said firmly, moving closer to the pair of brunettes. However, first you'll have to face me and defeat me, because this time I don't intend to stand idly by. I will fight alongside the saints and ensure our victory in this holy war. Athena exclaimed with a powerful cry, worthy of the goddess of just war and wisdom. Joros glared angrily at Seiya, tightening his grip on the Pegasus Saint's neck, feeling the goddess's cosmos suddenly begin to surge. He was astonished to see the cosmos of the Sagittarius cloth and the goddess Athena cling to his body, covering the dark armor he wore and causing it to change color in places. Guard W, but what's happening? Why Athena's cosmos and the Sagittarius cloth are there hurting me, my mind Agar. Joros groaned in pain before releasing Seiya from his grip, dropping to his knees on the floor to lean over with his hands on his head and begin to bang his head against the stone floor from the sharp pain. What, but what's wrong with him? Why is Joros suddenly acting like this? This is almost the same thing that happened to Saga when I fought him, when he was possessed and caused the battle of the 12 houses, Seiya said seriously before hearing Joros say his name and mention Athena. Seiya, Athena, please finish me off, me take advantage of the fact that he's not controlling me. Finish me off, hurry and end my life, Seiya. Do it before he said, trying to stay sane, fighting to not lose his mind again. This surprised Seiya and Athena, who looked at them one last time before the face of a certain black-haired god appeared, showing him a smile that only reflected amusement and evil. Well, what a surprise. It seems I'm losing control of my little puppet. His mind is returning and he's resisting being controlled. Interesting, said the dark-haired god, increasing his control over the revived Sagittarius Knight. Something that instantly caught the attention of the goddess Athena, who managed to sense the powerful cosmos that was heading towards Joros and was in charge of controlling it, which she recognized by directing her gaze over the fire clock. Hey, hold on, don't lose your mind again. Tell us who is the person controlling you, Joros. The Pegasus Saint asked, which caught the goddess's attention, turning her gaze back to the two chestnut-eyed men. Don't waste time, Seiya H, hurry up, you have to finish me off now, I can hold out for much longer. He stopped speaking. What's wrong, Joros? Hey, can you listen to me? What's wrong with me? Seiya asked worriedly, receiving a violent response from Joros. Silence, stop getting in my way, Pegasus Seiya, he replied in a cold voice, appearing in a quick flash of violet light in front of Seiya, his right fist striking squarely in his stomach. Joros smiled as he heard him groan in pain and vomit a little blood, the force of his blow sending him flying. He simply watched with great satisfaction as Seiya's body crashed violet against the steps of the Patriarch's chamber entrance. This worried the young goddess again, and she stepped in his path, trying to stop him from getting near the Pegasus Saint. He was stuck on the stairs, revealing a few cracks in his Sagittarius armor right where Aeolus had struck him. It's him, isn't it, the one controlling you? Athena asked seriously, though she already knew the answer. Humph, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just following Hades' orders for my own benefit and to stay alive. The fact that you want to take your own life is my own decision, to show you that you've failed as the goddess who's supposed to protect the earth, she replied seriously but without losing her smile. No, you're mistaken, Joros. This isn't you, you're just being manipulated. So come out now and show your face. There's no point in hiding anymore. I can sense your cosmos god Hades. Athena said seriously, turning her gaze to the fiery clock, hearing an amused voice. Haha, it seems you finally noticed me. I was wondering how much longer you'd last before I finally made my presence known, goddess Athena. It's been 243 years since the last holy war. Hades said seriously, breaking the barrier that concealed him, revealing his true form, which caused a look of sadness in the young goddess, along with one of surprise from the Pegasus saint. This alarmed and worried the other gold saints, as well as the silver and bronze saints present at the sanctuary, as they sensed the immense cosmos of Hades himself. This also halted the fight between the Libra saint and the former Ares saint, worrying the revived patriarch, whose plan was compromised by the presence of the god who had revived them. I understand, so it was true. You are the one chosen by the god Hades to contain his soul, Issei. Athena said sadly, seeing her brother's face as a human after 9 years of not seeing him. She gazed at the dark smile the raven-haired boy had shown her before she heard him speak. Hey, what are you saying, Issei? I don't know what you're talking about. I am not the person you're referring to, Athena. You remember, from the Hera of myth, we've both been fighting in an endless war. I am the god who reigns over death, the great Hades. The former brunette replied coldly, his gaze shifting to the Pegasus saint who slowly rose to his feet, approaching the goddess who kept her gaze lowered. No, it can't be true. I know that the person who is my brother as a human being is still there. Athena, stop behaving like a human and act like the goddess you are. The person you knew who used to be your brother is gone. I already told you I am the god Hades, and as proof of that I brought your precious knights back to life, he said, looking at her coldly as he listened to the bronze saint speak. Tusk, don't talk nonsense, or I'll make you react with blows if necessary. Issei standing firmly in front of him. Seiya shouted without showing any fear towards the god, making it clear that he was completely certain of keeping his word. This provoked an amused smile from the cold god, who only looked at him for a few seconds before changing his amused expression to a cold and emotionless stare. Pegasus Saint, stop insisting on the same thing. You're just a simple human with power that can't compare to mine, no matter how much you burn your cosmos. With that level as a mortal, you'll never be able to touch me, much less defeat me. Hades stated seriously, looking at the bronze saint who simply ignored his words. I already told you, don't make me repeat myself. I'll wake you up with blows if necessary, Issei. So get ready. Seiya began but was interrupted. No, wait. Don't let your emotions get the better of you, attacking when the power difference is clear, Seiya. He's not like the other gods we've faced, his power surpasses theirs. One of the three main gods, he who rules the underworld and can even surpass Poseidon in power. She interrupted him, approaching the former brunette who was levitating several meters above the ground. Athena, don't compare me to that failure, Poseidon. With the power I possess now, I can surpass even Zeus or stand shoulder to shoulder with your brother Apollo. But enough talk, finish her off once and for all, Joros, the god ordered coldly. Yes, as you command, god Hades. Obeying his order, he summoned his bow and arrow, aiming it at Athena. It's over, Seiya. No matter how hard you try to protect her, my arrow will pierce you along with her, he said coldly, gathering cosmos which turned a dark violet color, concentrating it in the tip of his arrow. This worried the young bronze saint, clad in the Sagittarius armor, who without hesitation positioned himself in front of the goddess to protect her like a shield. Seiya couldn't help but feel frustrated, trying to think of something to stop Aelos's arrow in his condition. It's useless. You won't be able to stop my arrows from reaching Athena. In your current state, you no longer have the cosmos and strength to stop her. Just surrender and die alongside Athena, Seiya, he said gravely. No, not that. I won't allow you to take her life. I'm a saint of Athena, and it is my duty to protect her as long as my heart continues to beat. I will always be proud to give my life to protect her, he replied, certain of his words. Seiya's expression shifted from serious to one of complete surprise as he felt the armor's cosmos growing on his back. He watched as the golden cosmos formed the shape of a bow before it appeared on his back, the golden arrow poised in his right hand. What but if this is, Seiya said in surprise. Yes, Seiya, that is the harpoon and arrow from the Sagittarius armor. This proves that you were chosen by her. She is offering you her help, Athena replied before Joros could speak. I understand, it seems the armor recognizes you as its wearer. However, it doesn't matter, you don't have the cosmos and experience to use it properly, Joros said confidently, looking at Seiya with a reassuring smile as he prepared his bow and arrow to aim at him in the same way. I'm sorry, but I don't think the same, Joros. After all, I have the help of the Sagittarius cloth. Seiya responded by gathering his cosmos into the golden arrow, trying to concentrate so as not to miss as he felt the stone floor tremble from their combined cosmos. All this unfolded before the shadowy god whose dark smile was ever present. That's right, come on, golden dog of Athena. Prove that reviving you as my puppet was worth it, that you are capable of ending the life of Athena and that miserable Pegasus. He said in his mind's eye, looking at Seiya and Aeolus aiming their bows and arrows. It's over, Seiya, you can't do anything to stop her. Now you're being pierced by my arrow along with Athena, preparing to fire. No, I'll say it again, I will not allow you to take the life of my god whom I have chosen to protect. You will be the only one who loses because I will awaken you from his control, Joros. Cosmic arrow, they both exclaimed with a loud cry, firing their arrows simultaneously, which collided point to point. This caused a violent explosion of cosmos, expelling powerful gusts of wind and energy, which worried the goddess Athena, who used her own cosmos to protect herself. A great burst of cosmos was released, revealing how one of the arrows was pierced and divided by the gaze, the sound of armor and flesh being pierced being heard. But changing the scene 5 minutes back, House of Scorpio, Humph, it seems that most of the specters that invaded the sanctuary have already been defeated. However, this powerful cosmos is approaching. No, I don't know who the specter that managed to get through is it. It's already here. Looking seriously around the inside of the House of Scorpio, he continued, come on, why don't you come out now, specter? I don't like playing hide-and-seek, so show yourself or else, the Gold Saint ordered, stopping his speech as he sensed the specter's increasing cosmos. Milo was startled to see a violet aura of cosmos rush towards him, striking him head-on with such force that it forced him back several meters. He looked up to find a woman with a cold expression in her eyes, wearing a sapphire and radiating a powerful cosmos. It's a pleasure to meet you, but even more so to face you and end your life, Gold Saint of Scorpio, she said, looking at Milo with a hostile expression. My name is Violet, Violet of Behemoth. I am the dark star of solitude and the one who will send you to the kingdom of my lady Hades. The specter introduced herself to the Scorpio Saint, who responded, well, who would have thought I knew the specter hiding among the artworks was strong, but I never expected it to be a female specter. But all right, you seem strong enough not to be lenient with. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Milo of Scorpio, the Gold Saint who protects this house. Ha, nonsense, I don't care to know your name. You'd better not underestimate me or you'll regret it when I'm about to end your life. No matter how hard you try, you won't be able to stop us from taking the life of that wretched Athena, that pathetic goddess. She's already dead. Behemoth replied, displaying an arrogant smile that vanished upon hearing another voice. Are you sure about that, specter? Because if so, unfortunately for you, you won't live to see that moment, which, also unfortunately for you, will never come to pass. You won't leave this house alive, you miserable specter. Although I won't be the one to finish you off, the owner of the voice said coldly, a frozen aura of cosmos emanating from her as she advanced, standing beside Milo and facing the specter. What's going on, Gold Saint? I don't understand. How did she do it? How the hell did she get here without sensing my presence? Damn it, I don't stand a chance against those two. If they decide to fight me, they'll both fight me at the same time. Looking at the newly minted Gold Saint. But what are you doing? Why did you leave the house of Aquarius to come all the way here? Do you think the enemy can defeat me, Diana of Aquarius? Milo asked, his serious gaze fixed on the beautiful blue-haired saint, who on this occasion was wearing her mask as the law of the sanctuary dictates for a saint. Diana answered without taking her eyes off Violet, or rather on the violet flash that appeared in the sky, drawing ever closer to the House of Scorpio, clearly revealing the strong and burning dark cosmos of the specter. A cosmos that Milo and Violet began to sense, though the latter recognized the cosmos of the approaching specter. Diana replied, no, I'll repeat what I told her. I won't be the one to defeat her. Besides, you can sense that immense cosmos in the Patriarch's chamber, right? It seems Hades himself has made his presence felt in the sanctuary. However, for now, just focus on finishing her off, because my own rival is already. Diana replied, her gaze fixed on the powerful violet cosmos aura surrounded by dark fire that they saw descend before them at the entrance to the House of Scorpio. She entered and approached, her cosmos level palpable, undoubtedly on par with that of a judge and the Gold Saints. I see so two golden saints in the same place. In that case, allow me to join in their soon-to-be fun, Behemoth. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed specter spoke, his gaze fixed on a serious Behemoth, before using the wings of his armor to scatter the dust raised by his rough landing. The divine star of violence, Kiba of Bennu, what are you doing here? You managed to defeat the guardian of cancer so quickly and without suffering much damage. Violet asked him seriously. Yes, but defeating her was no walk in the park. The fact that I'm still standing and have enough cosmos to keep fighting is thanks to the protection granted to us by Hades-sama. But even so, it's uncomfortable being inside the barrier that protects the sanctuary, Kiba replied before glancing at Milo, but especially at the Aquarius Saint, who returned his gaze, both clearly eager to test their strength in battle. The two caught Milo and Violet's attention, sensing a sudden surge in Kiba and Diana's cosmos. They went on guard when they saw the two unleash a sphere of black fire and diamond dust, which collided and dissipated in a powerful explosion that shook the Scorpion house, leaving clear destruction on the floor where the blast occurred. I see you're too strong not to be a judge, so it's no surprise that you managed to defeat Karen. That's right, she was an admirable and praiseworthy opponent. That's the reason I'm allowing her to live. However, with you it will be different because I will end your life without any mercy, Golden Saint of Aquarius, he replied seriously. Perfect, I hope you can do it before I freeze your body and destroy it in weights. Although it would be a big problem if the four of us faced each other in the same place. Therefore, you and I will switch places, follow me, Diana said seriously. She turned around and immediately disappeared in a flash of golden light, followed by Kiba towards the house of Aquarius, leaving only the Scorpio Saint and the Sirius Spectre of Behemoth. That guy still has so much power after just facing and defeating Karen. Besides this Spectre woman, she's strong. Her cosmos is comparable to that of a gold saint or a judge. Milo thought seriously without taking his eyes off Violet of Behemoth, who spoke. Hey Scorpion, why don't you stop wasting my time? I don't have the patience to endure your presence, Athena's dog, she said hostilely, annoying Milo. What, Athena's dog? What stupidity. Aren't you a miserable spectre sacrificed to Hades? This also makes you her dog, or rather, her bitch, or maybe it's a boar. Milo replied, not caring how bad his words sounded since they weren't his style, making the nail on his index finger grow as if it were the venom of a scorpion. Staring intently at each other, the two charged simultaneously, using blinding speed to end up gripping each other's hands, attempting to force the other to their knees in a struggle of strength. The House of Scorpio trembled as their cosmos collided, clashing as they tried to push one another away. Meanwhile, on Kiba and Diana's side, she was being chased by Kiba, dodging several fireballs he threw at her, only to be caught off guard when she felt Kiba's strong grip on her face. To her surprise, he easily caught up with her at the speed of light, violently throwing her against one of the walls of the House of Aquarius. Diana groaned in pain as her body slammed against the stone wall, shattering and crashing through it as she tried to break the powerful thrust. The Guardian of Aquarius managed to do something, leaving a trail of destruction on the floor as she braced herself with her feet. Incredible! After facing Karen and defeating her, you still have that speed and physical strength to keep fighting. What kind of spectre are you? Not even any of the three judges would be in good enough condition to continue fighting, Diana asked seriously, looking at Kiba with a hint of surprise. I don't know, but you're wrong. My power can be compared to that of the judges themselves. Among the three, there's one who surpasses me. My strength doesn't compare to his, he's above me, Kiba replied. I see, that means it will be extremely difficult to defeat me. My name is Diana, Diana of Aquarius. I am the sought-after saint who protects this house. And it will be a great honor to measure my strength against a spectre as powerful as you, Kiba of Bennu, she said, increasing her cosmos just like Kiba's, staring intently at him as the tension inside the house increased, making it tremble. Enough talk, woman. For some reason, Hyoudou-sama couldn't wait to come to the sanctuary, so I have no time to waste. Let's finish this, Diana of Aquarius. This time I won't hold back. I will attack you with the intent to kill, he declared, thrusting his right arm into the sky, creating a massive sphere of fire. Take this solar corona blasting, Kiba exclaimed, unleashing his ultimate technique. Damn, his attack is too strong, but it doesn't matter, I won't fall to him. Kolaglo's all-aurora execution. Diana responded in kind, launching her best attack. The two attacked simultaneously, their attacks colliding and shaking the House of Aquarius, which began to crack from the clash of cosmos. Both attacks canceled each other out with a powerful explosion, blasting away a large section of the floor and releasing a burst of fire and icy wind that almost completely engulfed the interior of the House of Aquarius, but leaving aside the battles taking place in the sanctuary. Italy, Hades Castle. Inside a grand hall above the balcony, the twin gods were playing a game of chess as a distraction. They were interrupted when they heard the large hall door open, revealing a beautiful woman with black hair and a spectre accompanying her. I apologize for the delay, Hypnosama Thanatos-sama. Is there something important that requires you to summon me, along with one of the three judges of the underworld? He asked respectfully, kneeling beside the judge before the twin gods. I don't know, that depends on how you see it, Pandora. However, tell me, do you know where Lord Hades is right now? Issei, well, he must be in his chambers, resting, Hypnosama. Pandora replied, lowering her gaze due to the imposing presence that emanated from both gods, having heard the god of death speak. Well then, let me tell you that you are very wrong, my dear Pandora. And that is why Master Hades is currently in Athena's sanctuary along with Violet of Behemoth. He looked seriously at his master's gaze next to the judge, who frowned upon hearing the name of the spectre under his command. Well, Pandora, tell me, do you have anything to say about your oversight? Hypnos asked. I have no excuse. I was careless in obeying your order and leaving you alone. I expected my Lord Hades to decide to leave his castle to go personally with Behemoth, much less to go to Athena's sanctuary. I think the same, Hypnosama Thanatos-sama. Even if it were an order given by my lord Hades as judge and superior of Behemoth, I would not allow it to act without consulting me first, said the judge, trying to soften the reprimand of both gods towards Pandora. We know that and we accept your opinion, Yokos. However, Pandora knows that she isn't doing her job properly, taking care of Master Hades. That's right, my brother Hypnos, you are correct. Your duty, Pandora, is to prevent him from acting inappropriately, to ensure that his soul is fully awakened. And you know what your punishment will be if you fail again, as you did in the previous holy war, Thanatos added seriously, looking coldly at the intimidated dark-haired woman. Why, yes, I understand perfectly. I assure you that I will not fail in my work again. The same thing that happened with the previous vessel will not happen, Pandora replied. Well, I expect you to keep your word, because otherwise you know I will be forced to carry out your punishment personally. Enough, Thanatos, you don't have to be so hostile toward Pandora. She only obeyed your order to retreat and leave you alone, so calm down. Right now, she and Yokos will head to the sanctuary to bring him back. He looked sternly at his brother. Hypnos responded by giving his order, which Pandora and Yokos obeyed with a yes, hoping that their lord would agree to return to his castle without problems, hearing the door of the hall open. I understand if that is the current situation, then I myself will accompany them both to the sanctuary, Hypnos, Thanatos. A voice was heard, revealing a beautiful woman entering, wearing armor the same color as the sapphire, but with the unique difference that it emanated an aura of divine cosmos, like its wearer who, to the surprise of Pandora and Ahiakos, bore a striking resemblance to the twin gods. So you arrived as soon as I expected, Kur. Hypnos spoke calmly, showing a smile. Hump, stop being so charismatic, Hypnos. I really don't understand how you and Thanatos are twins when you're so different in some ways, Kur replied, listening to Thanatos speak. Come on, my dear sister. You know Hypnos has never liked to spill innocent blood, he prefers to avoid conflict. But I'm different since I enjoy being the god of death and taking life. Besides, you can't deny that you enjoy being the goddess of fate, playing with people's destinies. She looked at her sister and the goddess of fate with an amused smile. Humph, you'd better stop bothering me with your nonsense, Thanatos. I'll accompany them both to the sanctuary to bring the master back without any problems. Are you sure? I don't think it's necessary for a goddess like you to make an appearance at Athena's sanctuary, Hypnos said seriously. Hypnos, do you really think something as insignificant as that interests me? I'm not asking for your permission to go with them or not, I'm simply informing you. Furthermore, I expect you to remember your duty as Hades-sama's advisors, so I suggest you refrain from harassing him by overprotecting him as usual. He is our master and the god of the underworld, therefore his decisions and orders are absolute. He looked at his two brothers with utmost seriousness. Kur rebuked them for their audacity in fully accepting their master's decisions, hearing them release a resigned sigh, knowing that it was not good for them at all to bother her when she surpassed them in power. All right, you'd better not delay. I'll follow you among the leftovers so as not to attract any more attention. So let's get the master, he ordered in an authoritative voice, looking at the specter and Pandora. Kur left the room followed by Pandora and Ahiakos, leaving Thanatos and Hypnos, who sighed resignedly as they knew their sister's temper. Hey Hypnos, was it really necessary to call her for this war? You know that with her here, Master Hades will act more rashly, having her support in all his decisions, Thanatos asked. I know, but summoning her was the order Master Hades gave me. Besides, she's right, Thanatos. Master Hades isn't a child who needs protection from us, his advisors. However, all final decisions rest with Master Hades and must be obeyed without exception. He spoke firmly, looking at his brother. Hypnos made it clear that they too had failed to act correctly as their master's advisors. This somewhat displeased the god of death, but he accepted that his twin brother was right. Back to Greece. Sanctuary of Athena, 5 minutes earlier in the patriarch's chamber. The two gods stood watching and surprised the outcome of the fight between the two chestnut-attired men. The black-haired god in particular looked at Aeolus with disgust and disappointment at the result. Heroes, what a disappointment. It seems my time was wasted reviving you, only to end up being defeated by a bronze saint. Issei, Hades exclaimed, still looking at Yoros with disdain. I am sorry, but as you can see, Lady Tahena, she still has a formidable warrior, worthy of being my successor and of my complete admiration. Looking at Seiya with a smile, he continued, truly you are incredible, Seiya. You have shown me the true soul and pride of a true warrior worthy of admiration. Joros expressed himself, giving a look of admiration to the young Pegasus saint, who was undoubtedly surprised and felt flattered. Joros, really, you know, I can't express in words how grateful I am to hear you say that about me. He responded by approaching him along with Athena, apologizing for his weakness in allowing himself to be controlled and used to hurt him and attempt to take his life. No, don't say anything more, Joros. It was a god far too powerful who controlled you. It was inevitable that you would succumb to his power. Besides, I was told that thanks to you I'm still alive. It was because you protected me when I was a baby and Saga tried to kill me when he was possessed by evil, Athena said in a gentle tone, receiving a nod from Joros. Something that further displeased the former chestnut-tired man, interrupting his pleasant moment which annoyed him and provoked his anger, he looked at the three of them coldly for a few seconds before speaking. Enough with the sentimentality, Athena. I'm fed up with witnessing your kindness, which I find so repugnant in every holy war, ever since you decided to reincarnate in a mortal body. He said in a hostile tone, drawing Joros's attention as he was no longer under his control and could see his face clearly. Huh, I see, it's you. You're that little boy I took away from the sanctuary and left in the care of an orphanage when Saga changed and noticed that strange power within you, but I never thought things would end up like this. He replied, recalling his past. This surprised both Seiya and Athena, reminding the Pegasus Saint of a conversation he'd had with his sister the day he began his friendship with Issei. It also surprised Athena, who learned that Aeolus had not only protected her but also her brother by taking him away from the sanctuary, separating them for their safety. I understand now, I remember. That time I asked my sister how Issei ended up at the orphanage. She told me that a young man with brown hair and a golden box on his back left him in the orphanage's care. I understand, then that's why Issei Nielsen and I were separated, until Grandpa found him and brought him to the mansion, he said, understanding the situation. Yes, that's right, Athena-sama. The birth of your brother was not something the patriarch expected, since the young woman was supposed to be the one chosen to bring him into the world. But after some time, the moment arrived for you to be born. He spoke calmly, pausing, and Joros continued. And since the birth of your brother was something that had to happen in addition to him emanating a strange power, the patriarch decided to take care of him, raise him, and make him one of his saints. But the sudden revelation of Saga led me to make the decision to take the boy away from the sanctuary. And then came the attempted assassination, which I prevented, leaving you in the care of a man before I perished. He finished recounting what had happened. All this happened under the indifferent and cold gaze of Hades, who only watched them levitating closer before speaking. You've finished telling your boring story, Saint of Athena, although I must thank you for separating my vessel from Athena. But that's enough, it's not pleasant to listen to the annoying noises of an insect, you're simply trash, Joros. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Greece, Athens, Sanctuary of Athena. In the Patriarch's chamber, where the two gods now stood, Seiya and Aeolus gazed at the god's cold expression. Meanwhile, the young goddess wore a look of nostalgia and sadness, gazing at Hades' vessel, who turned out to be her older brother. Fine, let's get this over with once and for all, Athena. This time, rest assured, I personally will be furious with your life. The god stated coldly. No, you're crazy if you think I'll allow it, Issei. First, you'll have to kill me. Seiya replied, showing no sign of being intimidated by the god's hostility. Unlike the other knights who were nervous, even worrying the two gold saints present, this was because they sensed the imposing divine presence in the cosmos, belonging to one of the three main gods who govern the three realms of Greek mythology. W8 Seiya, no, don't rush things. If you attack him alone, you won't accomplish anything, so I'll fight too. Joros spoke, leaning on Seiya to stand up under the mocking smile of the god, who then spoke. Ha 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 ha, wow, humans are certainly funny. They're the perfect jesters and distractions for us gods. Have you forgotten that I am the one who grants you life again, so I can also take it away? He said seriously, his eyes flashing violet. Agar Guag. Joros groaned in pain, falling to his knees on the floor, vomiting a large amount of blood while feeling a sharp pain in his chest. No, Joros, it can't be. Stop it, Issei Nielsen, please stop it. The goddess shouted, trying to soothe Joros' pain. Damn it, that's enough. I'll finish this myself, so get ready, Issei. Seiya exclaimed, his voice dripping with anger. The Pegasus Saint charged at the god, unleashing his most powerful attack. Hades merely smiled at the brunette's actions, extending his right arm to absorb the meteors with his sleeve. He displayed a sinister smile before returning the attack, changing the blue color of his meteors to a dark violet, which then struck the young Pegasus Saint directly. I am possible, my meteors, he sent them back, Gog. Seiya groaned in pain as he was struck by his own attack, feeling the power of his meteors increase due to the god's cosmos. He felt a sharp pain course through his body as he was slammed to the ground, receiving a barrage of dark meteors. Wow, what a foolish mortal. You really thought that insignificant attack would work. A mortal with such a pathetic cosmos level as yours can't touch me. The previous Pegasus was more persistent and stronger than you are. You're pathetic. You're not what I expected, Pegasus Seiya. Hades said seriously, turning to watch the revived Sagittarius Saint stand up. Humph, what's wrong, you miserable trash? Do you feel alive and powerful enough to challenge a god like me, Athena's worm? Hades asked. Why, you know something, Hades? Right now, I feel shame and revulsion towards myself for letting myself be manipulated, but I'm also grateful that I have the opportunity to at least damage your human body, surprising Seiya and Athena. He aimed his arrow and bow at the dark-haired man. Die, Hades! Joros shouted, firing his arrow wrapped in the last of his cosmos under the mocking smile of the dark-haired man. He merely stretched out his right arm to stop the arrow near the palm of his hand, manipulating it with his power to return it to Yoros and pierce his chest. But leaving aside for a moment the situation in the Patriarch's chamber to concentrate on the 6th house. 10 minutes before, House of Virgo. Inside the Great Twin Hall where a violent battle was currently taking place, to the surprise of the 3 revived Gold Saints, Shaka was fighting all 3 of them simultaneously. The 3 were flung away from the blonde-haired saint, who struck them with one of his techniques, pushing them far enough away to catch his breath and gather his cosmos. I knew it. I can face all 3 of them, but only for a while. Facing them all at once in battle is too difficult and would drain my cosmos more than usual, Shaka said seriously. He began to feel the effects of the fight's exertion on his cosmos and physical condition, without taking his eyes off Saga, Camus and Shura, who stood up again, listening to the serious Saga speak. Humph, it's just as I expected, Shock. Your cosmos is so vast that you can fight the 3 of us and even manage to harm us, Saga stated seriously. That's right, you're impressive. After all, it's not for nothing that they call you the human closest to God, but enough games, let's finish this. Camus added, increasing his cosmos, which greatly lowered the temperature. Very well, I agree with you. I, Shaka Virgo, will dedicate my entire life and cosmos to defeating you. Then let it be said, you will die in this very place, Shaka, Excalibur, unleashing his best technique. Shura exclaimed, attacking the blonde with a razor-sharp slash that easily sliced through the earthen floor, alerting the blonde, who clasped his hands in a meditative pose. Shaka reacted by creating a barrier that protected him, receiving the sharp slash which collided with his barrier and created an explosion of destruction. Camus and Saga took advantage of this, with the revived Aquarius Saint using his speed to appear before Shaka, creating a sphere of diamond dust that struck the blonde saint in the stomach. Feeling the pain of the attack as he was thrown backward, Shaka braced himself with his feet to break the powerful thrust, only to be surprised once again by the former Gemini saint. Disappear, Shaka, another dimension. I exclaimed, attacking him by surprise to try and hit him with one of my techniques. Saga executed his other dimension technique against Shaka, much to his annoyance. The blonde managed to react, dodging the technique, and using his light speed to move away and avoid being dragged by Saga's attack. This didn't last long, however, due to the powerful blow he received to his face from Saga, feeling the full impact that threw him far away from the former Gemini saint. Meanwhile, on the other hand, at the same time, House of Aquarius with Diana and Kiba. They were engaged in hand-to-hand combat, using their speed to move around the area, blocking and unleashing powerful blows with their cosmos. Suddenly, a violent burst of cosmos erupted, pushing them both away from each other, and they crashed to the ground outside the already damaged House of Aquarius. Amazing. You are undoubtedly stronger than the Guardian of Cancer, Diana of Aquarius. That's what I should be saying, Kiba of Bennu. After all, your cosmos is still far too vast to face a gold saint. You're more than worthy of being called a monster when it comes to power and skill in battle, Diana said seriously. She did her best to try to ignore the pain of the damage and physical wear and tear on her body, being more than amazed by Kiba's strength and physical condition, wondering why, having that level of power, he did not hold the title of one of the 3 judges of hell. Diana snapped out of her shock as Kiba attacked her, unleashing an intense blast of black fire. She felt the intense heat as it drew closer. She raised her right arm in front of her, creating a hard barrier of ice to protect herself from the blazing flames, which to her surprise managed to damage her ice shield. The battle intensified, causing great damage to the House of Aquarius, covering its surroundings with a thick layer of ice and intense black fire. However, this was not the only battle the Gold Saints were fighting, as in the same house of the Scorpio Saint, their protector was engaged in a fierce battle against a specter. Impressive. Although she's not one of the 3 judges, her power and physical strength are comparable to ours, the Gold Saints. But what, damn it, Milo thought in surprise, only to be caught off guard by a powerful blow from the specter, throwing him against one of the walls where he was embedded. Tusk, come on, fight seriously already, you dog of Athena. Or is this all the power you have as a Gold Saint, the ultimate level of your cosmos? Looking with disappointment at the Scorpio Saint, Violetta spoke while glaring at him, her cosmos remaining at the same level as a Gold Saint. She attacked Milo again, her cosmos creating a dangerous sphere of energy which she hurled at the Scorpio Guardian. He reacted in time, using his great speed to dodge her attack, his right index finger preparing his counterattack. Humph, you'd better not underestimate me, Behemoth Spectre. Now receive the Scorpion's deadly venom, Scarlet Needle. He exclaimed in a firm voice, executing one of his best techniques. Milo charged at Violet of Behemoth to take her by surprise, using his light speed to its fullest extent. He managed to strike her slightly with his Scarlet Needle, but she lessened the damage by countering it with a punch that she had imbued with her cosmos. I admit it, you're stronger than I imagined. You're the first person to have managed to avoid a direct hit from my Scarlet Needle. But you're at a disadvantage. The blow I managed to land was enough to inject you with a deadly dose of poison. he said seriously, pausing, looking at Violet, confident of victory. Soon you'll begin to suffer the effects, until your movements become clumsy and you stop breathing. Milo explained, only to be slightly disconcerted by the specter's mocking smile, standing up to look him in the face. Humph, you stupid gold saint of Athena. Poison, you say? Don't mess with me. You really think some shitty poison can stop me and finish me off? Violet exclaimed furiously, feeling insulted by Milo's words. The Scorpio saint was surprised to see her remove the breastplate and arm guards of her armor, her fists, wrapped in black bandages, clashing together. He was alarmed when he felt Violet's cosmos surge again, accompanied by the sadistic smile that appeared on Behemoth's face. A smile that in an instant vanished from sight. But how? When did she receiving a powerful blow to his abdomen? Guag Milo was surprised when Violet appeared out of nowhere in front of him, only to immediately let out a clear groan of pain, receiving the strong impact to his abdomen of Behemoth's powerful blow. He was thrown several meters backward, trying to stop, only to be struck again by another blow from Violetta, which this time blocked him and left him surprised once more. He could only watch with an incredulous expression as his armor cracked, clearly damaged by a single blow. House of Ares. Come on, tell me what's wrong, Shin. Is this all your power? Said the Libra Saint, holding his rival by both arms, engaged in a battle of strength and cosmos. Humph, don't be so cocky, our fight has only just begun, doke. I acknowledge that your cosmos is as great as ever, but this time it will be different. Very well then, prove to me that you're still the same as you were 243 years ago, Shin. Shin intensified his cosmos along with Shin's. The two moved away as they were expelled by the explosion of their cosmos clash, both taking their stance to execute one of their techniques at the same time. Take this, Doko, Revolution of Stardust. Ha, that's nothing, the 100 Dragons of Rozan. Both shouted the names of their techniques, unleashing a powerful attack of stardust and a rain of dragons that collided with each other, further damaging the area surrounding the House of Ares. Shin was surprised when he was caught off guard, momentarily distracted by the powerful explosion caused by their attacks, only to receive a heavy blow to the face from Doko, who suddenly appeared at his side. He could only let out a groan of pain from the strong impact of his blow before being launched towards one of the pillars of the House of Ares and knocking it down with the force of his body's impact. Come on, Shin, stop playing around and stand up. I'll make you talk if necessary, until you tell me why you accepted Hades' treaty, he stated seriously. Tusk, there's no point in telling you, Doko. The only thing that matters to us is completing the mission we're here for. Therefore, Shin replied, stopping himself as he sensed a gigantic, malevolent cosmos, very familiar to both of them. No, this must be a joke. This gigantic divine and evil cosmos sitting next to Athena, Seiya, and the revived Yoros is the Libra Saint, thought worriedly. Yes, this cosmos, it's that of the god Hades himself. Damn it, but why? Because Hades himself decided to come to the sanctuary personally. Shit, now there's no point in continuing with the plans, damn it. Shin complained, cursing the surprise appearance in the sanctuary of the god Hades, which caught Doko's attention. Hey Shin, what are you talking about so much? Was what I suspected correct? Answer me. Humph, there's no point in telling you, because whatever the reason, we rebelled against Athena. Besides, with him in the sand. He stopped speaking, hearing a loud crash coming from the House of Taurus. I am possible this cosmos that is weakening belongs to Alderabin, Doko said in surprise, worrying about the Saint of Taurus. At the same time, House of Taurus, it's over, minus of the Griffin. It's time to perish before the noble star of the great Aldebaran, he said seriously, increasing his grip on Minus's neck, pressing his body against the wall without waiting for the next thing. You're right, it's time to end this fight because you'll be the only one who dies here, Aldebaran of Taurus. Minus replied, managing to attack him by surprise, piercing his armor and chest with his right hand. The judge smiled at his feet before finishing him off with a kick that threw him several meters away due to the force he carried while Aldebaran held the hollow of his chest, part of his armor bathed in blood. Agar, damn it. I got too confident, he almost guag. The gold saint of Taurus thought, vomiting a considerable amount of blood. What's wrong with you, Aldebaran of Taurus? Seriously, you're a complete idiot for being so careless. Just look at you look like a wounded bull near its deathbed. Looking at him mockingly, Minus spoke with a mocking tone, slowly approaching the wounded Aldebaran. The judge looked at him with amusement at his condition, rising with some difficulty to stand face to face with him. Humph, no, don't celebrate your victory, Minus. This fight isn't over yet. As long as I'm standing and breathing, the great Aldebaran of Taurus is more than proud to give his life to defeat you. Aldebaran said in a loud shout, igniting his cosmos to its fullest extent to execute his best attack. Perfect, that's what I expected from you, Aldebaran of Taurus. This will be the final attack that decides who lives and who dies. Minus replied, increasing his cosmos. The two looked at each other with a firm and defiant smile, leaving everyone present in the sanctuary under the pressure of their power, preparing their best technique to decide the winner. It's over, gold saint of Athena. Disappear, giant wave of feathers. receive the final display of power from the great Aldebaran of Taurus Super Nova Titanicia. Both exclaimed with a loud cry, unleashing their most powerful attack, colliding with each other and causing a massive explosion that completely shook the house of Taurus and its surroundings. A huge cloud of dust rose from the blast, which slowly dissipated, revealing the gold saint standing near the large crater, showing no sign of life or any trace of his cosmos. This didn't last long, however, as a small pile of rubble shifted, revealing the judge emerging with most of his surplus shattered and considerable damage to his body. But at the same time, a certain gold saint of Leo and 3 bronze saints were heading towards the patriarch's chamber when they were overtaken by the gold saint of Ares, along with a saint wearing the Ophiuchus armor. They proceeded through the rest of the houses, encountering the gold saints of Scorpio and Aquarius in battle, who asked them to continue on their way and not interfere in their fight. This was accepted without hesitation, with the exception of the bronze saint of Cygnus. For some reason, the gold saint of Aquarius caught his attention, reminding him of his master Camus, who had been resurrected and was being manipulated by Hades. He focused on his duty, ignoring the urge to help her, and arrived at the 12th house where they encountered the saint of Pisces. She remained to guard her temple, warning them that another gold saint was near the patriarch's chamber. Back to the patriarch's room, 2 minutes ago before Aldebaran's death. Wow, what a foolish and miserable mortal. Did you really think a simple arrow could touch me? Hades said, looking mockingly at Joros, hearing the shout of the annoying Pegasus saint. Issei. And no, don't do it, Seiya. I knew it would end like this. Joros said, stopping the Pegasus saint's outburst of anger, feeling his life energy slowly disappear. He let out a small groan of pain that caught the attention of Seiya and Athena, who were surprised to see Aelos's body begin to transform into tiny particles of light rising into the sky. This only deepened Athena and Seiya's sadness, along with the latter's helplessness and anger, as he heard the voice of the cold god. Enough, you're no longer of any use to me, disappear. The dark-haired man spoke with a smirk, taking away the temporary life he had granted to Joros. Roman Tusi, I suppose the time he granted me as his puppet is over, although at least I would have liked to see my brother. But it's all right this way because I wouldn't have the nerve to. The chestnut-haired man spoke with difficulty, feeling his consciousness slowly fade, along with his body disappearing into tiny particles of light, suddenly hearing a familiar and surprising voice. Joros, is it really you, brother? Said the newly arrived Leo saint, accompanied by several saints. It's you, Ayoria. Joros replied, turning to look at his brother. He looked at him in surprise, tears streaming down his face, watching as his body slowly faded away. Using his last bit of strength and time, he managed to speak and say goodbye to his brother. I see. It really has been a while. You've grown into a true gentleman. You became the gold saint of Leo, just as you promised. Although it's embarrassing that we find ourselves like this, seeing me in this armor and knowing that I attempted to take Athena's life. But it's all right, he paused before continuing. My sin of attempting to harm my goddess, I will pay for it once I return to the realm of the dead. But before I go, I want you to know that I'm incredibly proud of you, Rias. You're the best little brother anyone could ask for, and you always will be. Please take care of Athena along with the others in my place. He finished speaking, leaving only his upper body visible. All this unfolded before Yoria's sorrowful and broken gaze, as well as Athena's and the other saints present. At the same time, the cold, dark-haired god regarded them with disdain and contempt, feeling the intense and nostalgic gaze of the green-haired saint. He only heard her murmur a few words, uttering her human name. I promise you, of course I will, brother. I will fight, carrying out your wishes and protect Athena, no matter the cost. I will fulfill it. He gazed at the smile his brother showed him, before vanishing completely into tiny particles of light. Ahiros closed his eyes sadly, clenching his fists in anger and frustration, along with the other saints present, especially Athena. This provoked a snort of contempt and annoyance from the somber god, who regarded them as mere insects. How ridiculous. Humans they are and always will be trash. I gave him the chance to live again, to remain alive like my little puppet, but it seems he turned out to be even more pathetic than I expected. Hades commented with his typical coldness, which caused a feeling of anger in the knights present, but especially in Joria. You wretch, I don't care if you're a god or if we're just insects to you, Hades. I will not forgive you for mocking my brother. I will do everything in my power to defeat you and protect Athena. He responded angrily to the cold god. That's right, don't you dare underestimate us. Because right now I'm going to wake you up, even if I have to hit you, Issei. Echoing the words of the Leo saint, Seiya exclaimed with a determination that disgusted the dark-haired man, giving Seiya a blank stare that said his life held no value whatsoever. Humph, what stupid mortals, they don't understand the difference between gods and humans, miserable trash. Don't you think you should train your dogs properly and make it clear to them what their place is as the mortals they are, Athena? The dark-haired god replied, looking mockingly at the holy figures present, but especially at a fallen Athena. Please, that's enough, Issei. Athena responded sadly, asking him to stop, feeling affected by the way the god manipulated Joros. This only increased their sadness and helplessness, as well as the anger of their knights when they felt the powerful explosion of cosmos emanating from the House of Taurus. They felt with surprise how Aldebaran's ardent and noble cosmos vanished in an instant, leaving only the judge's own, which provoked a mocking and satisfied smile from Issei Hades. Hehe, how entertaining, this outcome is quite comfortable. You felt it, didn't you, Athena? It seems the great gold saint of Taurus wasn't strong enough to emerge vicious and defeat Minos, but enough games, I didn't come here to waste time. Let's end this holy war once and for all. This time I'll make sure to bring you down and destroy your soul, Athena, he said coldly and hostilely. Issei Hades simply extended his right arm to point it at a section of the sanctuary, gathering a tiny fraction of his cosmos in the palm of his right hand, accumulating a destructive cosmic energy. Athena and the saints present could only watch as the dark-haired man smiled before unleashing the accumulated energy in a blast that struck near the Colosseum, destroying several houses with the resulting explosion. But while the holy war between the two gods was being fought in the sanctuary of Athena, it was far from the human world. Biblical hell, Lucifer's castle. A group of people were gathered inside Mau's office, along with the leader of the fallen angels and the old ruler of Asgard. Except for the god Odin, expressions of astonishment were etched on their faces, their eyes fixed on the image the old god was showing them. They witnessed the violent and deadly battle unfolding in a holy war between two powerful gods of the Greek pantheon. They observed the great disaster caused and the types of abilities the saints and specters employed, surprised to see that the strongest possessed the speed of light for mere humans. Their surprise and frustration only increased when they saw in the image a certain former chestnut-haired man demonstrating a tiny fraction of the power he possessed as a god. The red-haired Mau spoke, astonished by what he saw without looking away. Incredible, with a measly burst of energy he unleashed, he caused so much destruction in a second. The Mau said with incredulous surprise, listening to the leader of the fallen angels speak. Yes, you're right. His attack was too simple, yet the energy he used was enough to cause such devastation. This only confirms one thing: Not the god Hades at a higher level of power than he had in the previous holy war. Azazel stated his conclusion, which was more than endorsed by Sirzechs and even Odin himself. Azazel glanced at the image of the former chestnut-haired man conversing with the goddess Athena, before shifting his gaze to Rias and the rest of her entourage, displaying a sad and frustrated expression at what he was seeing. And no, I can't believe it. Really, that's not Issei-kun anymore. I can't believe he played with someone's life and soul. Why yes, Rosuesesin said that. Issei-san, he wouldn't be capable of doing something as horrible as bringing a saint of Athena back to life, using him as a puppet and killing his own goddess. The former nun spoke, supporting the albino. That's right, you're absolutely right, but unfortunately that young man is no longer the Sekiryuutei Hyoudou Issei, because right now the soul of the god Hades has completely possessed him to the point of sealing or erasing the boy's soul. Odin spoke, stroking his staff and looking at the group of Gremory relapsed children who were more affected by hearing his words than by his words. He continued, but wipe those depressing looks off your faces. As I already told you, there is still a way to bring Hyoudou Issei back, since the soul of the god Hades has been expelled from his body. Although to do so we would first have to be close to the boy, which will be difficult to achieve considering that his army of specters and the twin gods Hypnos and Thanatos protect him. Odin added, his expression serious, resting his hands on his staff, listening to the sister of Mau, Lucifer, speak. Why yes, you're right, Odin-sama. I trust your word that there's a way to bring Issei back, but I can't bear to see that damned god usurp her body and commit such atrocities in her image, the redhead said, her anger directed at the god Hades. Hi, that's right. The Issei-kun I know, who became my best friend, he would never be capable of hurting anyone or playing with someone's soul and life, Irina said, supporting the redhead. It's true, Rias and Irina are right. Issei-kun, he would never be capable of committing such an atrocity, enjoying the suffering of others. If we allow him to continue controlling his body, it will leave him as a threat to the supernatural world, Akeno added, giving her opinion on the consequences that being controlled by Hades would bring to her beloved brown-haired boy and the damage he was about to cause. The red-haired Mau replied. We understand that. We're well aware of the distrust and fear it will provoke in the other factions, Rias, Akeno. But don't worry, we'll make sure that doesn't happen, the redhead said confidently, listening to the fallen one speak. That's right, don't worry. We won't allow Issei to be made out to be the villain of the story for having been possessed by the god Hades. But for now, we can only observe until we find the right moment to expel the soul of that bitter god from his body, Azazel added. I tried to cheer up the group of women present, but also kept in mind that it wouldn't be difficult at all to bring him back. But moving on to another hell, to a desolate place. With a beautiful black-haired Nekosho, along with a black-haired Loli, better as life as the infinity dragon Ouroboros Ophias. But what's happening? Offai's Naya this sudden surge of power that seemed to come out of nowhere it's the beautiful Nekomata said in surprise, looking at the aforementioned black-haired dragon beside her. The dragon responded, yes, there's no doubt Kuroka. Those two powerful presences that were felt came from the human world. Turning to her right to look at the Nekomata, she continued, it seems to be the encounter between two Greek gods, however, the presences that were felt recently I know them perfectly. Yes, there's no doubt the two auras that are mixed together. With the power of the god Hades and the goddess Athena, they are the auras of the proud Drake and the dragon queen of chaos. Offais replied, thinking the last part, while a small smile appeared on her expressionless face. This caught the attention and slightly disconcerted the Nekomata, who smiled at the thought that something big and fun had just happened because of the smile that Offais showed. Judging by that smile, it seems something big and fun has just begun. Naya, I'm sure Vali Naya must feel the same way, Kuroka said, her smile still beaming, intrigued by the impending chaos. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Human World in Greece, Athens. In the Patriarch's chamber of the sanctuary of the goddess of wisdom and just war, where the god of the underworld and the goddess Athena were now located, along with several of the goddess's saints who were doing their best not to show weakness before the imposing divine presence and the sinister cosmos of the god of the underworld. Impossible, his power is beyond the limits of human comprehension. There's no doubt he is the god Hades, said the Swan Saint, looking at the destruction caused by Issei Hades' cosmic energy attack. Yes, you're right, Hyoudou. His cosmos easily surpasses that of all the other gods we've faced. Not even Poseidon himself possessed a cosmos as vast and overwhelming as Hades's, added the Saint of Andromeda. That's right, Shun. This makes it clear that, without a doubt, the god Hades is at a level of power superior to that of the goddess Iris, Abel, or even Poseidon. However, the dragon saint paused, taking in the lost look in the green-haired saint of Ophiuchus's eyes. Hey, Shayna, I understand how you feel right now. Are you all right? No, how could I possibly be right, when the young boy who was my student years ago turned out to be the vessel for Hades' soul? Shayna replied without taking her eyes off the blushing god, recalling every moment she spent training that kind boy who had managed to win her fierce heart over with great affection and appreciation. Issei Hades spoke. All right, enough games. It's time to put an end to this holy war once and for all, a war I myself started. I personally will see to it that I send all of you to my beloved underworld. He spoke, delivering their sentence. The dark-haired god stretched his right arm to the side, revealing a violet aura of cosmos that slowly took shape, his imposing sword appearing. This alarmed the goddess and made her fear for the lives of her saints, feeling a sharp pang in her chest at the sight of her older brother's dark and sadistic smile. Damn it, you can feel it, Yoria. The cosmos emanating from Hades' sword is very dangerous and terrifying, he said seriously. Yes, I can sense it very well, Mu. Without a doubt, it's a fearsome cosmos emanating from it, filled with violence and darkness. So you'd better prepare yourselves and not let your guard down. Stay alert and protect Athena-sama, Seiyin, Shun, Hyoga, and Shuryo, added the Gold Saint of Leo. Yes, trust us, we will protect her. He received the firm response from the 4 Bronze Saints, and then together with Mu he faced the god, stepping forward from the others. Issei Hades responded. How pathetic, do you really think of raising your fist against a god like me, miserable humans? The former brunette asked seriously. Of course we will retreat regardless of whether the enemy is a god. We will not allow you to continue causing death and pain through your abominations. That's right, it's best you don't underestimate us for being mere mortals, god Hades. But especially Seiya and the young Bronze Saints who are willing to give their lives to protect the world in Athena-sama, Joria replied, along with Mu, which further annoyed the dark-haired god who responded with displeasure. Pathetic mere humans, you think you stand a chance against me, King Hades, a god. Your audacity can only be forgiven with death. I will not tolerate mere mortal trash believing themselves superior to us the gods. Vanish from my sight, die along with your goddess, saints of Athena Heia. Issei Hades declared, swinging his right arm and delivering a violent slash with his sword, surprising the group of knights and the goddess Athena. Joria and Mu reacted, sensing the power level of the destructive energy slash launched by Hades. The two counterattacked simultaneously, executing one of their techniques, attempting to counter Hades' energy slash. Kuoh, to the surprise of the saints present, did not yield, colliding with both attacks and beginning to push him little by little, further damaging the area of the Patriarch's temple due to the destructive collision of power. What idiots! Did you seriously think that with that pathetic level of cosmos you could counter my attack? The difference in power between gods and humans is beyond the difference between heaven and earth. You damned, sinful humans like yourselves will never touch me with that pathetic level of cosmos. Just surrender and die by my hand, Ga. Using his power to slightly increase the strength of his attack. It can't be, not even an attack from 2 gold saints you escape a simple slash from their swords. We have to help them. That's right, I agree with Shuryo. The Saint of Ophiuchus spoke, agreeing with the Dragon Saint who were stopped by a certain brown-haired saint. Tusk, no, you heard Yoria and Mu's order. As Gold Saints, it would be a great insult on our part to ignore their order and interfere in their battle. Our duty is to protect Sayori even if it means giving our lives to achieve it. Seiya stopped them abruptly, unwilling to disobey Yoria and Mu's order. He used his cosmos along with the rest of the Bronze Saints and Shayna to protect their goddess from the fragments of rubble, along with the strong gust of wind and power expelled by the collision of the attack of Hades, Yoria and Mu, with the latter two being thrown backward, hitting the ground several times from the violent push, all before the sad gaze of the worried goddess left with a strong conflict over her human emotions. How stupid, you're too weak. You're not even worth my time. It would be best to get rid of the trash first, Issei Hades said, annoyed as he listened to Athena speak. No, please, that's enough. Don't continue with this anymore. I know you're strong and can free yourself from Hades' soul, Issei Niasen. I beg you, don't force me to fight and take my role seriously as the goddess of war. She pleaded, taking a couple of steps forward only to be stopped by the Pegasus Saint. Hey, wait a minute, Sayori, it's not safe for you to come any closer. Remember, it's our duty to protect you, he said seriously. That's right, we cannot allow you to expose yourself by fighting Hades. Your duty as our goddess and protector of the earth is to stand firm and guide us towards victory. Indeed, it is our duty to break down any barrier and defeat the god Hades. Trust us, we will not allow him to fulfill his ambition to seize the earth. The Bronze Saints of the Dragon and the Swan spoke firmly, fully supporting their brown-haired friend's decision. Without hesitation, he took her hand to stop his goddess in her tracks, abandoning their conversation upon hearing the irritating dark-haired god speak. How lamentable, allowing your own knights to hinder your decisions, Athena. Stop acting like a human, I want to see the goddess of war you are. Fight me, stop hiding behind your loyal dogs, and let's finish this once and for all. I'll send your damned knights to hell with my next attack, they won't be able to do anything to stop it this time. He said as he rose above the Patriarch's chamber, pointing his sword toward the sky as a great amount of cosmos gathered at its tip. Issei Hades smiled with satisfaction at the worried looks on the faces of the saints present, as they gazed at the great sphere of cosmic energy forming in the sky. This greatly alarmed the goddess Athena, who sensed the devastating power of the sphere of cosmic energy wielded by the dark-haired man who wore a deranged grin. It's over for you. It's time for you to disappear from my path. Only die and suffer in my world, Saints of Athena, the god exclaimed, letting out an imposing war cry. The former chestnut-tired man hurled the massive sphere of cosmic energy at them, hoping to wipe out the saints present and thus resolve his rivalry with Athena once and for all. Meanwhile, Aeolus and Mu rose to their feet, trying to think of some way to deflect Hades' attack. This drew the attention of all the saints and the few specters in the sanctuary, who sensed the devastating level of cosmos in the Patriarch's chamber, revealing the destructive sphere of energy descending from the sky. Damn it, if that hits the ground, it'll turn us and a large part of the sanctuary into dust, the young saint of Ares said in frustration. Silence, don't speak so lightly, Mu. We cannot surrender and accept death no matter the cost. We must do whatever it takes to banish that from its sanctuary, Yoria replied, before stepping in front of the others, followed by Mu. The two ignited their cosmos to its peak, before the surprised and worried gaze of Athena, Seiya, and the others. Only to further disconcert the group of bronze saints upon hearing Athena's words, as if she were having a conversation with someone in her mind. Yes, I understand that perfectly, but I cannot allow my precious knights to die before my eyes. Sayori ended her strange speech, only to suddenly surprise her assembled saints, including the god Hades himself. He couldn't help but be astonished by the immense amount of cosmos Athena was releasing, along with another aura of a blue hue that merged with her own. Impossible. But what does this mean, that aura that emanates from part of her cosmos, is, he said, looking at the goddess in surprise. The former chestnut-tired man whispered to himself in surprise, recognizing the sensation of the second aura of power emanating from the goddess. But he was also surprised by Drake's internal reaction, which made it clear that he recognized the other aura of power Athena displayed. He snapped out of his shock, turning his attention to the great sphere of cosmic energy, unleashing violent gusts of wind as the stone floor cracked, sending pieces of rubble flying from the immense power of its attack. However, to his surprise and that of Athena and the rest of the saints present. No, I won't allow that, king of the underworld, another dimension. A voice was heard calling out the name of a surprising attack, which, to the surprise of those present, but especially to the dark-haired god himself, was unleashed. He watched as a golden flash collided with his attack, while a dimensional rift opened up from nowhere and devoured it. What, but that technique is, the dragon saint said in surprise. Yes, without a doubt it's him. Shiryu, is that you, Kanon? Seiya replied, turning to look at the aforementioned who approached. Scene changes, several minutes ago, House of Scorpio. Several loud crashes and explosions could be heard, revealing two auras of violet and gold cosmos colliding, chipping away modest pieces of the stone floor with each impact. A sudden burst of cosmos was released when they collided again, revealing Violate of Behemoth and Milo of Scorpio locked in a struggle of strength, which to Milo's surprise clearly demonstrated Behemoth's superior brute force, causing him to drop to one knee. Milo gathered his physical strength in Cosmos to counter Violeta's push, taking her by surprise by freeing his right hand from her grip, then punching her in the face and sending her flying several meters away with the force of the blow. Incredible. For someone who isn't one of the 3 judges of the underworld, the level of your Cosmos and brute strength is surprising, Milo said seriously but with a smile showing the excitement of the battle. I don't need your flattery, I just want to kill you. Today will be the day that Milo of Scorpio loses his life. Behemoth responded by increasing his pushing force, causing the stone floor to crack, forming a small crater. However, before either of them could make another move, they were both surprised to feel a powerful cosmos descend from the sky, impacting the roof of Scorpio's house, which collapsed. They looked down upon the owner of the cosmos, who was clearly at the level of or even surpassing the power of a gold saint. What, but it's you, Ahiaka-sama. Violeta spoke in surprise, to surprise the gold saint of Scorpio even more, who watched the silhouette of the newcomer emerge from the modest cloud of dust. Tisk, damn it. So a second judge has arrived at the sanctuary Yokos of Garuda, Milo said. Alerted by the unexpected arrival of a second judge at the sanctuary, he noticed the hard, cold gaze he directed toward Behemoth. This struck him as odd, as the cold specter tensed before the judge's imposing presence, who then spoke. Well, do you have anything to say about agreeing to secretly accompany the master Hades Violeta? Ahiakos asked with clear authority and annoyance towards Violeta. At the same time, House of Aquarius with Kiba and Diana. These two were outside the House of Aquarius, with Kiba looking at the Golden Saint of Aquarius prostrate with one knee on the ground, while both showed the damage and physical wear and tear from their fight. But what's wrong, why aren't you attacking? Showing a smile. Are you so worried about the traces of Cosmos that just appeared, Kiba of Bennu? He asked without losing his smile. I'm sorry, but our fight will have to wait. Damn it, these Cosmos undoubtedly belong to Lady Pandora and the third judge of Hell, Ahiakos. Tusk, it seems there's no time left to continue fighting. We will meet again and we will finish our fight, Diana of Aquarius, Kiba said in a neutral voice, missing the gold saint of Aquarius a little. What are you saying, leaving our fight unfinished? How important are the Cosmos' presences that appeared to decide to postpone our fight? Diana asked, standing up. I don't have to answer that question, Diana of Aquarius. Just remember to stay alive until we meet again on the battlefield. I assure you next time I'll kill you, Kiba replied, extending the wings of his armor. He looked at her again for a few seconds before taking flight and shooting towards the Patriarch's camera in a flash of violet cosmos light, back to the Patriarch's chamber. Yes, it's me, but this isn't the time to criticize my presence and question why I'm wearing the Gemini armor. Looking at Athena, he added, I apologize for not appearing sooner given the situation, Goddess Athena. Kanon responded, apologizing to Athena for his delay, to which she smiled. No, you have nothing to apologize for, Kanon. You arrived just in time, thank you, Athena replied, giving the blue-haired man a smile. Issei, Hades spoke. Oh, I see. So you're Kanon, the traitorous human who managed to deceive my idiot brother, Poseidon. Interesting, your dimensional technique managed to dissipate my attack. You seem more entertaining than the pair of pathetic gold saints beside you, the dark-haired man said with a hint of amusement. What can I say, for a god, the Emperor of the Sea turned out to be rather foolish and easy to deceive. You're right, unfortunately that idiot who let himself be deceived by a mere mortal is my brother. But what I find most amusing is that after turning your back on Athena and using my stupid brother, causing so many humans to perish because of your actions, now you come and appear before me, wearing your brother's armor with Athena's own permission. I truly pity you when you claim to fight for peace, yet you allow such a vile being to protect you, Athena. Hades replied, feeling a clear anger at the fact that a human had mocked one of the principal gods. No, you're wrong, every human can make mistakes, but they strive to find their way again and atone for their sins. So I won't allow you to speak of Kanon in that way, because for the Gemini cloth and for me he is more than worthy of wearing that cloth and being one of my saints. Sayori/Athena replied, feeling annoyed by the words of the dark-haired god. Something that most of the saints present supported, since the two saints present along with Shayna could not forgive Kanon's betrayal and cruel acts. Tusk, although personally I don't agree with Athena-sama's decision to forgive you, I thank you for saving us, but that doesn't mean your betrayal is forgiven, Kanon. That's right, I think the same as Mu. However, don't think that because of this your actions will be forgiven by the other gold saints, Kanon, Joria said, looking seriously at Kanon, who replied. I understand that perfectly, but it doesn't matter to me whether you and the rest of the knights forgive me or what you think of me. If I'm here, it's because Athena brought me back to the right path. However, turning his attention back to the cold, dark-haired god, he continued, this is no time to listen to your foolish complaints when the god of the underworld himself stands before us. Kanon finished speaking, hearing Issei Hades' annoyed snort. HMPH, what garbage. As always, you side with the human fishermen and protect them, Athena. I'm fed up with these miserable humans not recognizing their place and raising their fists against the very gods. Therefore he paused, his gaze slanting behind his bangs as his body was enveloped by the imposing aura of his cosmos. I will send you right now to suffer in hell. As punishment for raising your fist against the gods, he added as a sentence towards the saints present, creating a circle of violet light with the figure of a star, watching as a very familiar creature appeared from the circle. And no, it can't be true, that creature is, Shayna said in surprise. Yes, it's the same guardian of the gates of the underworld, Cerberus, Canon replied, looking at the enormous three-headed dog with a snake's tail in front of them. He growled at them, displaying his hostility and bloodlust, feeling his master upon one of his heads, who then sat down upon one of his three heads. However, before the dark-haired god could give Cerberus the order to attack, a voice was heard. Please wait, you shouldn't have left your castle like this, Hyoudou-sama. A woman's cold voice was heard. A small portal suddenly appeared in the sky, which clouded over as a burst of violet light descended, striking the stone floor in front of Issei, Hades, and Cerberus. Those present watched in surprise as a dark chariot emerged from the portal, pulled by 4 horses from the underworld. To the dismay of some of the saints present, the horses pulling the chariot were headless. The luxurious chariot, worthy of a god, descended until it was near the realm of Hades. There, a beautiful woman with black hair, wearing a dark blue dress, stepped out, her right hand wielding a trident. Tell me, what are you doing here with Sasha and Ahioko's Pandora? Did you come to Athena's sanctuary on the orders of Thanatos and Hypnos? Issei, Hades asked, looking at the aforementioned woman who knelt before him. Yes, that's right, my lord. Lord Hypnos and Lord Thanatos believe your coming to the sanctuary was rash. That's why they sent me to fetch you to take you back to your castle, Hyoudou-sama, Pandora replied, trying to control her fear of her beloved god's reaction. Her words drew the attention of the saints present. That a woman, but who is she? Why is she with the god Hades? Is she human? Yes, I can feel it too, Shun. The presence that binds us is not that of an ordinary human. Besides, Hyoga said, looking at Sayori, who approached and looked at the dark-haired woman named Pandora. Her name is Pandora. She is the woman who is in charge of caring for the soul of the god Hades and looks after him like a sister. Athena said with a hint of sadness in the word sister, which provoked a mocking smile from Pandora. Humph, that's right. As your senator and faithful believer, I watch over and protect the soul of my lord Hades like an older sister. My loyalty and soul will always be bound to my lord. But you, she said, glaring at the goddess Athena, her hostility toward the deity palpable. You always end up interfering in my path, choosing to reincarnate as a human. But what I never expected was that, just like in the previous holy war, you would have the audacity to reincarnate as the younger sister of my lord Hades' vessel. Pandora added, pointing her trident at Athena in a threatening manner. This immediately alerted Seiya and the other saints present, who, to their surprise, saw the purply-haired woman gesture with her hand to indicate that they should not interfere. They accepted her order but lowered their guard to intervene if necessary, especially Seiya. No, you're wrong about what you're saying, Pandora. I didn't plan to be born as Issei Niasen's younger sister. Fate willed it so again. However, I don't regret being born a human and his younger sister. I won't allow things to end the same way as in the previous holy war. She spoke sincerely, looking seriously at the dark-haired woman. Athena answered with confidence and firmness in her words, taking several steps forward until she was face to face with Pandora, who responded. Athena, you cursed one. Ever since you were born from the head of the god Zeus, you've been interfering in Hyoudou-sama's path. But no, you won't this time, because I myself made sure to see you dead. Displaying intense hostility towards the goddess Athena, Pandora responded, her powerful cosmos emanating from her body palpable. Her right arm was raised, her trident gripping her hand, ready to pierce Athena's chest. However, before she could even make a move, Pandora stopped abruptly when she heard the cold voice of her beloved god, sensing his clear displeasure at her impulsive action. That's enough, Pandora. I remind you that I am the only one who can end Athena's life. He looked authoritatively at Pandora. So leave her alone and let's go back to my castle. After all, you only came all this way for me, didn't you? Issei said seriously, snapping his fingers as the great Cerberus's body was enveloped by his cosmos, returning the three-headed dog to its underworld. Just like that, my lord doesn't intend to fight anymore? Asked a certain spectre driving the carriage, somewhat surprised at not being able to fight as he wished. Sasha, I understand you want to have fun, but for now we'll leave it at that. Besides, they didn't just come for me. Hades replied without looking at his spectre as he turned towards the carriage, his back to the saints present, which gave them the opportunity to attack him, an opportunity seized by the saint of Gemamis. Well, this is a good opportunity, he said, suddenly increasing his cosmos, hearing Athena's scream. No, wait, don't do it, Canon, trying to stop him. Now receive the best technique of the saint of Gemamis, God Hades Galaxy Explosion Ha, ignoring Athena's words. Kano exclaimed with a shout, unleashing his best technique. which surprised those present and angered Pandora, who resolved to use the power her master had given her to try and counter it. However, to the surprise of many and Issei's amusement, a great flash of violet cosmos fell from the ground in front of Pandora, accompanied by a violet voice. "I won't allow it, take this solar corona blasting," Gaia the voice exclaimed as a large sphere of fire formed and shot out at Kanon's technique, colliding with it and finally exploding in a violet blast. This surprised Kanon, who saw how the newly arrived Spectre knocked out his attack without any problem. That Spectre managed to counter my galaxy explosion with his technique, Kanon said in a serious voice. But surprised by the power of the Spectre as he watched the curtain of dust disappear, revealing the appearance of a blonde-haired Spectre, wearing a sapphire with a pair of wings and a large amount of black fire covering his body. Impossible, that Spectre is the one Lord Doko faced when we went to Japan to investigate the whereabouts of Hades' vessel Kiba of Bennu. He clenched his fists in frustration. Damn it, wasn't he supposed to be fighting Diana of Aquarius? No, was she? Seiya said, surprised and worried about the Gold Saint of Aquarius. No, the Guardian of Aquarius is still alive, Seiya. Apparently the Spectre decided to end the fight and came here, replied the Dragon Saint. True, Shiryu is right, but also it seems he's not the only one who managed to get here, damn it, looking up at the sky with a serious expression. The Saint of the Swan added, which caught the attention of the other saints present. They looked up at the sky and saw another powerful aura of cosmos approaching the Patriarch's chamber at great speed. They watched the strong aura of cosmos fall and impact next to Kiba, which worried and alarmed the saints present and Athena even more, as they saw that it was the same judge who had defeated the great Aldebaran of Taurus Minos of the Griffin. Well, apparently, there are still humans stupid enough to try and harm a god of Hades-sama's caliber. In that case, I minus of Getago will send you to the hell of Cocytus for your audacity in raising your fist against my lord, just as I did recently with Aldebaran of Taurus Canon of Gemini. The judge spoke, looking at Canon with great hostility. He did not back down from the power and bloodlust of the judge of hell, igniting his cosmos just like Minos. Meanwhile, Seiya and the others prepared to face the two specters and protect their goddess. However, before a fierce battle could begin between the two gods. Enough, I think that's enough. This is not the place and time to conclude the destiny of this new holy war. A firm female voice was suddenly heard, while a reddish light descended from the sky, and from it descended a beautiful woman wearing armor, leaving the clear trace of her divine cosmos. But what a spectral woman! No, she's more than that. The essence of her cosmos is the divinity of a god. Shayna spoke, looking with surprise and fear at the armored woman defending the sky, standing next to the body of her student possessed by the god Hades. I am possible, but you are the sister of the gods of sleep and death, the third advisor and most loyal to the god of the underworld. You who have always remained aloof from this holy war, caring for the true bodies of your brothers Thanatos and Hypnos. The goddess who governs and controls all destiny, Athena said in surprise. Unable to believe the sudden presence of the goddess, who controls and governs destiny itself, and of whom it is said that she may even be stronger than her brothers Hypnos and Thanatos, this undoubtedly surprised all the mortals present, as well as the group of demons and the leader of Asgard, who were observing from the biblical hell thanks to the god Odin. Looking at the contented and satisfied smile on Issei Hades' face, the goddess approached him and bowed before him in respect, gazing at him with a smile of loyalty and deep devotion. The goddess rose to her feet to look at Athena before speaking. Oh, it's been so long, Athena. Millennia have passed since we met face to face in the first holy war in the great era of myth, said a playful smile spreading across his face as he reveled in Athena's bewilderment and concern, to which she responded. I don't understand. Since the age of myth you never fought again in the holy war. What happened that made you decide to stop watching over your brothers' bodies and fight again in this holy war, she asked seriously, looking at the minor goddess who only smiled at her. Fufu, nothing happened. My master simply asked for my help in this holy war, something that, of course, as his advisor I gladly accepted, Athena. Replied, turning towards her master who only smiled at her before speaking. It pleases me to see you again and to see the loyalty you still have for me, However, you also think I'm reckless for coming to Athena's sanctuary. Is that why you're here, or am I mistaken? Hades asked. No, I would never dare to question your decisions, Master Hades. I was simply excited to see you again, so I decided to come when I heard you were here. She looked at him with a devoted smile. Responded, demonstrating his unwavering loyalty and support for all his decisions, understanding his ideals better than anyone. The god of the underworld smiled at his words, resuming his leisurely walk to climb into his chariot. W8, please wait, Issei Nielsen, Athena said, trying to hold him back, followed by the Pegasus Saint. That's right, where the hell do you think you're going? Seriously, you think I'll just let you go like that, Issei? Seiya shouted aloud, his gaze clearly showing anger towards the god, only to be stopped by the same voice of the god Hades. HMPH, really, you're too annoying, Seiya. Didn't I already tell you that with such a low cosmos and such little conviction as yours, you will never be able to reach me? Turning to look at the saints present and Athena, he continued, so for now, we'll have to save the real fun for another time. Saints of the entire sanctuary and you personally, Athena, I want you to observe closely, because my judgment against humanity is about to begin. Extending his right arm towards the sky, he continued, while those present were surprised by the image that was appearing. Those present gasped in surprise and fear as they watched a large part of the starfold sky change landscapes, revealing instead the solar system, with a large clock that began to count down the time it marked in the center of the solar system. This is incredible. That image covering a large part of the sky is looking at the image that appeared of the solar system with great surprise and fear, which covered a large part of the sky. Why yes, Shun, the image in the sky is the solar system, Tusk, damn it. Seiya added, cursing under his breath as he saw Issei's sinister smile and heard Sayori/Athena speaking. And no, it can't be true. Could it be that you trying to? Athena shuddered as she understood the appearance of the solar system and the great clock, her gaze passing towards the smiling god who answered her. Hee, that's right, it's just as you think, Athena. The time of humanity's judgment is already underway. When the clock's hand completes a full rotation and points to the nymph at the top, his smile widened. Every single planet will align perfectly, thus beginning a total eclipse that will cover the Earth in darkness. But with the unique difference that this eclipse will be eternal and will completely obscure the sunlight. And so, little by little, every trace of life will be extinguished from the Earth due to the lack of sunlight, giving rise to my new dark world. The dark god finished speaking. This left the knights present, the goddess Athena, the rest of the saints in the sanctuary, and all supernatural beings completely astonished. For some reason, only supernatural beings and gods were able to see the image of the solar system, which covered a large portion of the sky in different parts of the world. What are you saying, that life on Earth will become extinct? Athena asked with clear concern in her eyes. That's right. When all the planets are fed and the nymph sounds the trumpet 13 times, every human being and any trace of life on planet Earth will die. And the name of this judgment, I call it the Great Eclipse. Issei replied, his dark smile unwavering as Pandora and Kerr, who shared their master's expression, looked on his face. What are you saying, extinguish all traces of life on Earth? Tusk, don't mess with me. Seriously, do you really think we're going to let you fulfill that stupid obsession of taking over our world? Issei, he exclaimed furiously. Seiya faced him, letting his clear emotion of anger be felt at Issei's ruthless judgment, clenching his fists as he looked at the mocking smile of the black-haired man, which only increased his anger. That's right, it doesn't matter if you're a god, that doesn't give them the right to judge us humans with death, said the Swan Saint. Yes, I agree with my friend Hyoudou. However, I recognize that as humans, we are imperfect beings and commit unforgivable acts, but said a green-haired man, pausing and looking firmly and confidently at the ruthless god of the underworld. Isn't it your duty, the gods, to watch over the safety of human beings and do everything possible to guide them down the right path? Then tell me why do most of the gods abandon us and look at us as mere beings without any value? Added the kind young saint of Andromeda, keeping his gaze fixed on the god Hades. God looked at him with a little interest, sensing the purity and goodness of the heart and soul of the saint of Andromeda, showing a small smile. HMPH, I see. I never imagined that among Athena's saints there could exist a human with such a kind heart and a soul as pure as yours. But I find meaning in your words and I acknowledge that fact. However, he paused briefly, his smile fading and replaced by a cold, merciless expression. No matter how much we gods try to guide them down the right path, their hearts and souls will always be filled with evil, greed, a thirst for power, and arrogance. And you know why? Because that's what makes them human, imperfect, and despicable beings. They only deserve the wrath of the gods and to die like worms, Issei replied, making clear his contempt and hostility towards humans, as well as his decision to punish them and end their existence. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Sanctuary of Athena, Patriarch's Chamber. I never imagined that among any of Athena's saints there could be a human with such a kind, gentle heart and a soul as pure as yours. But you know something, Knight of Andromeda, I find meaning in your words and I acknowledge that fact. However, he paused briefly as his smile faded, replaced by a cold and merciless expression. No matter how much we gods want to guide them down the right path, their hearts and souls will always be filled with evil, greed, a thirst for power and arrogance. And you know why, he said, disappearing from the sight of those present, only to reappear before the saint of Andromeda. Issei continued. Why are those flaws what make them human, imperfect, and the most despicable form of life? They only deserve the wrath of the gods and to die like the worthless worms they are, Issei/Hades replied, making clear his contempt and hostility towards humanity, as well as his decision to punish them and end their existence. Looking at the smiling god, Athena stepped forward and raised her gaze, surprising everyone present, including the god of the underworld himself. The goddess met his gaze with a hard, defiant stare, which astonished those present when they felt her cosmos mingle with another aura of power, all of it blue. No, I will never allow that. You recently told me you wanted to see the Athena of that time again. No. She glared at him angrily. Well, you succeeded. I will not let you end the lives of human beings and the world I love so much. I myself will make sure to put an end to this holy war, Hades, she exclaimed, pointing her staff at the god. Athena exclaimed, challenging the dark-haired man without fear, which provoked a satisfied smile from the god of the underworld. He felt that strange yet familiar power within her once more, mingled with his cosmos and merging into one. Yes, that's how it should be. You're finally acting like the warrior deity you are. This is the goddess Athena, Zeus's favorite daughter, whom I long to see and destroy with my own hands. He flashed his dark smile. Without a doubt, this will be the most entertaining and violent war yet, just like when we started our first holy war, Athena. Hades replied, making it clear that this time he wouldn't be playing games. He prepared to climb into his chariot alongside Pandora, who smiled amusedly at Athena's reaction. However, before the dark-haired man had fully entered his chariot, Hades heard the furious voice of a certain Pegasus saint and turned to look at him. Wait, I told you I won't let you go, so let's settle this once and for all. I won't allow you to end humanity's existence. I'll personally make you see reason with my blows, Issei. Seiya exclaimed, lunging at the smiling god. No, wait, don't do something crazy, Seiya. Athena shouted with several of the saints present, trying to stop the reckless action of the Pegasus saint. Seiya ignored Athena's warning and that of the others, gathering all his cosmos into his right fist to unleash his most powerful technique and strike the god. To his surprise and that of the other saints present, this didn't happen, as he was intercepted by the new specter of Bennu. Seiya could only groan in pain as he received a powerful blow to his face from Kiba, who covered his right fist with black flames and sent it flying back with brutal force. Gwog dammit. Seiya let out a loud groan of pain as his body crashed backward onto the hard stone floor near a worried Athena. Tusk, damned human, don't think I'll allow you to touch Hades-sama. For this alone, I myself will kill you for your audacity, Pegasus Saint. Kiba said coldly as his body was engulfed in black flames. That's enough, there's no need for you to do this. I'll be the one to take care of Athena and Pegasus, they're mine. It's time to go, we're returning to my castle, but before I leave, I'll make sure my puppets at least continue their work. The god spoke, stopping Kiba, but at the same time disconcerting Athena, Seiya, and the others. What are we talking about? Continue with your mission. It can't be, are you Tusk? Answer me, what do you plan to do with them, Issei? Calling him by his human name. The green-haired saint was heard screaming, her tone of voice revealing her clear anger toward the figure of her former disciple. He only looked at her when her voice became familiar, becoming trapped by the image of the framed woman who called to him and whom he recognized from his human memories. I understand, now I remember you. You're that woman, the one who trained my vessel years ago when he was sent to the sanctuary and initiated to become a saint of Athena. Your name was Shayna, currently a silver saint. He paused, looking at Shayna with cold repulsion. He continued. But it doesn't matter, I'm not interested in anything about you. However, you asked me for an explanation of my words, didn't you? Well, he said, his twisted smile returning. I'll just say that I find it very entertaining when three proud gold saints, destroying their own honor and pride as warriors themselves. He looked with amusement at Athena's distressed expression. Seriously, you shouldn't have created a technique of such magnitude and taught it to your warriors, when said technique is forbidden to you, Athena. Hades finished speaking, his smile growing immensely as he saw Athena's face of sadness, anger, and frustration. He and the others could feel a gigantic collision of cosmos shaking the sanctuary as they watched the House of Virgo collapse almost completely. 2 minutes earlier. House of Virgo in the twin room. The guardian of the fifth house could be seen in an intense fight, blocking and attacking the three revived gold saints, managing to put all three in a difficult position despite being at a disadvantage. Shaka noticed how the three began to act strangely, becoming more violent and their cosmos turning darker, leaving an aura of evil emanating from Saga, Camus, and Shura. I don't understand why the three of them suddenly stopped talking. Furthermore, their behavior and the essence of their cosmos changed. It can't be are the three of them, he said, his expression one of annoyance and seriousness, sensing the increase in their power. Tusk, yes, that's most likely it. This must be the work of the god Hades. He must be controlling the three of them with his power, thought Shaka, who snapped out of his thoughts upon seeing Saga, who launched a swift blow that he managed to dodge with difficulty, followed by a violent slash from Shura and Camus's Aurora lightning attack. Kaya, Shaka exclaimed loudly, unleashing his cosmos, which created a shockwave that struck Camus, Saga, and Shura. The powerful force of his cosmos' shockwave threw all three of them back away from him. Surprising, apparently being under Hades' control, their power and speed increased considerably. However, that won't make MHH. But what are they doing? That pose of the three of them is, Shaka said, stopping himself upon seeing the attack stance the three of them had taken, recognizing their positions and what they were planning. I see, so that's how things are, damned Hades. You really intend to control them and make them use the forbidden technique, thereby destroying their pride as knights with the Athena exclamation. Shaka exclaimed indignantly, cursing the god of the underworld for the vile act of controlling Saga, Camus, and Shura, making them use the forbidden technique of the Athena exclamation. He sighed to calm his anger, resolving to face the next combined attack from the three, using all his power. Shaka sat in his meditation posture, closing his eyes and letting his cosmos flow freely to its peak. I understand, now I understand everything. Their mission they speak of, their temporary lives, and the true reason they accepted Hades's deal, even if it meant sacrificing their pride as knights. Although I speak to them, I highly doubt they can answer me, but I know they can hear me therefore, he said, opening his eyes with a serious expression, his gaze focused and showing respect as warriors towards Saga, Camus, and Shura. I, Shaka Virgo, with great respect for you as the great knights you were in life, will answer you three with all my power. The very exclamation of the gold saint's zodiac exclamation Hara Shaka exclaimed, executing the zodiac exclamation with all his might, hearing the voices of Saga, Camus, and Shura exclaiming the name of the deadly forbidden technique. Die already Shaka, the exclamation of Athena Ha'a. The three shouted to execute the exclamation of Athena, which ended up colliding with Shaka's zodiac exclamation. A powerful roar echoed throughout the area, shaking the twin hall and the sanctuary completely, while a large part of the house of Virgo collapsed. This alerted the saints present and the few specters in the sanctuary as they felt the strong tremor and watched in astonishment as a large part of the house of Virgo crumbled. But returning to the interior of the twin chamber, it was now being ravaged by the massive collision of power, destroying the ground and all traces of trees and plants in the room, raising a dense cloud of dust and debris from the powerful explosion. This cloud gradually dissipated, revealing the figures of the four gold saints, their armor bearing the damage from the impact of the attack. But especially Shaka's, who remained in his meditation pose and his armor was a mess, leaving a large amount of blood to spill from his forehead and right arm as well as from other parts of his body. To his surprise, he was surrounded by a cosmos that emanated a powerful divine aura, which he recognized perfectly, silently thanking his goddess for her protection. Shaka simply watched as his revived companions fell to their knees, a considerable amount of blood spilling and dripping from their bodies. He but how embarrassing, letting her control us and using Athena's exclamation Guag said Saga, who had regained control of his body and mind, along with Camus and Shura. So you've regained control of your bodies Saga, Camus, Shura. Shaka replied. Back to the Patriarch's chamber. But what was this great temple? The cosmos of Shaka and those three said the Pegasus Saint, surprised by the enormous collision of cosmos in the house of Virgo. Yes, I have no doubt about it, Seiya. It was an enormous clash of cosmos. I've never felt such a shock of power, added the Dragon Saint, feeling a little relieved along with the others for having sensed Shaka's cosmos. They snapped out of their shock when they heard the cold yet mocking voice of the god Hades. He merely smiled, observing the dejected expression of the goddess Athena, which was obscured by her bangs. Humph, but what an interesting technique you created, Athena. Although it seems the Virgo Saint was able to withstand the combined power of three gold saints. But I think it's time for me to retire, he remarked with a touch of humor, smiling even more as he saw a couple of tears fall down Athena's cheeks. He withdrew from the sanctuary along with Kuo and the remaining specters, leaving the saints present and even Athena herself in a state of great confusion. Turning his gaze to his loyal commander who leads his army, Hades spoke to him. What's wrong, Pandora? Are you going to tell me the real reason why Hypnos and Thanatos ordered you to come for me? He asked, looking out the window of his carriage, glancing sideways at his faithful servant, just as the goddess of fate did. Pandora answered him. I'm sorry, it wasn't my intention to doubt your decisions, my lord. But your divine advisors believe that the essence of humanity disturbs your soul. They want you to confirm that Hyoudou Issei's soul has completely disappeared and ceased to exist. Pandora replied, telling him the truth, not wanting to doubt her beloved god again as she had during the previous holy war, when she had imprisoned him on Hypnos's orders in a special place in the dream world so that his human soul would weaken and the canvas would be lost. Humph, I understand your decision, but honestly you make me feel worse than a caged bird, Pandora. He replied in a bored tone, turning his gaze back to the sky through the window of his carriage while Kuo just smiled and looked at him fondly. Meanwhile, at the same time, elsewhere, far from the human world. In biblical hell inside a luxurious office in Lucifer's castle, it seems he's retired for now. Although I'm surprised by his current power level, it will undoubtedly be quite a challenge to bring the boy back and stop Hades. Yes, you're absolutely right, Odin Dono. All we can do is wait and see what happens. Given the situation, it will be difficult to expel Hades' soul from Issei's body. What do you think, Sirzechs? said a certain fallen angel asking for the opinion of Mau Lucifer. It goes without saying, Azazel. All we can do for now is trust in the goddess Athena and her warriors, and wait for the right moment to help recover Issei without creating any problems with the Greek faction, the Mo said calmly, turning to look at his sister and her entourage. Rias, girls, I hope that with what Odin Dono allowed us to see, you understand the gravity and danger of the situation and don't act without considering your feelings. Finishing his sentence, Sirzechs looked at his brother and the others, who nodded with a subdued yes. Yes, we won't do anything foolish, Nia-sama. With your permission, we'll take our leave. Rias replied, leaving her brother's office with Akeno and the others, her expression reflecting helplessness and sadness, returning to Greece, sanctuary of Athena. He left the sanctuary. I can't believe that the god of the underworld himself was here recently. His power is on a level superior to his brother, the god Poseidon, Shuryo said, letting out a sigh of relief. Yes, you're right. This is the first time my body has trembled like this. Just feeling his presence made it hard to breathe because of the pressure of his cosmos, Hyoga added, recalling the unpleasant feeling of inferiority before a god. Tusco Sayori, tell me, what did he mean by that? But also, what was that great explosion of cosmos in the house of Virgo? He said that they themselves would lose their honor and pride as knights. Answer, you know it. Seiya asked, waiting for the answer from his goddess, which Canon then provided. The answer is clear with the clash of power that came from the house of Vigo, Seiya. Looking at the chestnut-tired man seriously, while Yolia and Mu clenched their fists in anger and helplessness, Canon continued, Saga, Camus, and Shura, they have just lost their honor and pride as gold saints, using a technique forbidden by Athena herself, which combines the power of 3 gold saints into a single attack. Athena's exclamation. Explaining the situation, Canon replied with certainty, observing the surprised expressions of the group of bronze saints and Shayna, who also spoke. I understand, but tell me one thing, Athena-sama, is it true that Issei is your older brother? Shayna asked respectfully, looking at their goddess while Athena kept her gaze lowered, clutching her staff in frustration, sadness, and anger. She replied, yes, that's true, Shiana. Issei is my older brother by blood as a human, but we'll talk about that later when I've gathered the others and I can explain. However, I want to speak with these 4 first, Athena said as she felt the cosmos of the Pisces Saint, Milo, and Diana enter the House of Virgo, using her power to communicate with them telepathically. Scene change, House of Virgo. There were a certain trio of gold saints inside the house, looking with great surprise at the open doors of the twin room, which revealed the great destruction of an intense battle between gold saints. Surprising, but what kind of battle was it that Shaka and those 3 had to leave this place so damaged? The Scorpio Saint said in surprise, looking at the landscape of destruction in the twin hall, listening to the voice of one of his companions. Yes, you're right, but this isn't the time to talk about trivial things. Focus on those 3, here they come. Looking at the revived saints, Diana looked at the pogo stick, puzzled to see Shaka approaching from behind them without showing any intention of attacking or stopping them. She simply ignored him and coldly glanced at Camus, who noticed and looked at her, ashamed of her treacherous action. This angered the gold saint of Scorpio, who was annoyed to see Shaka doing nothing to stop them. What the hell, what on earth does this mean, Shaka? Why didn't you finish them off now that you have the chance? Answer me, he shouted angrily, glaring at Shaka as he approached them, only to be stopped by the gold saint of Pisces. Wait, don't jump to conclusions, Milo. Those 3 can't fight anymore, they can barely stand and walk. Besides, I'm sure Shaka has a good explanation for not finishing them off. She said seriously, offering her opinion while noticing Diana's hostility toward Camus. So, what's going on now? Why aren't you doing anything to kill them, and instead you're just following them around like nothing's wrong? Answer me, I want to hear your reason, Shaka. Diana asked, without taking her eyes off Camus. He approached them, coming face to face with the Virgo Saint, observing the damage to his body and armor from the battle he had fought against 3 gold saints simultaneously. However, before Shaka could even respond or explain his actions, the 3 remaining gold saints heard their goddess's sudden voice speaking to them and explaining the Virgo Saint's actions, which prevented him from eliminating Saga, Camus, and Shura at once. They couldn't help but disagree with their goddess's decision to bring them before her and speak with the 3 traitors as they perceived them. But of course, the 3 eventually accepted his decision, out of respect and loyalty to it. They took the 3 meditators, Saga, Camus, and Shura, with them to Athena's chamber, encountering Doko and the deceased patriarch Shin of Ares along the way. Time skip, 15 minutes later. Athena's chamber. We've arrived, here they are. We brought them just as you requested, Athena-sama. That's right, they're practically dead, but I don't understand what you want to talk to these traitors about. They don't even deserve your words, Athena-sama, Milo said seriously. That's enough, Milo. We have no right to question Athena-sama's decisions, just keep quiet. No, it's all right, I understand perfectly, Diana. But I need to speak with them. I want to hear the reasons for their decision to accept Hades's offer, Athena said in a gentle voice, trying to ease the tension among her saints. But especially in her Pegasus saint, she could sense their hostility towards Shin, Saga, Camus, and Shura, who were kneeling and showing that their temporary lives were at their limit. Approaching them to bow, Athena looked at them with a sorrowful expression, feeling their pain and regret. Lift your gaze, you don't have to prostrate yourselves before me like this. No, you're mistaken. We no longer deserve your kindness and blessing. We committed the sin of betraying you and serving your enemy to end your life. I dared to break my oath as a knight. I betrayed you once more, Athena-sama. Saga said, his voice breaking with repetition, unable to bring himself to look at his goddess. That's right, we committed an unforgivable offense by accepting Hades's deal. We betrayed you and our companions. The three of us used such a cowardly technique for a gold saint trying to kill Shaka. Camus added, feeling Diana's intense gaze looking at him with contempt and disappointment for his betrayal. He heard Athena's voice. I understand that well, but I know that you did all this just to obtain my blood and awaken my armor. You thought that in this reincarnation I knew nothing of it, didn't you? Isn't that right, Patriarch Shin? He asked kindly, which surprised Shin, Saga, Camus, and Shura as well as the others. I see, so you knew, Athena-sama. It seems I was wrong not to take that into account and make this decision, Shin replied. No, it's normal. I only realized I was Athena very recently. It's only natural that I don't remember many things from my past lives, Athena remarked wistfully. While Seiya and the others listened with great surprise to the conversation and the true reason for their supposed betrayal, Diana and Canon themselves noticed, looking at Camus and Saga, their respective brothers. Note, Diana is Camus's younger sister in my story. I'm just mentioning this in case I didn't. What are they saying? They agreed to help her. Is what they're saying true? Answer me, Camus Nia-sama. The Aquarius saint asked, moving closer to Camus. He looked up at his younger sister, finding her expression changed from disdain and disappointment to one of uncertainty and sadness. Yes, that's right. We accepted the deal to have temporary lives. Also, we could help you obtain your armor, ha, Athena-sama. He replied, lowering his gaze, overcome with shame and disappointment in himself, as he listened to the words of Shin of Ares and the late patriarch. That's right, young saint of Aquarius. That was the reason we pretended to be on Hades' side. But she said with difficulty, her body beginning to glow, drawing the attention of the younger saints present, while Athena, Doko, and the rest of the saints wore expressions of sadness, especially Canon and Diana. But no matter the reason, we betrayed Lady Athena's trust, and we will pay for our sin just as we deserve. Besides, it seems our time has run out, Shin finished speaking, as his body and those of Camus, Saga, and Shura began to fade into numerous particles of cosmos. At the same time, they had one last conversation with the saints present, asking forgiveness for their actions and their inability to help in this war. This revelation deeply affected those present, especially Diana, Hyoga, Seiya, Doko, and Athena herself. Athena then ordered all the bronze and silver saints to gather in the Colosseum to discuss their connection and that of certain bronze saints to the young body chosen by the god Hades. Meanwhile, elsewhere, far from Athena's sanctuary, Italy, Hades' castle, a certain former chestnut-eyed man could be seen sitting on his throne, his companion Pandora to his left and the smiling goddess who governs destiny to his right. Meanwhile, a pair of twin gods, advisors to the god of the underworld, had just given their master a lecture for his imprudence. Please understand our order to Pandora, master. As the god of the underworld, you cannot expose yourself in this way before Athena and such insignificant beings as humans, the god of death stated, followed by his brother. That's right, Master Hades. Although Athena's knights are only humans born with the ability to use cosmos, we shouldn't underestimate them, much less trust them, my lord. After all, he paused, displaying his typical carefree smile, and continued, I know humans are creatures that can surprise us as they have done on several occasions, Hades-sama. He finished giving his opinion. The god of sleep added his opinion, always making sure to maintain complete respect for his master at all times. Both twin gods heard their sister's angry voice, understanding that she disagreed with the decisions they were making as the two chief advisors to their god. Enough. Stop overprotecting him and criticizing Hades-sama's decisions, Hypnos Thanatos. Remember what I told you, the three of us are merely his advisors. The decisions, orders, and final say in all choices will always rest with Hades-sama. Or do you want me to remind him of his place as the lesser gods we are? And without hesitation, she reprimanded her brothers with utmost authority, her cosmos suddenly surging. Kerr declared authoritatively, making it clear that she was above the power of her brothers, Hypnos and Thanatos. They tensed slightly, knowing their sister's temperament and power, but even more so considering her devotion, boundless loyalty, and eternal love for her master. But undoubtedly the one most affected by her power was Pandora, who felt suffocated by the pressure of the goddess Kerr's cosmos, while she begged the three lesser gods not to start a fight among themselves in front of their master. To her relief, he intervened in the argument, demonstrating the authority he held as the elder god and master of the three. That's enough, you three. I won't tolerate you starting a fight between brothers over something so stupid, Issei said seriously, looking at the three brothers authoritatively. But Hyoudou-sama, I don't think it's right that the two of you are always harassing you and criticizing your decisions. I can't allow them to continue with Kuo began but was interrupted by her lord. I understand your feelings and appreciate your words, Kuo. But that doesn't mean you have to stoop to the level of humans and resort to violence. However, just to make it perfectly clear, Thanatos Hypnos. Issei spoke authoritatively, saying the last words with utmost seriousness and looking at the two twin gods. Yes, tell us, Master Hades. They answered at the same time, awaiting their master's words and reprimand. All right then, listen up, because I'm only going to say this once. I am the god who rules the underworld, the great Hades, your master. And as such, you are my chief advisors, my students, so don't you dare underestimate me or treat me like a child again. The decisions I make are and will be followed to the letter no matter what they are. Is that clear? Don't make me use violence as punishment. The former brunette exclaimed, asserting his authority while suddenly increasing his power, which terrified Pandora even more and unnerved the three monkey gods. Yes, we understand, Master. We regret our lack of respect, the three replied, listening to their god speak. All right then, let's talk about something else. You see, I'm planning to do something similar with my specters, just like Athena did with her knights, Issei said, seriously offering his little idea. He says something similar. We don't quite understand what his idea is, Hyoudou-sama. I understand what you want to do is increase the number of judges and thus face the 12 gold saints on a more equal footing, correct? The goddess of destiny asked, looking at her master's satisfied smile. Yes, that's right. I'm glad we think alike, my dear Kuo. As you heard, I plan to increase the number of judges. Let's say something like the 12 gold saints who protect Athena's sanctuary, but unlike them, we would have one judge for each of the circles of hell. Furthermore, I already have the first specter chosen to fill a judge position. Hades replied, eliciting astonished reactions from the three gods and the other gods. Well, since we're in agreement, Pandora, calling to her gazebo. Yes, what do you wish, my lord? She answered him with devotion, bowing with utmost respect before her god who gave his order. I want you to summon Kiba, Behemoth, Ahiakos, Minos, and Rhadamanthes. But given the current situation, and since I can sense their cosmic energies, summon Rhadamanthes immediately. He's here in the castle. Tell him it's my order to bring those I mentioned to me, he said seriously, giving his order. Yes, I'll do it right now. With your permission, Hyoudou-sama, Thanatos-sama, Hypnos-sama, Kuo-sama. Pandora responded respectfully, leaving the great hall to carry out her master's order. She summoned Valentine of the Harpy to take her to the ruthless judge, receiving a swift, somewhat unconvinced response from the spectre, who then escorted her to the modest hall where the most powerful judge resided. Several minutes later, elsewhere in the underworld with one of the three judges, he was reprimanding the spectre under his command, while several other specters around him simply watched the punishment given personally by the judge, Yokos of Garuda. Good, now you understand, Violet, that I won't overlook decisions made without consulting me. It doesn't matter if Hades-sama asks you to, you only obey me completely. Now answer, the judge asked, stepping on her head to force it down and pin it to the ground, listening to the specter's response. Why, yes, I understand, Ahiaka-sama, but I don't regret my decision in fulfilling one of my god's desperate orders. For me, Hyoudou-sama's orders are absolute. She answered him with certainty in every word, making it clear that her god's commands were everything to her. This, to the surprise of some of the specters, enraged the judge, who increased the pressure on her foot, causing Violet to groan in pain. Stupid girl, listen to me carefully. The only one who can treat you like his toy is me. Not even Hyoudou-sama can override my authority over you because you belong to me. Did you hear me, you damned boar? Is that clear enough? He pressed his foot harder on Violet's head. The judge reprimanded her for her words, which slightly unsettled the specters present, as they were bothered by her diminishing the usefulness of their god. However, the situation in the region only escalated when the voice of a second judge was heard, looking at Minos of Tifho with the new specter of Bennu. Come on, stop being so annoying, Yakos. I don't see any reason for you to represent Violetta this way. She was simply following Hyoudou-sama's orders, and she did so perfectly. Instead of punishing her, you should be praising her for being so useful to Hyoudou-sama, don't you think? Hearing the judge's voice, Minos spoke in his typical tone, which caught Yakos' attention, and he glared at him with clear annoyance. Humph, Minos, what are you doing here? But more importantly, weren't you taught not to meddle where you're not wanted? She's under my authority, so stay out of it. The specter of Garuda replied, making his anger at the intrusion clear, something that annoyed Griffin's specter, neither of them paying attention to Bennu's specter. The latter, in turn, had his gaze fixed on Violet of Behemoth, who was staring at him, her head still pressed against the ground by the judge's foot. Hey, but who said I'm here to interfere, Ahiokos? I'm just giving you my perspective since Hyoudou-sama's orders are absolute. Minos said seriously, having overheard Ahiokos' words along with Kiba. The blonde specter spoke. Hey, don't you think your arrogance is a bit much? Take your foot off his head right now, or I'll take it off myself, Ahiokos of Garuda. He spoke in a threatening tone of voice. Kiba spoke to the judge with hostility and gave him the same look, walking towards them before the surprised and curious presence of Minus of the Griffin. Minus merely smiled, intrigued by the situation, remaining with his arms crossed, eager to see what the new specter of Bennu, chosen by his own god Hades, was capable of. While with Behemoth, she merely watched in surprise the blonde man's actions, with whom she had only exchanged a few words and had a brief conversation. Something that, to her surprise and that of many specters, the new specter of Bennu liked her at first sight, which was very unusual for her. Violet simply watched as the blonde man positioned himself in front of Ahiokos, who withdrew his foot from her to face the specter of Bennu. "Humph, hey Minus, haven't you shown him his place and how a judge should be respected?" Ahiokos asked, looking at the griffin's specter. Show him his place. Heh, because I should. If he's not just some specter, you should look down on Ahiokos." The albino judge replied with a smile, enjoying the annoyed expression Ahiokos displayed, turning his attention back to Kiba. "Well, if that's the case, then you don't mind if I put him in his place myself and show him the difference in power between us," the dark-haired judge replied arrogantly, only to become more annoyed by Minus's nonchalant gaze and Kiba's mocking smile. "Oh, that sounds perfect. I'd like to see you try it, Mr. Judge," Kiba replied, without hesitating in his words as his cosmos and Ahiokos' suddenly increased, making the strong pressure of the power of the two cosmos feel. This undoubtedly surprised the specters present, but especially Behemoth and Ahiokos, who were astonished by Kiba's level of cosmos. To the further surprise of the specters present, his cosmos was comparable to that of a judge, which only increased Minus's satisfied smile. However, before either of them could make the first move, and the fight could begin, a fight that would undoubtedly be utter destruction, those present were surprised when, out of nowhere, they sensed another enormous cosmos that they recognized. They were then stunned to see that, in an instant, the very same judge and specter most loyal to his lord Hades, Raid Amalii of Weber, appeared before Ahiokos and Kiba, looking at them with a serious expression as well as at Minus. "Enough, don't start something you might regret. Especially you, Ahiokos," said the imposing blonde-haired judge, displaying his armor and helmet in all their splendor, letting you feel the violent pressure of power emanating from him. Many of the specters even feared for their physical safety because of the judge's presence, who was perhaps the strongest specter in Hades' army. They looked at him with fear, sensing his mere presence, a feeling only worsened by the sight of his eyes glowing blood red. They could only watch helplessly as the three judges and the new specter of Bennu's power rivaled that of a judge faced off. "Ra-Ray Damathes, but what are you doing here? Why are you?" The specter of Garuda spoke with utter surprise, when out of nowhere he found himself in the presence of who may be the strongest specter among the three judges of Hell and the 108 stars of Hades' army. End of Chapter 9. Chapter. Italy. Hades' castle. Tension, worry, fear, and even excitement. That was what a small group of specters felt in these spectral moments, with the three judges present and the new specter of Bennu feeling the immense pressure of the Four's power. "Very well, you will continue with this, Ahiokos, Kiba of Bennu. Hades-sama, he has requested your presence as well as that of the other specters, but if you so wish, I can end your quarrel by force right now. What do you decide?" Radamantes said, displaying his authority and power as the strongest judge. "No, it's not necessary. I apologize for my lack of respect," Kiba said, apologizing out of respect for Waver's specter. "You don't need to apologize to me, it's to Hades-sama. However, you are the only one to blame here, Ahiokos. I remind you that we are soldiers of Lord Hades' army, so his decisions must be carried out perfectly. Don't try to have authority superior to that of a god like Master Hades-sama. Is that clear, Ahiokos?" He reprimanded seriously. "Tusk, yes, I understand, Radamantes. It won't happen again," Ahiokos said. He felt a little intimidated by Radamantes because he knew well what his companion was capable of, as well as the difference in power between them. Scene change, human world with the Gremory group. They were all gathered in the mansion's main hall with only Rias and Akeno absent as they were locked in their rooms. It was hardly necessary to describe the mood of the Gremory entourage with their queen and king utterly depressed and isolated in their chambers. "Damn it, I don't like any of this at all." "I can't believe that, Issei." "We know, Zenoviason. All of us in Gasperkun feel the same way, but especially Rias and Akenoson. Just knowing that Issei-kun won't be coming back, it's made us incredibly depressed." Rasuace expressed her displeasure with the current situation involving a certain brunette. She couldn't help but recall the time she spent with him, the last time she saw him, and the strange change he had undergone. For the former Valkyrie, it was still hard to believe that her partner, Hyoudou Issei, had turned out to be the vessel for the soul of Hades, the god of the underworld. But not only that, the former chestnut-tired boy had also revived Rias' deceased horsepiece, Kiba Hyoudou, as a specter. Now not a trace remained of the soul of that kind, friendly, pleasant, and perverted boy she had known. But before Rasuaise or the others could expect it, they watched as a familiar magic circle appeared in the middle of the room, revealing the figure of a beautiful silver-haired woman dressed as a maid. "Grayfiason/Sama B, but what are you doing here? Did something happen?" The women present asked, awaiting the answer from the serious silver-haired maid. Yes, Sirzechs-sama, he sent word to inform you that an emergency faction meeting will be held in a few hours. So please call Rias Ajao-sama to inform her personally. Grayfia replied, noticing her sister-in-law's sudden voice. It's not necessary, I'm already here, Grayfia Wanasama. The red-haired Gremory said, accompanied by Akeno, as they entered the room to see the serious look on her sister-in-law's face. Meanwhile, elsewhere far from Japan, Italy, Hades' castle. In the great hall of the god of the underworld where the 108 specters of Hades' army were gathered, the great door of the god's hall opened, revealing the three judges alongside Behemoth and the new specter of Bennu. They listened to the specters speak about waivers. With your permission, Hades-sama. I have already brought Minos and the others with me just as you and Lady Pandora ordered, said the judge respectfully, kneeling on the floor along with the rest of the specters. Good job, you did it faster than expected, Radamathes. I appreciate you arriving in time to stop them and prevent them from starting a pointless fight. However, Issei Hades said calmly, looking at the judge, pausing to glance at Garuda's specter. Don't think I'm going to tolerate such immature and arrogant behavior as yours again, Ahiakos. This will be my only warning. You have no more authority than I do among my specters, is that clear? If I decided to take Violet with me to the sanctuary, it's because that was my order and she carried it out perfectly as my specters should. Do you understand what I'm saying, Ahiakos? He reprimanded the judge with utmost authority, making it clear he was annoyed by the judge's attempt to exert more authority than him within his army. Hearing the fearful judge speak, the judge raised his gaze slightly to look at him and reply. Yes, I understand, Hades-sama. I apologize for my boldness. I will accept any punishment for my disrespect, my lord. Ahiakos replied, feeling suffocated by the pressure of his god's cosmos, which was directed solely at him. At the same time, Kiba remained calm, also awaiting the god's reprimand or warning for his actions. To his surprise, nothing happened. He watched as the dark-haired man sat on his throne and suppressed the pressure of the cosmos he had released, while calling Pandora to his side and offering her a cup of wine. Well, I'm glad you understood, Ahiakos. From now on, Behemoth will no longer be one of your soldiers under your command. From this moment forward, she will be under the command of Kiba of Bennu and will only answer to him and me. He said, taking a sip from his wine glass, looking at his specters present, but especially Ahiakos and Violet, who were surprised by his decision. Behemoth accepted it without a word, looking at the serious blonde specter at her side. Issei Hades continued. However, the real reason I summoned you all is to inform you of something important, especially my three judges. After some reflection and analysis, I've decided to increase the number of judges. Therefore, Kiba of Bennu will be the first specter to occupy one of these new positions. So from today onward, Bennu, you will be the judge in charge of the fourth hell, and you will have the same authority as Radamathes, Minos, and Ahiakos. The god added, a calm smile spreading across his face, satisfied with his decision as he looked at Kiba. Yes, I, Kiba of Bennu, promise to live up to your trust as your judge. I will crush any enemy and place their heads at your feet, Hades-sama. Kiba replied, making clear his gratitude and loyalty, as well as the trust his god placed in him for his ascension as the new judge. This surprised the specters present in the Great Hall, who simply accepted their lord's decision without question. However, the specter of Garuda was not entirely unhappy, swallowing his pride and glancing sideways at the specters of Bennu and Behemoth. Very well, you may leave. For now, you may do as you please until I order another attack and bring this holy war with Athena to a close with our victory. You two may leave, Pandora, Hypnos, Thanatos, Kur. I need some time alone, I have something to think about, and I need complete peace and quiet. Giving the order to his specters, Pandora and the three gods left the hall. They obeyed his order, withdrawing from the great hall to leave their god alone. Seated on his throne, he closed his eyes to meditate and enter his subconscious. Issei Hades found himself observing the imposing figure of a red dragon with jade eyes before him, as the two exchanged serious glances that inspired fear and respect. Oh, you've finally arrived, it was about time you wanted to speak, Hades. The imposing dragon spoke, noticing the calm smile of the god who took over the body of his host. Come on, there's no need for so much hostility between us, Drake. Even though I'm now the god Hades, there are memories connected to you that I can't completely erase. But getting to the matter I wish to discuss, you know why I'm here, don't you? The dark-haired man replied, making the reason for his presence clear. Yes, I know it well. You want to know if I know the owner of the precious aura of power that the goddess Athena loved? No. That's right, then you recognize her. Why, that aura of power? It was undoubtedly that of a dragon, he said, seriously asking the dragon, hoping for a positive response from Drake, who replied. Yes, I recognize her well. That power undoubtedly belongs to a dragon, but not just any dragon, a dragon king. We're talking about the very dragon queen of chaos and karma, the dragon queen, Tiamat. Drake answered his question with the same seriousness, implying that she wasn't just any dragon to be underestimated. Humph, I see. Now I understand. It seems this war is getting more and more interesting. So Athena's reincarnation in this era turns out to be my vessel's sister again, as well as the host of the Chaos Dragon Queen and Karma, who is one of the few dragons who can stand up to you in battle. Without being a celestial dragon, the Dragon Queen, Tiamat Hihi letting out a small laugh. Drake cautiously observed the fascinated smile of its wielder, his eyes reflecting a thirst for battle, death, and destruction. His mind raced with the impending destruction if the dark-haired man dared to confront the goddess Athena, the current wielder of the strongest dragon king, the Queen of Chaos and Karma, Tiamat. Drake was simply searching for a logical explanation for how the Dragon of Karma had ended up imprisoned as the tenant of the reincarnation of the goddess Athena. But what bothered him most, and made the situation even more difficult, was the simple fact that this Dragon Queen harbored a deep-seated hatred and animosity towards him, stemming from a past conflict between them. He was now completely certain that this dragoness wouldn't hesitate to give her all if her current wielders with the power of a god were to clash. Without a doubt, the battlefield would become a complete inferno in a matter of minutes. Drake simply watched as the dark-haired man left his mental space, the calm god remaining seated on his throne after speaking with his tenant. So a Dragon Queen, perfect. This holy war will undoubtedly be the most entertaining of all. Let the fun begin. Athena. Scene change. In Grayfia, sanctuary of Athena. In the Colosseum of that sanctuary, a large group of bronze and silver saints could be seen, along with the 8 gold saints standing before them near the goddess Athena. The murmurs of the saints present were immediate, as they wondered among themselves the reason for the gathering, concluding that it was a counterattack against the god of the underworld. They listened to the Leo saint, Dorado. Attention, everyone, be quiet, comrades. Athena Sama has something important to share with us, he responded, giving way to his goddess, who then spoke. My knights, I thank you for answering my call. Now I want you to listen carefully, because what I'm about to tell you involves my past as a human, and it connects me to the current vessel of the god of the underworld, Hades, she said seriously, looking at the surprised and bewildered faces of the bronze and silver saints, while the Pegasus saint and his group clenched their fists in frustration. You see, 8 years ago, I was still living my life as a human. When I turned 7, my adoptive grandfather, Matsumaza Kaido, he told me about the existence of an older brother, who was in the same orphanage as one of his companions, Seiya of Pegasus, she said, glancing at the aforementioned, pausing before continuing. A week after my grandfather told me, he brought him to the Kaido mansion, along with several other children. Athena began recounting her childhood as a mortal, mentioning the close relationship between her and a certain group of bronze saints, as well as a blood brother. Like the other bronze saints mentioned, he was sent to Athena's sanctuary to become a knight alongside the current Pegasus saint Seiya. It's unnecessary to describe the looks of surprise at such a story, but even more so at the relationship between their goddess and the vessel of Hades' soul, observing the nostalgic expression of their goddess. This was something the Pegasus, Andromeda, Cygnus, and Dragon saints, along with the Unicorn saint and others, witnessed. But what caused the most surprise among the silver and bronze saints was the depressed demeanor of a certain green-haired silver saint, Shayna of Ophiuchus. Scene change, 4 hours later. Biblical hell, Lucifer's castle. In the castle of Mau Lucifer, within a grand hall, a meeting was taking place between the biblical factions, the Asgardian faction and the Yakai faction. They were discussing the solar system and the great clock that had appeared in the sky, as well as the recent beginning of the holy war between Athena and Hades, which had been revealed by the god Odin. I understand the situation of the holy war between the goddess Athena and Hades is complicated. But regarding the image in the sky, it won't be a problem since it can alter the order among humans, asked a certain blonde Kitsune, the current leader of the Yakai faction. She was undoubtedly surprised to see the recent battle between the army of the god Hades and Athena as shown by old Odin. No, Yasukadono. Apparently only supernatural beings or humans with great magical power are capable of seeing it, explained the old god of Asgard. That's right, Odin-sama. This eliminates the problem of disrupting the order of the human world and prevents people from being alarmed or frightened by seeing that image in the sky, said a certain fallen angel, validating what the Old Norse god had said. They were looking through a magic circle at the sky of the human world, seeing in all its splendor the image of the solar system and a great clock with a nymph, which covered a large part of the sky. Meanwhile, the others present simply watched the image projected within the magic circle, feeling reassured that this would not cause complete chaos among humans. Okay then, now that we've cleared up the issue of the solar system and that clock, let's move on to our main problem. The Cow group and the Chaos Brigade, Sirzechs said, changing the subject to address the principal issue. Yes, you're right, they must be plotting something, especially after what happened in Hyoudou with Cow and his group, Azazel added, listening to a certain albino and Albion wielder speak. HMPH, let's stop wasting time and go after that idiot and his group once and for all. If Hyoudou Issei was able to make him retreat, then with me it'll be more than enough to finish him off. Let Rias Gremory's group and Sona Sitri's group handle the rest, but my group will support them if necessary, Vali said, giving his opinion to the faction leaders without mincing words. But while this was happening inside the meeting room, outside the academy in the shadows of the night, a blonde-haired specter and a beautiful woman, both clad in their respective armor, were listening to the meeting. The blonde specter, having once been a demon, could hear some of what was being said. In addition to possessing a butterfly from the underworld, bestowed upon them by their god, and imbued with magic to render it invisible and undetectable even by a god like Odin, Kiba gathered enough information to decide to retreat and carry out Issei's next order as he listened to Behemoth. So we'll withdraw, Kiba-sama, the specter asked, looking respectfully at her new superior. Yes, that's enough information. But we still have one more thing you entrusted to us, Hyoudou-sama. However, Violetta, he replied, looking at Behemoth. Yes, is there anything I can do for you, Kiba-sama? She asked. No, not right now, Violet. I just want to tell you that Sama isn't necessary, nor is showing so much respect. That's not my style, so just call me Kiba. Come on, we have work to do and we need to report to Hyoudou-sama. Kiba replied. He disappeared from the place with Behemoth in a flash of violet light, and some time later the two reappeared in front of the old abandoned church of Kuoh. Entering, the ex-Gremory went to a certain part of the place and found himself standing looking at the floor, or rather at what appeared to be a black feather. Scene chain. Italy, Hades Castle. Above the castle of the god of the underworld in the sky, in a great hall of the palace of the twin gods who were gathered with their sister. Interesting, this is the first time Lord Hades has reprimanded us in this way. But what I'm wondering now is it really about the master or the essence of that human being, Hyoudou is? He said, taking a sip of wine from his goblet, looking at his twin brother and sister. Or what do you think, Hypnos Kur, the god of death, asked. I have nothing to say, Thanatos Kur replied. Humph, I expected that answer from you, sister, but what do you have to say, Hyopnos? He asked, looking at his twin brother. Nothing important, brother. It's impossible that Hyoudou Issei's soul is disturbing that of our Lord Hades and making decisions. It's clear that the presence and authority he exudes are the same as the Master's. Furthermore, unlike 243 years ago, the Master's soul today is more present and imposing than ever. Thanatos, he answered his question. Hypnos looked at him, making it clear he had no objection to his Master's actions. He returned his attention to the chessboard, watching as his sister defeated his king, letting out a resigned sigh at the outcome. Okay, I won't deny that, Hypnos, but still he was interrupted by his sister. Enough, Thanatos. Instead of thinking nonsense, you should focus on devising a plan to help the master. After all, you're one of his closest advisors along with Hypnos. It would be far too shameful if the two of you ended up like you did 243 years ago, sealed inside a stupid box. She said irritably, looking at her brothers with disappointment. Although I must give some credit to those two brothers, since for being human, they both managed to defeat you and take revenge on you too. Kur interrupted, showing his displeasure at what happened 243 years ago, which caused annoyance in Thanatos and a guilty smile on Hypnos's face. True, I won't deny it. Those two men were undoubtedly exceptional warriors, so I accept that they defeated us on that occasion. However, he said, looking seriously at his sister. Tell me what worries you so much, sister. Did something interesting happen at the sanctuary during the master's brief visit? Hypnos asked, noticing Kur's annoyed expression. Tusk, yes, something like that. Apparently, the reincarnation of that damned Athena in this era is no ordinary person. I could sense another aura of power within her, very similar to the one our master is emitting now, the essence of a dragon, the goddess replied, surprising her two brothers with her words. Kur simply looked at them seriously, making it clear that she wasn't joking. This caused a hint of displeasure in the twin gods, who understood that things were starting to get complicated because of the sudden power their sister had sensed in Athena. At the same time, Hades' castle throne room. Hyoudou-sama, I'm sorry to interrupt your meditation, my lord. Kiba of Bennu and Violet of Behemoth, you have both returned from completing the task you gave you. A beautiful dark-haired woman entered the room, accompanied by two specters who knelt before their god. Don't worry, I was expecting you, Pandora. I can see that you managed to fulfill what I entrusted to you without any problems, Bennu Behemoth. Hades asked, rising from his throne. Yes, we carried out your order, Hyoudou-sama. The faction alliance seems to be on the verge of conflict with the hero faction. They also believe that Kuoh and his people are affiliated with the Cow's Brigade, but also Kiba began, pausing to pull a black feather from his armor. I was able to obtain what you requested. I'm certain it belongs to that person. Kiba added, approaching the dark-haired man to hand him the feather, who smiled contentedly at it. Perfect, Kiba, Violet, you did a perfect job. You can retire and rest if you wish. I'll call you soon. I have another job for you in the future, he said calmly, heading towards the curtain behind his throne. Yes, with your permission, Hyoudou-sama, Kiba and Violet replied, leaving the room and leaving Pandora and her god alone. Hades stepped out of the curtain behind his throne and into a small room with several specter figures on the walls. He simply took the feather in his right hand that Kiba had given him, closed his palm, and turned the feather into dust before approaching one of the figures on the wall and blowing the dust onto it. "Get up from now on, you will serve me as one more of my faithful warriors, woman," said the dark-haired man. He watched as the stone figure detached itself from the wall, taking the form of a woman with black hair and fierce eyes standing completely naked before him. As she opened her eyes, she was surprised to find herself alive, but even more so when she stood up and looked at her and found the person standing right in front of her. What? But how am I alive? Besides, you're," the dark-haired woman said in surprise, looking up, only to be even more surprised to recognize the dark-haired man. "That's right, I brought you back to life as one more of my specters, ex-fallen angel Rainier. At the same time elsewhere, far from the human world, in some uninhabited part of the biblical hell. Are you serious, Naya? You want to go to the human world and you want me to come with you, Afai's Naya?" asked a beautiful Nekosho with black hair and feline eyes, wearing a provocative black and red kimono. "Yes, I want to speak with the wielder of Drake." It was the simple answer of the Supreme Loli without showing any kind of emotion in her gaze, with the intention of visiting the current wielder of the Sekiryuutei. End of chapter 10.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.